start this beautiful morning with a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, as we all know, कोई भी शुभ काम की शुरुआत हम भगवान का नाम लेकर करते हैं. And of course, these 2 days are very big for all of us. And we are going to start with the lighting of lamp. And to do the honor, I would like to call upon stage the President of ISA Maharashtra Section 2025, Mr. Upendra Joshi, sir, to please come and do the honor for us. Along with that, our chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai, to please come. I would like to call upon stage the keynote speaker, Mrs. Vidya Desai, ma'am, to please come and do the honor for us. Along with that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vaibhav Narkar, the Secretary of ISA Maharashtra, to please come and do the honor for us. I would like to call upon stage Treasurer Mr. Dattatray Samant. Along with that, past President Mr. Niranjan Bise, to please come and do the honor for us. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Asif Mullah, President-elect, to please come and do the honor for us. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. बोला गणपति बाप्पा Mangal Murti. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries. One more time. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the welcome speech. And to do the honor, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Upendra Joshi, President ISA Maharashtra Section, to please come and do the honor for us. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Upendra Joshi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all liked the event, the venue and the arrangements. So please, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all dignitaries, the chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai, Vidya Desai, the keynote speaker, and all the dignitaries, and all the delegates. A warm welcome to you all for the 2 days event, PPPA 2025, which will be conducted on 7th and 8th February at Sidco Exhibition Center. This is not only the event, this is the networking of people. I will say all the bright minds in the automation industry will be present in this 2 days event. There will be nearly 21 lectures by the various professionals or seasoned professionals on various topics. Today evening, we are conducting a Visionary Leader Summit, wherein Rockwell MD, Adage MD, Emerson MD, and Schneider MD will be present on the stage, and the topics will be discussed will be artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and IIoT in industrial area. That is the hazardous area. So there will be a summit, which is today at 7 to 8 p.m. Tomorrow, we have got another lectures, and when you all are bored with the technical things, we have arranged a stand-up comedian, Mr. Atul Sharma. So he will try to have a humor and fun for the entire delegates and the audience for nearly 1 hour. Both days, the events will have cocktails and dinners. For all networking of all the people, it will be available. Now, over and above the welcome speech, I would like to stress the fact that today, more and more colleges are shutting down the instrumentation discipline. That is a big worry and a big concern for everyone who is sitting here, or I will say the fraternity of instrumentation. While recruiting also, we are facing a lot of problems. So I request everyone sitting here in the conference room that we should make efforts to educate the parents and the students that automation is a combination of hardware and software. It is not only coding, it is a combination of coding also, the excitement of software development, and the hardware also, like the PLCs, DCS, control valves, and the field instruments. So those who are interested in working both things together, not only the coding, sitting in an air-conditioned room and do the only job of coding, those who are interested to have combination of both. So we all should make efforts to educate the parents that this is an industry where the prosperity is there. Trust me, in next 5 years, most of the people will get retired, and there will be a humongous gap for the instrumentation people at the top management. Also, those who are getting recruited at the instrumentation at this stage will have a bright future, because more and more colleges are getting only towards the computer science, IT, coding, and other industries. So it is our duty as a ISA Master section that we conduct lectures at the colleges, educate the students. We are already going to VZTI, we are already going to Vivekanand, we are already going to Mukesh Patel, where our district chairman is there, our district chair is there. So we are making efforts. Then RAIT college is there, where Mr. Sharad Jadhav, Dr. Sharad Jadhav is there. So we are already making the efforts. But I request everyone in this conference room to ensure that let us educate the parents and students that this is a discipline which has got a future, because everybody will need automation, some kind of other things. Now, whether it's a process control, food industry, pharma, chemical industry, bulk drugs, everywhere you are going to need automation. And as our name says, International Society of Automation. So anything and anything in automation will be covered under this conference. Now, as we are requesting all delegates here to ensure that all the lectures are being listened, and guys, please note, there will be a quiz at the end of the day. So those who are attentive will be given prizes. There are 3 prizes per day, and if the number of participants are more and there are more correct answers, it will go up to 10 also. So please listen to the all speakers genuinely with the proper concentration, because the quiz will be conducted by our Sanjay Joshi sir and the other people. And at the end of the day, the quiz section will be there. Also, tomorrow we will have a lucky draw, wherein the delegate who meets all the vendors get the stamp on the paper that he has visited each and every stall. There will be a lucky draw. Another 5 people will be, I will say, rewarded for making sure they have made a complete round of the exhibitors, and they have met the vendors, and they have understood their products. So lucky draw will be conducted tomorrow. So all the gifts will be given tomorrow only. Today we will have a lucky draw. Tomorrow also, quiz will be also conducted. So this is the entire, I will say, schedule of the event. Basically, this event, we are looking for more of a networking. So those who are coming here, can network with the others, resolve the technical queries. One thing I would like to mention, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, their big delegation is coming. Nearly 23 managing directors and deputy managing directors are visiting today. They are going to evaluate the Indian vendors, and they are ready to make collaborations, or they are ready to make partners for the Indian market. So all the exhibitors in this room, or all the exhibitors who are attending here, please make sure that you are correctly representing yourself as an Indian company and you are willing to work with the German companies, because their assessment will be a tough one and they will be participating based on this fact only. So all the system integrators, all the manufacturers, all the contractors, or all the equipment suppliers, please ensure you are ready with your products and your correct person is available when the German delegate will come to visit your stall. With this, I will say thanks a lot for attending the seminar and the event, and I hand it over to Reshma. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the information. Now, talk about ISA. I would like to call upon stage Dr. VP Raman, Senior Life Member, ISA, to say a few words. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Why? There is absolute silence. Good morning. Must be charged up in the morning. Right. Very good. Now, what I'm going to talk about is regarding ISA. That is International Society for Automation. The vision of ISA is create a better world through automation, and the mission is empowering the global automation community through standards and knowledge sharing. When you talk about automation, these are the things which you normally look for: membership, training, certification, events, standard, conformity assessment, and publication. This we call it as the automation toolkit. ISA by numbers, in total there are 14,930 plus members in 104 countries. We are also part of this team. India is represented by District G. There are 138 standards, 17 personal credentials, 8 product and system certification, and 12,000 professionals are trained. What is the need of industry today? Skilled workforce. What does ISA offer for that? Education and training, which is hands-on and unbiased, expert instructors, objective skill assessment. What is the requirement for that? Certification, certified automation professional, certified control system technician. You get the certificate from ISA directly. Then you have best practices, that is networking opportunities, case studies of best practices, where you have got conferences and exhibits, which is in ISA Automation Week or division and section conferences. Now, want to continue education? Yes, ISA has got a solution for that. Publishing, authoritative books, widely read magazine and technical journals. Operational excellence? Yes, we have operational excellence. What is it? Standards. We all use the standards daily in and out, all the instrumentation guys. So there are 150 consensus industry standards, reciprocal adoption with IEC. ISA is tied with ANSI and IEC. So what is the result? End result is increased productivity. Now, main thing today's tough task is attracting and retaining skilled workers. How do you do that? Training and professional development programs have a proven track record of increasing value, productivity, and retention of automation workforce. So what is education? ISA education and training. In the automation professional training, you have got industrial process measurement like pressure, flow, level, temperature, density, etc. SIS and SIL, that is safety integrated system and SIL integrated level, reliability and safety, basic and advanced control process control systems, batch control in MES, cyber security, that is ISA 99, wireless technology ISA 100, and P&ID documentation, etc. And on the technical skills training, you have got standard 4 to 20 milliamp instrumentation. I mean, this is not conventional. You have heart, you have got foundation field bus, everything is covered under that. You have got tuning, troubleshooting, electrical, electronics, data communication, data transmitters and controllers, DCS, SCADA, PLC, etc. Now, what is the solution ISA has got? Skilled workforce you need, ISA education and training. Hands-on training at your place, at our place, and any place in between. Web seminars, online training, e-learning, ISA safety certification programs. What does this cover? ISA training is developed by real-world experts. People who are talking about ISA or training in ISA, they have got more than 25 years of practical experience. Focused on the most relevant topics and vital technologies, unbiased and vendor neutral. Please note that ISA is vendor neutral. It is International Society for Automation. So we do not work with vendor. In fact, we develop the standards and we give it to the vendors. So need objective skill assessment. You have got ISA Certified Control System Technician 1, 2, and 3 certificate. And you want ISA Certified Automation Professional. You have got ISA Certified Automation Professional certification. These are the various certification programs ISA is having. ISA Certified Automation Professional, ISA Certified Control System Technician, that is CCST. Then you have got other programs like Cyber Security, Automation Project Management Specialist, Safety Instrumented System, that is SIS, CAP Associate, and CST Associate. These are the various certification ISA offers. Need networking, sharing best practices? Come down to ISA Automation Week, ISA webinars, ISA division symposia and technical conferences on various subjects like analysis, fugitive emission, COVID, advanced process control, communication, water wastewater management, etc. There are various publications by ISA like ISA books. All the books on automation is done by ISA. And we have got dozens of authoritative titles written by industry experts, focused on real-world application of technology. Then you have got white papers. If you are a member of ISA, you must be seeing that practically every week we get newsletters, ISA white papers, which are latest in technology. So, I mean, there was a survey, and it was asked, which publication do you find most useful to you in your profession? Please note that InTech stands at 56%. The number of people reading InTech magazine from the automation world is around 56% as compared to the other journals. These are the various news and publications, books, InTech magazine, automation.com, etc. Operational excellence, ISA standards. These are basically open and consensus-based, industry-developed, more than 4,000 professionals working on hundreds of documents, and benefits of standardization. What are the benefits? Streamlining the process, improve safety and reliability, increase efficiency and productivity. There are more than 3,500 volunteers from 40 countries participating in the standards. Fortunately, I would like to say that I am also one of the members, screening committee members for ISA standards. ISA is an ANSI accredited standard developer committed to open consensus-based process. It is developed by ISA/IEC 62443 standards, the world's only consensus-based automation control system and cyber security standard. There are so many standards you can see. Now the latest standard which is under development is S112, which is for the SCADA systems. Community. What is community? A section is a group of professional members. We are from ISA Maharashtra section. So what is it? We are a professional members who are chosen to affiliate around a specific geographic area. What is the geographic area? For me, the geographic area is Maharashtra section, part of Maharashtra. Section exists to support the mission and vision of the society, governed by and subject to all policy and procedures set by ISA. There are 103 sections in 33 countries. These are the various benefits of joining ISA. Technical resources, discount on ISA resources, training and conferences, subscription to Intech magazine, unlimited online viewing of ISA standards, unlimited access to archived ISA web seminars, unlimited downloads of ISA technical papers. Professional networking, access to local professionals via ISA sections, connections to peer via ISA technical division, industry thought leader discussion via ISA online communities. Leadership skills, leadership development training, hundreds of volunteer role, publishing, teaching and presenting opportunity, ISA honors and awards and recognition programs. So in summary, membership benefit, become a member and you can opt for any 2 division of choice for free, like building automation, chemical and petroleum industry, aerospace, food and pharmaceutical, etc. Members shall be affiliated to a particular section. Stay engaged with your community on ISA Connect. Enjoy the benefit of section like technical seminar, webinar, conferences, etc. Develop leadership skills in the section. Free access to technical white papers. Join any standards committee. Network with professionals and peers. Subsidized subscription charges. Opportunity to get recognized through honors and awards programs. These are the various divisions which I was mentioning. There are 16 divisions. Once you become a member, you can opt for any membership of any 2 divisions. So in short, these are the benefits: leadership, technical papers, webinar, standard, division membership, awards, scholarship, Intech and publication, certification and training. Now we are part of District G. When you say District G, it covers Delhi, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Pune, Bangalore, South India, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia and Taiwan. I'm very happy to say that the district chair this year is Mr. Dattatreya Sawant from Maharashtra section. Dattatreya Sawant, he is our district chair. Now some of the ISA student sessions affiliated to ISA Maharashtra section: Mukesh Patel School of Technology, Management and Engineering, VJTI Mumbai, Ramravadik Institute of Technology, Navi Mumbai, Vivekanand Education Society's Institute of Technology, and Vivekanand Education Society's Polytechnic, Mumbai. Visit ISA website. All you need to do is visit www.isa.org and go to ISA Connect, Gateway to Automation. Browse, join us on any of, become an ISA member. You can do isa.org/join and join any conversation in Facebook or in LinkedIn, everywhere. Join ISA and be a member. Happy going for the conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the DVP address. And to do the honor, I would like to call upon stage District Chair Address, Professor Dattatreya Sawant, the youngest District Chairman of ISA Asia Pacific District. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone.
Good morning, respected dignitaries. Today's chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai sir. Keynote speaker is Vidya Desai ma'am. ISA Maharashtra President Dr. Upendra Joshi. Esteemed guest, industry leaders, academician, ISA member, and dear participant. A very warm welcome to all of you at Power Petroleum Process Automation Meet 2025. A landmark event that brings together a best minds in a smart automation and innovation. It is truly an honor to address the distinguished gathering on behalf of ISA Asia Pacific District. At ISA, just now mentioned by senior member Dr. VP Raman sir, our mission has always been to advance technical competency, foster innovation, and drive collaboration among professional, researcher, student, and organization in the field of automation and control system. Today's event is a testament to these goals, as it serves as a platform for knowledge sharing, networking, and showcasing cutting-edge technologies that shaping the future of industries. As we stand at the cusp of Industry 4.0 and the rise of AI-driven automation, it's a crucial for professional and businesses to embrace digital transformation, cybersecurity, and sustainable industrial practices. The Asia-Pacific region is at the forefront of this change, with industries rapidly adopting industrial IoT, AI, robotics, and data-driven solutions. ISA plays a vital role in equipping professionals with right skills, standards, and best practices to lead this transformation. A key focus of our district is to bridge the gap between academia and industry. Through ISA student chapters, training programs, and industry collaboration, we aim to nurture young engineers, young minds, and equip them with practical skills which align the real-world industrial demands. We encourage all stakeholders, industries, academia, and government bodies to work together in shaping strong automation ecosystem. This conference is an excellent example of what can be achieved through collaboration. Over the next 2 days, we'll witness the groundbreaking discussions on smart automation, IIoT, cybersecurity, industrial safety, and sustainable solutions. I urge all attendees to make the most of these sessions, engage with experts, exchange ideas, and explore opportunities for partnership. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the ISA Maharashtra section for organizing this exceptional event under the visionary leadership of Dr. Upendra Joshi. I also express my gratitude to our sponsors, partners, and speakers for their invaluable contribution. Let us embrace innovation, drive excellence, and work together to the future of automation. Thank you. I wish you all successful and insightful PPPA 2025. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samant. And now it's time to call upon the stage our chief guest. But of course, he's our chief guest, and we need his amazing introduction. And to do the honor, I would like to call upon stage the President, Dr. Upendra Joshi sir, to please come and do the honor for us. Let's have a round of applause, everyone.
A warm welcome to Vinayak Pai sir. I think everybody knows in this forum who is Mr. Vinayak Pai. He is the MD and CEO of Tata Projects. I think Tata is a very well-known group in India, every household. basically Tata Projects in the EPC business. So he is heading the entire division. Basically, he is an alumni of COEP, Pune, and he has done his MBA from Symbiosis, and then he has done education in USA also. The major projects completed under his leadership are the Atal Setu, new parliament building, and various major other projects he has led it. He was heading more than many organizations in the past. He is the founding member also of the COAP college, and he is on the board member also. I think with his deep experience and vast knowledge, I think we all will be learning a bit and learning a lot from him. So I request Mr. Vinayak Bhai to grace the stage and address the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here today. Thank you to the IIC team for inviting me to make this, to be the chief guest for the PPPA 2025. I just heard that it is power, petroleum, process, automation. And I must say that I've been very fortunate to be associated with this field for a very long time, because I started my career, though now at Tata Projects, a big part of the portfolio is infrastructure and manufacturing, but a large part of my career has been in the process field. And being an electrical engineer, I was always closely working with the instrumentation and control teams, and a lot of very good friends and a lot of good collaboration on the project. So I have followed this space very closely for a very long time. I think when we started our career, it was a very exciting time for this space, because that was the time the first distributed control system was being launched on projects in India. If I remember correctly, the Vikram Ispat sponge iron project was the first one where, it was the state-of-the-art DCS system was launched. And since then, there have been many developments in the field. Today, of course, there is growth in these sectors. The power sector is coming back in a way. Even conventional power, which was muted, coal-based power, which was muted for some time now, the country has realized that as we accelerate our journey towards sustainable power, still the demand-supply gap is significant. So, organizations like NTPC are coming out with major projects in the power space. So there will be growth in that space to begin with. Of course, the process industry continues to grow. And I think the future of the process industry is more linked to the sustainable part of the industry, which is things like green hydrogen and green ammonia, which is going to very shortly be a major part, and then sustainable aviation fuel. So there are going to be a lot of sustainability-related additions to the petrochemical and process industry. But I think the biggest opportunity is going to be, in advanced manufacturing. As we talk about the industry 4.0 and India being the manufacturing hub for the world, it's a real story which is developing. You can see tremendous amount of investment in fourth generation manufacturing in India. And of course, there are things like, the solar panel manufacturing, electronics manufacturing, and various other aspects of the industry which are driving. But the most exciting part is actually going to be the electronics and semiconductor space, where the manufacturing is absolutely to a next level of complexity. We at Tata Projects are fortunate to work on a few of these projects, including the first project for Micron under the India Semiconductor program, which is a landmark program launched by the Prime Minister. And, the amount of complexity I see and which requires the instrumentation and controls to the highest level is going to be very exciting for people in this field. So both as a market and as a learning experience. And I think that's something the industry will have to focus on. From that perspective, I think that with whatever ISE is doing the great job, but I could see a lot of things related to certification, a lot of things related to standards and so on and so forth. But I think the future is about innovation. Because it's no longer that technologies get developed somewhere in the world and get deployed in India. It's the other way around. Major corporations across the world have actually their development centers in India, and core research is being done in India. So the ability to invest in innovation is going to be a big part of how we can accelerate the next journey. Because honestly, if you look at the last 30, 35 years, there have been developments, but there have not been significant innovation. The programs and the way the controls are at site have not changed significantly by a step change. They have, of course, got a linear improvement curve. Now is the time to do a step change, and with all these exciting industries coming forward, it's the time for this industry to think differently and put innovation at the top of the charter. And probably ISA in Maharashtra and India and this region can lead the world by really driving innovation and creating an ecosystem where this innovation can be fostered. And as Mr. Upendra Joshi rightly said, the critical part is attracting talent. There is a significant talent gap today. We talked about COEP. When I was graduating in the late 80s, COEP had and still probably has one of the best instrumentation courses in Maharashtra, if not in the country. It was the top course. The cutoffs at that point, I remember, because I was nowhere near that, was 99% to get into, 99% in PCM to get into COEP instrumentation. It was a very niche course. I mean, most of the other core courses at that time, I think there was only the electronics course which was rated slightly equal or higher than instrumentation, but it was top. The other core, mechanical, civil, electrical, were much below that in terms of their visibility. But, I just feel that since last year, I'm the chairman of Board of Governors at COEP. And when I looked at all the, intakes which we have, the core courses like electrical, mechanical had grown from 60 students to around 180, and in some cases in mechanical and production, 240, right? Instrumentation has grown from 30 to 37 in the last 30 years. That's just the intake for the best available education in instrumentation in the country. So just reflect on it. But believe me, I took over in October, and after a few analysis, we announced in January that this year we are going to double the intake to 75 at COEP for instrumentation. That was the first thing. I mean, that's the only course which is doubling. And I feel there is a significant opportunity. But it's for the industry to ensure that those 75 students who come in don't go into software or some other space which they find is easier to do. I mean, we have to create excitement. And what better excitement can be created when they see a huge opportunity and they see a huge opportunity to innovate. Because I've seen from the new generation that, of course, some of the new generation, we all have this ability and habit of typecasting. We feel that they want easy money and want to live easy lives. But there are a significant part of those youngsters which I talk to and who are really interested in doing something critical, using their skill sets to give back and really learn and not just being, looking for the highest salary. And there are excellent talent in these universities. I think it's really important that we reach out to them and collaborate with them, not in the fourth year, but right from the first and second year, where we can tell them what can be the future for them if they stick around in this industry. So I think that's the art of the possible, which I would request ISA to really take it seriously and really develop this talent and make India the innovation hub for instrumentation and control going into the future with all the opportunities which we have. So with that, I would like to wish this exhibition all the best. I've seen, great stalls and, exhibitors. I mean, most of this, it's not, I think the action is by the exhibitors and the sponsors. We are just their representatives. So thanks to all the exhibitors and sponsors for making this possible and really investing in bringing people together to talk about issues like this. And of course, I'm sure the topics which are being discussed about, IIoT, especially in the hazardous area, I think is critical. AI is absolutely, transformational, especially the foundational AI. How can we use it to create an overlay on our innovation to make it more efficient and speedier? And of course, I think things like digital twin and where we have to go in terms of asset management. A lot of it has happened in, putting up the assets, but how can we integrate it into asset management? And globally, there are a lot of best practices and cases which I have seen, which leads to predictive maintenance and better uptime for the facilities. I think those are issues which I'm sure there are a lot of technical experts. I don't want to get into that, but I think, great opportunity for all of you to get together and take, this industry to the next level. And I'm sure that will be achieved over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinayak Pai. I request you to please be here for the release of Souvenir. Along with that, I would like to call upon stage the President of ISA Maharashtra Section 2025, Dr. Upendra Joshi. Along with that, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Vidya Desai ma'am, to please come. Secretary, Mr. Vaibhav Narkar, past President, Mr. Niranjan Bise. And along with that, I would like to call our Treasurer, Professor Dattatreya Sawant, to please come. Along with that, Dr. Sharad Jadhav and Mr. Asif Mullah to please come and join us.
Before we do this, Dr. Sharad Jadhav has taken the lead for last many years I have seen. And this Souvenir is a brainchild of totally Dr. Sharad Jadhav. So big round of applause for Dr. Sharad Jadhav.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to one and all. So I would like to thanks to ISA Maharashtra section for giving me the opportunity. And it's all possible because of the support of ISA Maharashtra section. A big round of applause to all and thank you very much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the release of Souvenir. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. Congratulations, ISA Maharashtra. Thank you so much. Now it's time for our keynote address. And of course, again, she is special for us. And her introduction also will give by Dr. Dattatreya Sawant, sir. So please. Dr. Upendra Joshi, sir.
So I think Vidya Desai, everybody knows that she is a senior director in Worli. Even though she heads the sales and marketing team, but she has worked in operations for many, many years. So she is hands-on in the operation. So basically, when I asked her, she said, I am not a techie, but we know you are a techie, madam, and you have done the operations for many, many years. She holds a bachelor degree in chemical engineering. I think every chemical engineer loves instrumentation for blame, because whenever there is a process problem, instrumentation guy is the first one to be blamed. तुम्हारा flow बराबर नहीं चलता है, तुम्हारा reading गलत है. So I think there is a love and hate relationship between the instrumentation and chemical. But fortunately, she is working in the Worli for many, many years. So she has handled all the disciplines. She has led all the disciplines. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Ms. Vidya Desai, keynote speaker.
Thank you. So I don't hate instrumentation engineers, okay? Please, otherwise there will be somebody outside to, kick me out. So good morning. And yes, I had said to Upendra, what will I talk about today? Because all the heavy stuff is being talked about by you. The IIoT, to digital twin, to predictive maintenance. All these topics have been in discussion for some time, right? So I was wondering, what will I talk about? What is the perspective I'm bringing to the table? So I'll just take you back a few years. Most of us, or many of us, have studied with abacus, right? And then we saw the DOS, then we saw Windows, and technology is now growing at such a frightening speed. Can you? Yeah. Technology is growing at such a frightening speed now that we go to sleep, knowing one software, next day it is something else. And Worley also has a lot of tools. And if I'm spending more than 100 hours in learning a new tool, where is the productivity? Yeah? So all the time I keep thinking, AI or automation, is it my friend or is it my foe? I have to look at it as a friend, right? I mean, in order to garner the best of efficiency, the best of human potential, I have to think of it as a friend. Then can automation really be my friend? Can they talk about, instead of replacing human being, we are actually harnessing the human potential? Are we talking like that? Yeah? So yes, for example, remote monitoring, we are talking about to ensure that people are not sent into hazardous environment, right? We are talking about remote AI and VR applications, yeah? So that whatever limited people we have who are skilled, they are still available to masses. So I just wanted to talk about a couple of topics. Yeah, I know Upendra has given me a time limit of 15 minutes. I had prepared for 1 hour, but he told me there are bouncers outside. So I'll not take that time, yeah? So Dr. Dattatray spoke about IIoT and sustainable solutions. Bringing both of them together, yeah, will definitely mean coexistence between man, machinery, and automation, yeah? We are all looking at safety in design. We do HAZOP, SIL, everything. Everything is there now to ensure that plant runs safely and we are minimizing losses. Losses, be it chemicals, be it materials, be it man, yeah? Are we doing enough for construction safety? You are developing sensing solutions. You are developing, control and monitoring solutions. Can you develop solutions for us, poor project people, the construction labor at site, to ensure that he is going home safely? Because we don't have adequate skilled labor. The way you don't have adequate instrumentation engineers, we don't have adequate skilled labor at site. So how do we bring our knowledge to them, and such that if somebody has forgotten to wear a harness, somebody is not wearing the right PPE, is that getting, prompted to him and his supervisor? It's like watch and ward, but in automation, because watch and ward people level may not be sufficient, yeah? Second point I wanted to bring is medical instrumentation. I know probably I'm taking you away from what is our bread and butter, power, oil and gas, and specialty chemicals. But I'm just asking, we are 1.4 billion people in India, yeah? We all acknowledge that we don't have enough skilled people. That's not only in engineering, that is also in medical. How do we make them available to the remotest part of India? Can we do the ARs, VRs in medical, that when, as we are now growing in Eastern India, right? Most of the projects are coming, Orissa, Assam, yeah? How are we going to give them the same kind of facilities those were available in Gujarat and Maharashtra? If something happens at site, who takes care of that labor? Last, training. You spoke about training and development. Yeah, we are talking about predictive maintenance. We have been talking, and I think plenty of our top customers, they are already using it. We are doing digital twins so that is an aid to developing a training model. Question is, when person comes out of college, is that person employable? Because probably the study that we do in college is still 20 years old, yeah? Innovation we spoke about, Vinayak, thanks for taking that topic up. We are not anymore just copying what has been happening in Europe or US and the West. We are also developing our own tech, yeah? So how do all the companies go back and adopt people when they are studying and develop these innovation centers, yeah? And develop training modules, not just training modules, but analytical modules that when they are running these plants, something tells them, the AI tells them, hey, your machine is, over vibrating, you need to reduce, you need to turn down, or you need to change your feedstock. Are we going to AI to that level, or are we just using ChatGPT? Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable information. And now it's time for the felicitation. I request Dr. Upendra Joshi, sir, to please come and do the honor for us. We'll start our felicitation. Our chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and making this event more memorable. Thank you so much for all the valuable information, your precious time. We're always grateful for that. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Mr. Vinayak Pai, MD and CEO, Tata Projects Limited. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now I request our keynote speaker, Mrs. Vidya Desai, Senior Director of Worli India, to please come and take this honor. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming and making this event more memorable for us. Thank you so much for your valuable time. All the informative information. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. तालियां क्यों कम बज रही है? थोड़ी जोरदार होनी चाहिए. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to both our dignitaries. One more time. Thank you so much, Doctor. Sir, thank you. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the vote of thanks. And to do the honor, I would like to call upon the stage the Secretary ISA Maharashtra section, Mr. Vaibhav Narkar, to please come and do the honor for us. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Vaibhav Narkar.
Good morning, all. Now it's time for the last moment to say thank you to all. Thank you to dignitaries. Thank you to all sponsors, delegates, visitors, and I would like to say thank you to our chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai, who has given us a talk about his vast experience. Thank you to Vidya Madam to give us a insight with the chemical and instrumentation, all the links. Thanks for that. And thank you to Upendra sir. Under his leadership, we are doing this mega event. And this is such a mega event I think last 6-7 years. This is the largest event I have seen and many people have seen. So thank you very much to Upendra sir, who has given us a really good experience. I say he has given an experience to ISA Maharashtra and the instrumentation fertility. And last, not the least, I wanted to thank you to my executive committee who has worked for this event last 6 months. These people are working day and night. Every day, odd day, weekly, we had a meeting. Every fortnight, we have a call at 1 o'clock, call at 2 o'clock. So my executive team, our ISA Maharashtra, thank you ISA Maharashtra executive team. And lastly, thank you Dattatray Sawant. He's my good friend. So he has also shared some about the district. Raman sir, who has said about the ISA Maharashtra, ISA Global, the history of the global ISA. So thank you very much. Thanks to all.
And of course, thanks to you, Mr. Vaibhav Narkar. Let's have a big round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the inauguration of exhibition. So I request all our dignitaries, along with all our members from ISA section Maharashtra. It's time for the inauguration of exhibition. Power, Petroleum and Process Automation Meet 2025. We'll do the inauguration of exhibition. The 2-day conference, or we can call as a seminar, Power, Petroleum and Process Automation Meet 2025, ISA Maharashtra section. We would like to thank both our dignitaries, along with that the President, Dr. Upendra Joshi, ISA Maharashtra section. Yes, so I think we have. So it's time for the inauguration of exhibition. Our chief guest, Mr. Vinayak Pai, and our keynote speaker, Mrs. Vidya Desai, along with all the committee members. One more time, thank you so much. Dr. Upendra Joshi, Dr. V.P. Raman, Professor Dattatreya Sawant, Mr. Vaibhav Narkar, Mr. Asif Mullah, along with all our dignitaries. Past President Mr. Niranjan Bhise, thank you so much. Power, Petroleum and Process Automation Meet 2025, ISA Maharashtra section. Now I request everyone to please visit to exhibition. And now we have a small tea and coffee break. And after that, we'll start with our technical session 1. Thank you so much. Check. There is one big announcement. We have found 2 bags, 2 blue color bags, I think. And the name of the bag is Schwitz. I think they came from Taj Vivanta to this exhibition. I request whoever is the responsible for this bag, please contact Mr. Lalit Sir to please take your bag. Thank you. Requesting all our dignitaries to please be settled down. We are going to start our first technical session. A very warm welcome to all. Kindly everyone to please be settled down. The topic of the first technical session is IIoT solution to pervasive sensing. Pervasive. Requesting everyone to please be settled down. While standing, सभी से request है कृपया करके बैठ जाइए. We are going to start our first technical session. So for technical sessions, we have some instructions, and I request Raman sir to please come, and please, whatever information you want to say, please say it.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Request everyone to please come inside. Request everyone to please come inside. We are starting the technical session now. A small note for all the speakers. A small note for all the speakers. Please note that your timing slot is for a duration of 30 minutes, in which 5 minutes will be for the introduction, 20 minutes will be for the technical presentation, and last 5 minutes is for question and answer session from the audience. Is that clear to all of you? Or any doubt, you can always approach us. First 5 minutes is for the introduction, next 20 minutes will be technical session, and the last 5 minutes will be for question answer session. Now I'll hand it over to Reshma.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I hope everyone is done with their tea and coffee. Yes or no? Done with tea and coffee. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, on behalf of ISA Maharashtra, I'm your host and host, Reshma Maekar. Let's start this beautiful morning with a big round of applause, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome each one of present over here. Of course, we'll start our first technical session, and our first technical session's topic is IIoT solutions through pervasive sensing, and the dignitary is with us, our speaker is with us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Swati Maniyar, the Manager Wireless and Digital Marketing Cells, Emerson Process Management. Let's talk about Swati more, first of all. Of course, Swati works for Emerson as Manager Wireless and Digital Marketing Cells with 15 years of experience. She has honed her skills in project proposals, project execution, and frontline sales, currently working as a manager for wireless and digital marketing, Mumbai region, and key account manager for Reliance Industry Limited. If you are talking about her academic background, includes Bachelor of Engineering from Pune University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Swati Maniyar, everyone. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, come on. A very warm welcome to you.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. So, can we begin? Let's begin. Just a bit more down. So, this is our agenda for today. To start with, we'll start with IIoT and digitalization. Here, we will explain in brief on what we mean by IIoT and digitalization. Moving ahead, we will talk more on plant web digital ecosystem. So plant web digital ecosystem is divided in two portions. First will be the wireless system and its connectivity, and further the pre-configured analytics which will help in monitoring the health of the assets which are available in our plant, like steam traps, heat exchangers, and many more, which we will see further in our slides. Then we will talk a bit on wireless HART basics and the sensors. So we will brief on wireless HART protocol, and under sensors we will talk on the complete portfolio available with Emerson. Further, it will be on pre-configured analytics, wherein we will show complete Emerson portfolio under the analytics applications. Then we will go through Emerson's journey in the IIoT world. IIoT and digitalization. So here, if you ask me, IIoT, I feel it all started with IoT. IoT is in the Internet of Things. Now, if we want to relate IoT in our day-to-day lives, the best examples would be Ola, Uber, Swiggy, apps like Zomato. All of these apps, they have helped us tremendously by making our lives easy, because they deliver food, transportation kind of things right at our doorsteps, at a click in our mobile. So, and at the same time, they are very secure in the terms of transaction. So, any solutions in IIoT which can help us in gaining safety, reliability, less emissions in a plant leads to IIoT for process industry. If we are able to achieve these three parameters, then we will surely increase the production cost. In order to achieve this, we have this simple yet effective model of digitalization. These are the four pillars of digitalization: data, connectivity, analytics and data management, and the services. So, data. Now, under data, we know there is a huge data available in our process plants, right? This data acts like a base for the complete system, even when we transfer it to our control systems. And hence, connectivity of this data becomes very important. Choosing the best kind of sensors which are robust and are best in class becomes very necessary, because we would not want a false data to go further ahead into our systems. And hence, one should choose the sensors very wisely. Then comes the connectivity. Now, connectivity can be of any kind. It can be wired, wireless, connectivity in between the business enterprises, or connectivity to the clouds. Irrespective of that, it's necessary that the connectivity is secure and reliable. At the same time, it should be available to us under open proprietary protocols. By doing this, we will not limit ourselves for future scope of expansions in the plant. Then comes the analytics and the data management. Now, once the data is made available, we are not sure if the data is a good data or a bad data. So analytics and data managements have these pre-configured analytics available, which will make this data give the data in a more desired output, and it will help in monitoring the health of the assets. Further, once this data is made available, then we can transfer it to the complex services like the cloud systems. This is the complete extrapolated view of this simple model into the plant web digital ecosystem. Here, if you see in the gray area, this gray area calls for closed loops and the critical loops, which are already available in our plant, which we are following since a long time. The base layer is the data layer, wherein all kind of sensors, wired, wireless, will exist. The pervasive sensing sensors are those sensors which will help us in monitoring the health of these assets. Now here, it is important to understand that the complete data, whichever is there, it is not required in milliseconds. There will be few data or there will be few applications wherein the data which we need is okay to be taken in seconds. Here is where the complete wireless system and its connectivity will kick in. Further, when we move towards connectivity, we have various ways to address various complexities, obstructions, and various distances in the plant. We have wireless gateway, which will talk bidirectionally to the sensors with the help of the wireless HART protocol, and further ahead to the control system with the help of the open protocols which are available with it, like TCP/IP, then Modbus, RS485, OPCDA, and many more. Now, once the data is available in our control room, we can transfer it to the analytics and the data management. Here, the pre-configured analytics will analyze this data and give the desired outputs to us. Now, once the data is here with the pre-configured analytics, we can always further ahead transfer it to the complex systems for the further complex analysis. Here, what we need to understand is that the transfer of the data from top to bottom or bottom to right can be possible in all the possible ways, which means that the transfer from gateway to the pre-configured analytics apps, or the control from the pre-configured analytics apps to the gateway is possible. Moving ahead, let's talk on wireless HART basics and the sensors. These are the various protocols which coexist in our system. Okay, so we have 4 to 20 milliampere. Earlier we had 4 to 20 milliampere. Then it was 4 to 20 milliampere HART. Then we were introduced to foundation field bus, Profibus, and now it is wireless HART. All of these protocols can coexist together in a plant. Now, when we talk about the wireless HART protocol, here if you can see, these are the transmitters in a plant. Each of the transmitter here is connected to each other. None of the transmitter here is talking further ahead to the control room. So, the transmitters, they take in their own data, they take the data of the nearby device, and further they transfer it to the next device. The next device does the same thing, and in this way a self-organized mesh network is formed in wireless HART protocol. So once this mesh network is formed, further the data gets transferred to the control room. In the control room, the wireless HART gateway will act bidirectionally. It will talk bidirectionally to the sensors and to the control room. And this is how we get the data from this wireless HART system. This is about wireless HART protocol. Now, for any protocol, these are the few parameters which become very essential in order to make that protocol a robust protocol. Similar is the case with wireless HART. Wireless HART, it works under a global standard of IC 62591. This is a open standard and can get connected to any DCS, PLCs, SCADAs. They have the capability of outputs like RS-485, Modbus TCP IP, or OPC. This is because of this, they verify for the global standards. Then comes the reliability portion. Now, by reliability, what we mean is that there should be no loss of data. Under this, because of this self-organized mesh network, we can surely say that there will be no loss of data. Further ahead, wireless HART protocol, it works on a license-free band called as ISM band, which is Industrial Scientific Medical Band. Then comes interoperability. Wireless HART protocol, in the wireless HART protocol, the wireless HART gateway can talk to any wireless devices which are under wireless HART protocol, and vice versa. Further is the secure parameter. Now under this secure parameter, these are the parameters which helps making the wireless protocol a secure protocol. Under encryption, the wireless HART protocol is a 128-bit encrypted, it has 128-bit encryption data. Moving ahead, in authentication and verification, here the wireless HART protocol is capable of handling any device's deletion or addition, which means that if there is an addition or deletion in a complete network, this protocol is capable of logging it and at the same time self-organizing itself and not disrupting the network. Then comes anti-jamming. They are not affected by any external jammers. Further, under key management, we have authentication, unique IDs and authentication keys for every transmitters which are assigned. And it is only via these authentication keys that these transmitters can talk to the gateways. Now imagine if there are more than 2 wireless networks available in the plant. Because of this key management, we are able to address this, and we can assure that both the networks will not talk to each other. These are easy to use. Protocols. Reason being, the wireless transmitters, the look, feel of these wireless transmitters are similar to as that of the wired ones. The installation, the manuals, and all the other documentations are all similar to the ones that are available in the wired ones. We do not need any special tools or tackles to handle this. A standard handheld calibrator is more than enough to configure these wireless transmitters in our plant. So this is the pictorial view of our typical wired transmitters in a plant. Now the wired transmitters, if you can see here, all the transmitters wire cabling have gone to the junction boxes. Further ahead, from the junction boxes, it goes into the marshalling panel and then into the control room. Now just imagine the same scenario in wireless. Yeah, so if you see all the wires, they have gone. In this wireless complete system offering, we do not need any kind of wires, okay? That's why we are able to reduce a huge cost of installation. At the same time, the gateways take place into the control room, and the gateway's antenna further ahead goes into the plant, nearer to the wireless sensors. This gateway is capable of handling 200 devices at an update rate of 16 seconds and more. The 781S antenna is capable of handling the distance of 400 meters at one time. And it is intrinsically safe, capable for zone 0 and zone 1. By introducing this newest available gateway with us, we have gone more close to the plant and have achieved better reliability. Oh, let me go back again. I would like to add one point here. Here, all of these wireless transmitters, they do not need I/O cards into the DCS. And at the same time, if there are more than one wireless networks existing in a plant, one single communication card will be enough to address this. This is the typical diagram of the flowcharts wherein there are, this is the conventional one, this is for the wired transmitters, wherein we will need all the drawings and documentations involving all the kind of the wires, the junction box, the marshalling panels. But if you see in the wireless side, all the drawings or the log of the drawings which is required for the wired transmitters and the wired loopings and all is removed. By doing this, we have tremendously reduced the electrical and the engineering efforts. At the same time, the installation of the wireless transmitters can go hand in hand with the mechanical activities which are going on in the plant. Reason being, we do not have to stay dependent on the cable trays or installation of the cable trays or the marshalling panels. Further, this is the complete Emerson portfolio under the wireless sensors. Under process monitoring, we have wireless sensors available in pressure, temperature, level, and flow. While under reliability monitoring, we have various transmitters like the vibration transmitters to determine the vibration of the rotating equipments. Under acoustic transmitters, we can determine the steam trap health and the PSV PRV detections. The discrete signals, discrete switches, the 8-channel discrete transmitters will address MOV operations. Gas monitorings will address the gas leaks under analyzer sections. Then we have corrosion and erosion monitoring to handle the metal loss on a line. Further, this is the thumb adapter, which has the capability to convert the wired 4 to 20 milliampere heart signal into the wireless heart. And hence, for example, if we have wired transmitters available in our plant and we want to convert that protocol also into wireless and get connected to our complete wireless system, the same is possible with the help of this thumb adapter. Moving ahead, let's talk on pre-configured analytics. Now, the pre-configured analytics are application packages which are focusing on the monitoring of the health of the plant assets. These Plant Web Insight applications have relevant time asset monitoring facilities. They can handle various abnormal situation identification well before in time and give us the alarms to take the corrective actions. Then further, they have seamless integration with the complete system available in the plant. They require a minimal configuration. Few inputs are to be given to these pre-configured analytics from the sensors, and the analytics is good to go to help us in giving the health of the assets which are available in the plant. These are our high-value applications. To name a few, to start with steam trap. So the steam trap helps in identifying which steam trap is in a bad condition or in a good condition and helps in reducing the emissions. Further, the apps like pumps, heat exchangers, cooling towers, air-cooled heat exchangers, they help in offering predictive health monitoring. For these apps, we need to enter basic parameters like pressure, temperature, levels, and some parameters of pipes and other raw data. Once the data is given into these pre-configured analytics apps, these apps will then give us the output of all these assets. Moving ahead in the wireless pressure gauge section, sometimes it happens that the look and the feel of a pressure gauge is required in the plant, but the demands of the pressure gauge are more than whatever is available in the market. Like a non-moving mechanical pressure gauge is more preferred, or the overpressure limits required are more higher. This is when the wireless pressure gauge can be of help. Then we also have corrosion monitoring under these high-value applications available with us. Then we have pre-configured analytics for wireless network management. This application stands useful when there are more than one networks of wireless in a plant. The wireless network management app helps in giving parallel identification of various networks which are available in a plant and gives complete data of each wireless network which is present in the plant. Then is a pressure relief valve application. This application will help in PSV PRV detection. Moving ahead, so let's move further. This is the dashboard view of the complete views which are available in our PlantWeb Insight apps. The dashboard view will give a basic view of all the assets. Moving ahead, the asset summary view will help in giving a deep dive on the assets which are not in healthy condition, and then the asset details, which will help in taking the corrective actions. This is Emerson's journey in IIoT world till date. So we are operational in 146 countries and counting more. We have 32,000 plus wireless networks operating globally, and we have 51 Emerson wireless products available with us, and we are counting more in our R&D departments. This is the summary of the complete IIoT solution offering that we have with us under these 4 buckets: safety, reliability, emissions, and production. And hence, we are able to achieve all of these parameters by giving solutions in each of the buckets. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swati.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from anybody? Anybody has got any questions?
Hi, Swati. This is Bhubadi from Honeywell Digital Automation team.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, I want a query on the wireless heart, specifically for the battery-operated devices, right? So how do you see, because specifically wireless heart has issues with, let's say, the battery consumption is high.
Sir, I can't hear you.
For wireless heart, specifically when you use for the battery-operated devices, let's say
Correct.
vibration sensor,
Right.
right? So we see challenges like the battery consumption is high. And
Right.
also, similarly, there are other wireless devices which works on similar band. So we see interferences, right? So how do you see this been improved in Emerson,
Yeah.
the challenges?
Right. So, sir, see, this battery depletion is basically dependent on the factors like update rates and the ambient temperatures. So, we generally suggest these wireless heart applications only for the slow-moving parameters, or wherein, the update rates are not required in milliseconds, but in seconds. And hence, if you are able to keep up the update rate at a higher level, the battery depletion for sure will not get affected, and the batteries will work for, quite a many years. I understand the challenge is there, but because of these update rates, we can handle that.
Thank you very much, madam. Now there is a question from Prasad Damankar.
Yeah. Check.
Hello.
Hi,
Yeah,
sir.
my name is Prasad Dhamankar from Volta Technologies. You mentioned thumb can be used for 4 to 20 milliampere transmitter.
Right.
And so I just wanted to understand whether it is becoming pure wireless, or you will give the power to the transmitter and then you will be doing the wireless.
Yes, sir. See, the standard transmitters are already powered up, right? They are in the wired condition only. So by attaching the thumb adapter, we do not have to give any external power to the thumb adapter. It is a 2-wire device. It will convert the 4 to 20 milliampere heart connection into the wireless heart. Yeah.
And second question was related to pressure gauge, what you mentioned. So you are going to use analog pressure gauge and do the wireless, or you are going to make it a digital representation for that?
No, sir. It's the look of the pressure gauge is in the analog version. The pressure gauge, the sensor inside is a piezoresistive sensor. So it is equivalent to a pressure transmitter, we can say, in short.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have got one more question from Mr. Yakub.
Hello. Yeah.
Hi, sir.
This is Jakob from Sharon Controls. One, I would like to know on what frequency or 1 gigahertz does it work, the wireless?
Yeah, so this works on this ISM band, whose frequency is 24.1 to 24.6 gigahertz, the wireless HART protocol.
Okay, so this is one. And number two, I wanted to ask, you mentioned that there are 51 odd devices what you have, or product total, which
Right.
may be including receiver, transmitter, and other things kind of.
Right.
So is there any possibility that the other devices, which are wireless but not of Emerson, can also be looped into the same network?
Yes, sir. We can, but the transmitters need to be under the wireless HART protocol.
Okay.
And I'm sure, sir, for the other protocols also, what I have heard, there is R&D going on to address those issues also.
Okay. And how do you take care of the interface if there are, you mentioned that if there are two networks working parallel, there will not be any interference.
Right.
But you are mentioning about the Emerson's network or any third-party network? What
No,
you are
sir,
referring
about
to?
the Emerson's wireless network. So, for example, if there are two wireless networks which are working under the wireless HART protocol, so these, these two networks will not talk to each other. I'll come to the third one also, the question that you have asked. So they'll not talk to each other because of the facility of the authentication and the verification that we have under the wireless HART protocol. Further ahead, on the other network, that will not get affected by the other networks because they work on this ISM band. That's why.
Yeah, so already the frequency is different.
Correct, sir. Right. So that is addressed.
So, is there any certified frequency approval taken already for that or no need for that?
Sir, it's an ISM band. So it's an industrial scientific medical band. It's a free license band,
So you
which
mean
is
to say
available to everyone.
Then it has to be 2.4 gigahertz.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we have finished our question answer time. Now, thank you very much, Swati,
Thank
for
you.
the
Thank
excellent
you,
presentation.
everyone.
And those who have got any further doubts, you can approach Swati. She is available here. Please wait, Swati. Please.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Mr. Niranjan Bise, the past president of ISA Maharashtra, to please do the honor for us. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone. Swati Maniar, thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you. Thank you, Niranjan, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next technical session, which is accurate level and profiling for multi-phase process tanks and silo storing powders. And to help this session, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Abhishek Goyal. So we have two directors who's going to come and give the presentation. So first is Dr. Abhishek Goyal, popularly called as a dogpreneur, owning to his background as a gold medalist medical doctor from University of Delhi and MBA from ISB Hyderabad. He's handling a completely different vertical in instrumentation of level and flow measurement started by his father, Dr. Ravindra Goyal. He is willing to serve the society as well, wherein he has been doing charity clinic hours every Saturday as a family physician from the last 11 years. Put your hands together for Dr. Abhishek Goyal, everyone. Along with that, we have Dr. Rajat Goyal. After completing his graduation and BTech as an electronic engineer and MBA degree from SPGen, decided to enter the family managed business with his vision to solve critical issues faced by customer to achieve accurate level and volume measurement alongside a burning problem with respect to slurry density measurement. His dedication towards new product development lead to increased portfolio of solution EIP offers today. Let's have a big round of applause for both our directors, Dr. Abhishek Goyal and Dr. Rajat Goyal. Thodi zordar taali ho jaye, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here in the gathering. Myself, Dr. Abhishek Goyal and Dr. Rajat Goyal.
Good afternoon.
We would like to extend this thank you to ISA Mumbai section for providing us this platform for the presentation. Though I have an introductory slide about ourselves, but ma'am did a great job in explaining our portfolio. So the presentation today is basically on accurate profiling for multiphase process tanks and silos storing powders. But beyond the presentation topic, what we are going to discuss in the 2 days would be basically possibilities for innovation in process plants. And that's what we are here all for. But there is something that I see in 90% of the presentations. For the last 11 years, I have been fortunate enough to give a lot of presentations. And today was nothing different. While for the last half hour, I was going through, looking here and there, I could see 2 or 3 phenomena. The first phenomena is this. There's something that is very often in a stage level presentation. We do have people who are actually interested in the presentation. Then we also have people who are busy with their mobile phones, or they have their schedules, they have their calls, because we are busy professionals. We are spending time from our work schedule. So I want to do justice to that time, and we would want, for the next 30 minutes, we would not make you feel like that. So with this, I start with the first boring part of the presentation, which is the introduction. We've been asked to give a 5-minute introduction. So as explained, this company EIP was started by my father, Dr. Ravinder Goyal. He's currently active in the business, but mostly involved in the networking societies in ISA, IEC, IED Automation, Council of Vibration Specialists. He was also awarded the CEO Excellence Award and Best Expert and Solution Provider by international companies. His passion for innovation is what drives us at EIP, and which led us from a team of 7 people in 1983 to a team of 72 people in the year 2023. Now, we are the second generation. The profile has already been explained. I am a medical doctor. With his passion and my interest, I joined his business after an MBA. And my brother, he is Dr. Rajat Goyal. He's an engineer. He's also in the business. I'm serving charity clinic once in a week every Saturday. Then, to our credit, we have a few dignitaries, like our CEO had a close discussion with Dr. Somnath Saha, who was now the ex-chairman of ISRO. In the year 2023, by the Power Ministry, Shri R.K. Singh ji presented us the Make in India Innovation Award. This was a huge credit to our name being Make in India. And while we were working, somehow this magazine represented our cover story as the top manufacturer of radar for the year 2024. The magazine copy is available at our exhibition booth. These are just few slides about our setup, which is basically 4 factories, 22,000 square feet, electronic card manufacturing, testing, calibration, international standards we follow, training sessions, we have quality control, design, R&D. And what we deliver is basically level, volume, density, flow, and pressure measurement solutions. This is just a small picture of our team. We have also been credited to work with the biggest alumina plant in the world, which is Alba, Bahrain. And we take that as a pride to EIP to have worked with them. And they have been giving us consistently repeat orders. And it's something like an Indian company going abroad. So now our manufactured radars are available in Russia. We have a Russian tie-up wherein we are supplying radars to that company in Russia. These are a few pictures of the 80 gigahertz radar we are supplying to them. And not only do we work, we also invest in the future generation. Like I can see the students over here. So we have training at the EIP campuses. We do give lectures. This is one of the screenshots, pictures from Sharda University, where we gave a lecture on the radar and microwaves. And our customer portfolio includes all the Maharatna, Navratna companies. We are in the EIL Hall of Fame as being the first indigenous manufacturer of radar-level transmitters. We manufacture 2,000 radars a year, 8,000 level switches. These are all boring part of it. We are working wherever there is requirement of level measurement, power, steel, cement, fertilizers. These are few customer feedback reports. I will not bore you further with this. And With this, I turn to accurate profiling for silos storing powders and multi-phase process tanks. Sir, I hope I was in time for the introduction, which was 5 minutes. So before we talk about the solution we are giving, we are talking about technology. So what is the role of technology? Like any technology that we talk about, in our opinion, should serve two purposes for our customer. It should either help them earn money or it should save a customer's money. If any technology which cannot do any of these two purposes, it's called a museum technology. I label this as a museum technology, and that's what a solution should be looked at. So when we talk about solid level measurement, bulk solids and powders, what we are looking at is silos and bunkers. The laser is not very thick, but yes. So if you look at any solid application, what you will see is uneven surface profile and dust. We have never seen in the last, at least I have never seen in the last 11 years, and my dad says the same, we have never seen a solid application which does not have dust and which does not have a uneven surface profile. And what customers are currently using is a single beam technology, like it measures 20 meter, 21 meter, 18 meter, and 17 meters. I personally have visited many customers, and there's a true story. A customer once said, I use the best radar which gives a 2 mm error. I said, wonderful, we also have 2 mm error radars. But if you see this picture, is 2 mm accuracy on a single beam of any importance? It is 18 meter over here. It can be 12 meters here. Even if it shows 19 meters, how does it matter? It's the same thing for a solid application. So we wanted to know what exactly this presents in a, I don't know why this was not showing up. So what we call this as the operator's paradox. In a plant, what is actually representing is basically the operator's paradox. What exactly is an operator's paradox? The customer is having a single beam radar, which is showing 8% of level or volume. And he says, according to my calculations, it should be 44%. He is right, radar is right. So who is wrong? No one is wrong. So what they do is dip measurement. And they maintain a logbook. My question to you is, in the presentation, we are having discussion of AI. We're talking about IIoT. We're talking about various things. But are we doing justice in terms of this we are using in the 21st century? Then there are rat holes present in the silos, which are storing bulk solids and powders. Material is sticking to the corners. People climb the silos. There have been true accidents that have happened. There is a lot of confusion. Then there is predictive stock that is essential today, that how much stock you have in your silos and how much longer it can last. Then obviously this is again a true story wherein, because they were using single beam radars, customer wrote off 520 tons of inventory in one day because of wrong calculation. And it was close to INR 2 crores of value in one day. They have to write off from their books because they were not using a volume technology. Then obviously data analytics, you need accurate data. So where do you get accurate data? If I can measure volume. So the cost of the operator's paradox was you spent money on radar, there were hazards, there were accidents, and still there is no efficiency. Still you are struggling. So what exactly is the situation in a control room? This is the situation. I have seen many control rooms, and this situation is because of hundreds of different things. But one of the reasons is, what is the accurate level? So we dig deep down how to solve this problem. So when we saw solid level measurement, we said there are 3 basic challenges. First, I've already discussed, which is the uneven surface profile. Second is dust, and third is maintenance. So we started targeting each challenge independently. So to challenge angle of repose, what we essentially need is multi-point measurement. We need a system which can work in dust without purging, and it should be a trouble-free, maintenance-free solution. So we presented the world's first multi-beam radar. And this is basically the radar which measures at 5 points inside the silo and shows the customer the accurate level and volume. I will skip this slide and actually move on to a video which actually
Using a single beam
explains
radar may not
what
be a smart
exactly it does.
decision. You
It's
can
just a
take for
summary of what
silos
I have
storing
been
bulk
telling you for the
solids
last
and powders
couple of
due
minutes
to
or 4-5
uneven
minutes.
profile of material inside the silo,
And
leading to high
this
errors
just
on
shows that
volume.
what exactly we are able
Our
to achieve.
3D radar, measuring at multiple points inside the silo, provides you a real-time volume and mass of material
From a
inside the
volume which
silo
was
with
error
very
having
high
this much
accuracy.
error, we have moved on to
And
this
that's
error.
not all. The
And
user
this is a software view.
interface
You can
sitting in the
actually
control
see the
room
level at
also
different points.
provides
You
you
can see the 3D
maximum,
profile.
minimum,
This is what the
average
operator sees
level,
on the screen.
volume and real-time 3D profile of the material inside the silo without limitation on diameter.
So now the technology behind this is all technical data I can discuss in the exhibition stall, but what is important is when you have multiple points of radar in the silo, what is the problem is how do you prevent the cross interaction, and that is where the patent of this technology is the MIMO technology, which is multiple input and multiple output. And then obviously we have the patent algorithm which shows you all the profiling and everything. And obviously we use the high frequency 140 gigahertz radar because it works in dusty atmosphere and has a high power beam. So these are some screenshots of actually real-time customer installations. This is just an answer to dust. We had a customer who had 10 mm of cement sticking to the surface, and the sensor was working perfectly. We were surprised to see the sensor. We were surprised. So it works in dust. Then we have installations in polypropylene silos. Customer has been giving us repeat orders. We call this the clinker revolution, wherein we have a target that in the next 5 years, all the clinker silos in India should have a 3D radar technology to solve their accurate inventory problems. Then obviously you have the solution in terms of predictive stock. Then we moved on to how can we provide our customers more accuracy, and we moved to this solution, which is the world's first from 5 beam to now 64 beam radar. So instead of 5 beams, we measure at 64 points inside the silo. The result was simple. We had an error which was less than 1%. And to show you, this is actually what the customer achieved in their silos. This is the live feed from a customer, which shows the actual tonnage, and it shows the beams, and you can see the number of points we are measuring. And this is where MIMO comes in. Multiple input, multiple output. How do I handle 64 beams inside a silo? These are some screenshots. And this is, again, an application story. Again, the answer to dust. And then we obviously had a technology solution wherein
At
instead of
EIP,
having
we
64 points,
understand the
we have
challenges of
also
level
launched a
measurement
device
for
which
bulk
can measure at
solids and
200
powders
points.
stored in silos,
It's called a
bunkers,
robot radar,
domes,
which
and
is basically
stockpiles.
rotating and capturing
We
points.
believe in a comprehensive solution, so we introduced the world's first 3D robot radar level and volume measurement system. Working on a high frequency of 140 gigahertz, integrated
So it's basically
seamlessly
moving
with
and rotating and
advanced
capturing
algorithms.
multiple points.
The 3D
The
robot
result is the
radar
same. We get a
scans and
real-time
measures
volume.
level at multiple points
So
across.
now I would like to hand over, after I've solved the customer problem for solid application, I would like to hand over the mic to Dr. Rajat Goyal for discussion on accurate profiling for multi-phase process tanks. Thank you so much.
Laser कहाँ से?
Laser center.
Thank you, Abhishek. Now we have gone through how we have to measure, give a 3D profile for solid applications. We have a solution for liquid application also, wherein we provide profiling for multi-phase liquids, interface liquids. What is the typical problems we face generally with the interface of multi-phase liquids? Generally, it's for oil application, wherein we have different sand, oil, water, foaming in a single tank, like a desalter or a subsea separators. So we have typical problems like flexibility by the user, inability to diversify in crude oil, mixing of crude oil, unit reliability, shutdown costs, then there's fouling, then there's corrosion, then there's carryover of emulsion, and there's carry under of water in oil. These are some of the findings we have for the conventional technologies used in multi-phase measurement. Like we have different technologies, DP type, then guided wave, float type. We have different technologies wherein these technologies are used for multi-phase interface measurement. But these technologies, when used, they have their own problems. Like there's carryover of emulsion in the oil streams. Then there's carry under problem. Then there's corrosion problem in tanks. So for this, we introduced a different technology. It's a nucleonic-based technology. It measures the density. Basically, what happens is there are two pipes running in the desalter or a subsea separators. The laser is not working. So there are two pipes. In one pipe, there's a GM detectors, and other pipe, there's a source. So basically, why we are using GM detectors? Because in GM detector, they are quite small in size, and we can combine them in series and get a profile. What happens is when there's a material changes in between the two pipes, the density changes. And in accordance to that, the different densities, we get different layers of material, and we can generate a profile out of it, like this. For this technology is a unique part developed by Treseco. It's a UK-based company. And some of these applications of this technology are oil and water separators, then slug catchers, degassers, desalters, in refineries, multi-phase settling tanks. And this, because why we are using this technology? Because it's a bespoke type technology. It's a custom made for customer. You give us your problem, we will solve it with this technology, customize the solution accordingly. And then it's a low maintenance. Customer gets a real-time data, what is happening inside their desalters, subsea separators. This is a real-time picture of how we get the data of this profiler. As you can see, we have different water, then different sludges. On the top, we have oil, different profiles we get. This is a small video. Yeah. It's a small video which gives us a glimpse of what exactly is happening with a profiler and how it's good for measurement in desalters, subsea separators. Awaz. Can you voice? These are some of the problems which customers face because of the wrong type of technology being used in separators. With this technology, we get exactly different types of layers formed inside. In fact, this technology can be used for different pressure and different temperatures. And in fact, we are using GM type detectors because temperature fluctuation doesn't affect the GM type of detector. As you can see in this, you get exactly how much is the emulsion, how much is the water, how much is the solid content, that is sand, and then how much is the oil. And it's approximately 0.5 to 1% accurate for all the profiles shown. To summarize, this technology provides us the enhanced understanding of the process, then reduces the shutdown time, then chemical dosing is being used to clear out the material. Then this saves a lot of cost when we use this type of a technology. It's a one-time cost. We are investing in a nucleonic type technology, but the returns in long time, it's very phenomenon compared to the technology conventional technology which we use. Then increased production, reduction in shutdown cost again, and improved site reliability engineering. This is one of the case studies in Alaska. This is second biggest refinery wherein this profiler was installed. As you can see, customer got a proper report of how much sand was there, how much water was there, how much emulsion was there, how much oil was there, and foam formation, how much foam formation took place. And based on this performance of this profiler in they procured around 10 numbers of this in different refineries which came up. As you can see, you get a proper profile over it. So this is the technology for multi-phase measurement. Thank you.
And so lastly, like this is just the culture of a company. So we at EIP say how we serve our customers. It's we don't talk about our products as much as we speak about our customer problems. This is what makes us different and allows us to find a solution rather than sell a product. And that's what day one when we joined our businesses, we were taught just two things by our father. Technology came afterwards. We were just taught two things in business. You may be selling a product. We may be selling a product. But end of the day, what is the result is a solution. And we should have that mindset from a solution perspective. So that's all from our side. I hope we did justice to time and we did not bore you with too much of data.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you,
Thank
ISA, for providing this
Thank you.
opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Also.
Thank you very much, Rajat, and thank you very much, Abhishek. Thanks for the presentation. Any questions anybody has got? Anybody having any questions?
Sir,
yeah,
sir.
there is one gentleman there.
In your face separation system which you just shown.
Voice.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Now we can.
In your face separation which you had shown, the face separator, the last presentation.
Yeah, liquid interface, multiface, yeah.
The multi-phase. Do you have protection against the agitated vessel? Because sometimes it's agitated and then the settling takes place. Question number 1. And question number 2 is, what are the alternative material of construction of your pipe?
I didn't get the second question.
Material of construction is available.
So this is what I told you. It's a bespoke type of a technology. So it is developed in accordance to your application. So it's completely customized. So MOC, what you told, it can be different MOCs we have. Titanium also we can do. In fact, if it's a very critical application, we can do titanium. In fact, we can do any temperature, any pressure. It depends on, bespoke is basically customized. It's tailor-made according to your application. So this is a profiler made, tailor-made according to your application. And that's what answers your first question also, what you told, if there's an agitator there, or there's an agitation there. So it depends on how we have to install this, and you have to give us all the parameters and the drawings of the, basically the tank or the desalter. So based on that, we can suggest exactly how we have to install, because there are, like I told you, 2 dip pipes are there. Basically, one consisting of detector, one consisting of the source. So different, like we have 4 pipes also to increase the accuracy of that. And if there's very critical material sticking over it, so generally we use a 3-pipe type of a mechanism wherein 2 pipes has a GM tubes and all connected in series. One has a sources. So it's a tailor-made solution. We can do that.
Thank you very much. Anybody has got any question? Yeah.
Yeah. I had a question regarding your multi-point radars. So the application which you were showing in your slides, mostly the powder or the solid material was...
Sir, your voice is not clear.
Yeah, the powder or the solid material was unevenly distributed in the silo. So none of these applications were using any of a vibration settling mechanism.
I didn't get your question last part again. The vibration as in?
To settle the solid material.
Okay, so that's a typical problem, sir. We've had products in the industry which actually settle, but really vibration is used for sticking. It cannot be used for evening out the material.
That's correct.
The profile will always remain uneven. So we need this measurement solution. Now coming to part of sticking also, what we have seen as a result is when you use vibrators, it reduces the lifespan of the structure. And there have been technology investments to not reduce the lifespan, but we've seen generally that doesn't work. So what essentially we can provide is, we can provide the profile, we can provide the rat hole. So at least they can take a timely shutdown before it is too late.
Next part of my question was about the signal. How exactly this signal is transmitted? Is it like over a bus?
Signal, basically, you're talking about the communication with the...
Communication, yeah.
Yeah, so communication, right now we are using the RS-485 Modbus communication for the profiling. And we do have the standard 4 to 20 milliamps for the DCS and with HART for the DCS and PLC connection for interlocking. And we also have something we have developed. So customers started asking us, we want level, we want volume, we want maximum level to our DCS. So right now, currently, we are able to generate even 3 or 4 4 to 20 milliamps output from the same instrument. Using additional hardware, we can generate output for level, we can generate output for volume, we can generate output for maximum level also. So that's
the 4 to 20 milliamp for level, what does it really represent? Because it's...
Okay, so again, that's what I said. So what happens is, it's a good question. So 4 to 20 milliamps, if you don't ask me, I will give you average level. So average level gives you volume, you can convert to volume. We can also do a volume. What I mean by volume, if it's a conical bottom silo, so the level, average level is not equal to average volume. So you can have two different photos. So 12 milliamperes may be average level, but average volume may be only 10 milliamperes. So you can get either of two. If you want both, you can have both because we have two additional. Now customers started asking us, we want tripping when the maximum level is reaching. So we have generated a third output for maximum level, which is just the peak. So they can actually trip their system at maximum level.
Thank you very much. We will take one more question. Anybody has got a question?
Hello. This is Rohit from Tata Consulting Engineers. My question is, you talked about the 5 beam and 64 beam for solid measurement. How do you avoid the beam measuring the beams falling on the wall?
Okay. Okay. So what essentially, actually I missed that point in the presentation maybe. So what essentially happens is we have to go into the how we configure the system. So when we configure the system, we actually put in the geometry of the silo and the position of the 3D sensor. So it's like if in this room, I come in with closed eyes and you tell me the chairs are in front of you and the stage is at back of you. Even with closed eyes, I know I may be able to go back only 10 steps. So that's how the system is. We give the system the position where it is. System already knows where I send the beams, and the system knows the wall. So whatever signals are touching the wall are automatically neglected. So there was, in this video, I'll show you in the exhibition booth also, if you see, there was a slide where I was showing you 64 beam radar material going up and down. If you would have noticed carefully, the number of beams were changing. When the material was to higher level, it was measuring at around 50, 60 points. But when the material reached to lower level, it was measuring only at 20, 25 points. The reason was some beams were touching the actual wall and they were neglected from the measurement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So both Rajat and Abhishek are available. They have got a stall, EIP stall here. Any further questions can be taken up with them directly. Now one important announcement. As indicated by our president, there is an award for all the delegates who are visiting all the stalls. You will be provided with a form like this. There are 31 stalls. Please visit the stalls. Get acknowledgement from the stall owner that you have visited them. And once you fill up this form in totality, there is a box kept outside.
After 3 o'clock.
Up to 3 o'clock, there is a box kept outside. Please drop this paper in the box. So this lucky winner is entitled to get award. Please don't miss this opportunity. Awards are very good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And now I request Mr. Krishna Mansure to please come and do the honor for us.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Rajat Goyal and Mr. Abhishek Goyal. Thank you so much for your valuable time and all the information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving forward to our next technical session, which is held by two our speakers. The topic of the session is Total Oil IIoT and Cybersecurity Based Automation and Digitization Solution. And to take this session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Samir Pikle. I hope I'm pronouncing right. Yeah. The National Sales and Marketing Head. So let's talk about Samir sir more. So Samir has 27 years of extensive experience in industrial automation, manufacturing and infrastructure, IT solution, sales, business development, advanced analytics software and asset performance management software and service sales. Along with that, we have Mr. Siddharth Mehendare, Director Projects. And let's talk about Siddharth sir more. Microverse Automation has indigenously developed India's first DCS automation technology. Microverse is a pioneer of developing India-made process automation solution for chemical, pharmaceutical, oil and gas, power plant, WTP Industries. Microverse has also developed solution for improving productivity with simplistic tools and minimum technological investment, remote monitoring and control and other IoT applications. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for two our dignitaries or speakers. Thodi zordar taaliyan ho jaye everyone. Big round of applause.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. We are from Microverse. I'm Samir, colleague joined by Siddharth here.
Hi, everybody.
Just before we start our presentation, we'd like to ask our dignitaries here to stand for our national anthem, if you can, please. Thank you. Yes, everybody here is feeling that pride in India in your hearts beating. We just like to introduce ourselves. I'm Samir, and this is Siddharth. We are from Microverse. We are the only indigenous manufacturers of DCS, PLC, and a whole lot of solutions that we would like to cover today. This journey so far I'd like to present in a brief way, and then hand it over to Siddharth for technical presentation. So this journey started off somewhere around 1989. So it's a 35-year journey. The founders were typically and still active in R&D, and they started this company with only one mission, that was to develop technology in India and cater to not just Indian clients, but across the globe, and that we are now fulfilling. So that's how we started our journey in '89. Around '91, we got our first breakthrough, a large chemical plant, around 7,000 IOs. Did process solutions, application for core process, typically in distillation columns. We have been doing and implementing solutions for chemicals for over the last 20-25 years now in a lot of chemical core processes. Around 2005, we got a landmark order from Department of Atomic Energy from Heavy Water Board. It's the largest installation till to date for us, 24,000 IOs, triple redundant system. And with this, I mean, we got a feather in the cap in the sense that still the systems are live, working, and not a day of shutdown. In 2016, we started off with a solutions-driven approach. As I said, we are very proud being a technology-driven company. We don't go around saying that we have a product, we want to box it into any particular application that you have. We rather take your feedback and customize our solutions to it, both in terms of hardware, software, or any other requirements that you come from. So around 2016, we got a chance to work with one of the leading oil and gas company called Total. In that application that we did, from say JT to the cloud, we were able to design solutions not just to cater to their core applications on DCS and PLCs, but also gave them customized applications on web dashboards, a lot of other technologies that were involved. And in this, we will be detailing, Siddharth will be giving you a detailed presentation on how that application has been implemented and what all has gone into it. 2018, we partnered with Hitachi. It's a technical collaboration. We're trying to develop some modern open source kind of solutions going forward. One thing that I would like to request was that this Hitachi came to us in asking us to become their system integrators. Rather, we asked them to test our systems and check out and let us know what feedback they had. And the solution, the hardware product that we sent across to the Tokyo labs came out in flying colors after 27 type tests that it had gone through. And we have a vouch from a Japanese company which is leading in quality, that our quality practices and manufacturing practices that we follow are at par with any of the MNCs today. And henceforth, they would like to promote our DCS in Southeast Asia. So vouch from a Japanese company pioneering in quality. 2023, we got a largest order in chemical. We have the Garda team here, Raju Shinde and his team. They evaluated us for a greenfield project that was coming up in Saika. 16,500 IOs on a single bus, complete redundant system. Along with that, as I said, since we had implemented Total Energy solutions in Mangalore here in India, and that sustained for last 7 to 10 years, we got a good opportunity to work with them again for 3 more projects in South Africa, for which we did their entire terminal automation. And again, as I said, sensor to cloud complete solutions. Recently, we have been implementing 2 more big, large projects, around 8,000 IOs for Sohar Titanium in Oman, and Tamam in SIL for around 12,000 IOs. So we are going global. We need more support for our technology and the solutions that we provide. So as I said, we are at the core very technology-driven company. We started off with manufacturing DCS and PLCs right here in Pune. Complete manufacturing happens here. Only semiconductor chips are getting imported from US or Germany till date. Hopefully, in the next 5 to 7 years, we'll have enough semiconductors getting manufactured in India to make this a totally indigenous solution that we provide. Besides that, we are also providing solutions in cell voltage monitoring. We have our own set of isolators and barriers, which we typically use in hazardous areas. We have our own SCADA on top of it. So we are very proud in trying to develop whatever technology is required to complete our whole set of portfolio of solutions that we normally implement during our applications. Now we have entered into IoT solutions. Predictive analytics, we have now tied up with even IIT Mumbai to give you predictive and preventive maintenance kind of solutions on top of the SCADA, typical SCADA and asset management solutions that we provide. And of course, we are also working with oil and gas companies as well as chemical companies to give them very specific terminal automation solutions. Typical verticals that we cater to, we have been very proud in saying that our solutions have been tested in very reliable and rugged our applications like power, where ruggedness and reliability and availability is much more important. In complex, I would say, applications like in core process in exothermic reactions in chemicals, nitration, sulfuric acids, and hydrogenations, as a matter of fact. Besides that, we have started implementing across verticals in sugar, ethanol, bioethanol. Besides that, in pharmaceutical, obviously, since we are doing chemical plants, we also cater to solutions on the periphery, that is utilities, water treatment, And in power plants, we also do energy management. These are some of our proud clients. We've been working and striving hard to get all these clients on board. Right from oldest client being Apcotex and Deepak Nitrate with us for last 20 years. Recent ones would be Garda, UPL, Make Money in Chemicals. Recent acquisitions like NTPC for power plants. Steel, Ferro in the Eastern Belt, Tata Steel, Sarda, SMEL. Across the board, we are working with, as I said, Heavy Water Board in government. Many companies. We are again proud to provide solutions not just in India. We are working with companies in Europe, typically in metals. Nystra and Arobase, Belgium, Bulgaria. We have been able to counter even the Germans for that matter and provide solutions more cost effective and in technology current. As I said, 35 years, strength to strength, going strength to strength only on 3 pillars: technology, quality, and service. We don't compromise. We take this quality and service very seriously. And that's where our forte is, trying to become a solution-driven company and offer you solutions rather than just push our boxes. So that's how the DCS looks like. You can visit our stalls and have a greater feel and look and feel of the product. But just a few pointers, just want to highlight before we go on to actual presentation about the application that we are talking about. Highly advanced controllers with very specific high-end processors with high clock speeds, great amount of memory. This is one of the, I'll say, unique points that we have. Unlimited licensing. We don't restrict you on any of the custom, typically on screens, history, or any of the license tags. No Windows upgradation cost. Very transparent in terms of licensing policies right from the beginning. Whenever there is a typical, Microsoft typically releases its versions every 5 years. Now its average come down to 3 years. We don't come back to you and say that, OK, since Microsoft has changed its version, you'll have to change the version of the DCS as well. We don't believe in that. So we provide complete cost saving in terms of Windows upgradation. Conformal coating, again, is by default. Don't have a separate family of controllers cards for that matter. Dedicated customer support for every account, I would say, from Pune right here, as well as we have developed now ecosystem of system integrators who can reach out to you and help you either troubleshoot the solutions or any services that are required just near your plant. Totally manufactured in Pune. I would like to highlight this with a case study that we had was that during COVID times, we typically had delivery periods staggered across nearly, not most just weeks, it was nearly years together. And we are the only company which, as I said, has total control on manufacturing right here in Pune. And that was evident in supplying a system for Tatas. At that time, we commissioned the entire 3000 IO furnace project for them in 6 weeks flat. And there was a vouch from Tata's management saying that that's what the whole idea of Make in India is, and it's not a hollow slogan. And I'm proud here, standing here today and saying that, yes, we are the flag bearers of Make in India, when the Make in India phrase was not even coined. So that's about it. Meticulous quality control practices. This is on 100% basis. We don't do typical type tests, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. We normally go and very serious about, as I said, qualities. Our cards, controllers that get manufactured in Pune and are shipped out of are etched with a code, and all tests that they undergo during the procedures that they are followed during manufacturing are documented and available to any of the clients visiting us during their flat, and is handed over as a documentation to for tracing any of the card that goes live into their systems. Extremely cost competitive. We are very cost conscious as a society in India. So I would say we had a slogan earlier. We used to call it DCS at the price of PLC. We don't want to reiterate that. But yes, we have good price control over the manufacturing that we do. And on the 2 points, as I said, unlimited license and Windows upgradation, we are the lowest, in terms of total cost of ownership over a period of life cycle of any of the applications that are deployed.
These are certain specs. I'd like to highlight the specs, but you can always visit our stalls and get more details about our products in terms of the applications. This is the, I would say, this is the architecture that we follow. I'll hand it over to Siddharth to explain it and take it forward here. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Siddharth. I work on two things. One is projects, and then the second part is, of course, technology development, since that is primarily the focus of what we do at Microverse. And it's always difficult following up with these guys because they say yes to everything what the customer wants, and then we need to go actually and develop it from level 1 to level 4. So before we actually start off with the total case study that I want to talk about, I wanted to discuss this. This is the standard model. Some call it the Purdue model. It is also a part of IEC 62443 in various aspects. So we primarily began our development at level 1. So we did level 1 and then level 2 subsequently on that. And that is where we stayed for a long time. So our DCS started with at these two levels. And that is where we did extremely critical process control for various different industries and of pretty big sizes, right? And then slowly we started realizing that it is not going to be sufficient anymore to stay at that level because now it is going to be a very pervasive technology. And in fact, though this was, I think, published in 2007, and it's 2024 already, my personal forecast or view on this is that this model is slowly going to start to collapse because you're not going to have such distinct levels anymore. And all that cloud and all those edge analytics, all those gateways are going to start collapse down to maybe level 0 itself. And we're not going to have so many different levels going forward. That's my personal forecast. But what we've already started doing is that we have started to build what IEC 62443 talks about, conduits and zones. So we've started bridging those gaps going forward. So our DCS now comes with APIs which talk to level 4 or level 3 at least, and level 1 integrates with level 4. So that is essentially where our technology development is focused on right now, and that is where we are heading, where we are trying to merge this and collapse this into a much more unified playing field rather than having such distinctions. There's in fact an ARC report which came out 2 years ago, and they visualize the automation industry. I don't mean to preach to the subject matter experts over here, but I'm just quoting what they have in the report, is that automation is going to be like going into a supermarket now, that I'm going to get the sensors for somebody, the protocols for somebody else, the DCS, maybe the IO cards from another vendor, and then finally you integrate all of these levels together. So that is where our technology is focused on, even though we are proud as a DCS manufacturer PLC, but we are quite focused on all these higher levels as well. So finally going to the topic at hand, this is just a very brief snapshot of what we did at Total Energies. So Total Energies is a French oil and gas giant, right? And we essentially, the reason why we bring this topic up or why we brought this case study up is because we covered almost all of those layers at Total. And then we went ahead and did a lot of other technology development as well. So Microverse, and we are very proud of this fact that we are not a products company. Even though we say that we manufacture DCS, we have never gone with a catalog and said that this is the products and let's see how it fits the solution, fits the application. We are a solutions company where we have tried very hard to develop certain very critical and specific solutions at absolutely every single level and every single project for that matter that we have operated on. So we did automation, digitization, cybersecurity. Even though I've been developing IoT protocols myself for the past 3 years, I still don't understand that term. Very honestly, it is used in all possible respects and it is used for all possible cases. But let's say that it is an IIoT application as well. So the project actually, the area is pretty interesting. So it starts from the jetty. So you have the ship coming in carrying propane, butane, and there's blending at the jetty. Of course, a lot of safety systems, and then it is transported over a cross-country pipeline to the main plant, where you have these 6 huge hot spheres, and then there is the processing for that, the dispensing for that, the blending for that. And of course, being an oil and gas project, there are too many safeties involved, all zone 0, zone 1 level safeties, gas injection systems, fire pump house, and the MCC related to that. So we started off over here at the jetty, and we crept our way to the main plant, where we did the complete automation of solution for that. So at the jetty, what we did was we did the obvious parts of the ratio control, the blending of propane, butane, and the processing of that, and the handling and the storage of that. And as a DCS, that is still quite a straightforward task to be done, right? The challenging part over here was to how to get the two systems, which are located almost 8 kilometers away, to communicate. Now, there are already a lot of protocols in place, and you have already a lot of devices, I feel, bought-out devices for that matter, which can solve this problem for you. But given the geography, the topography, and the challenges involved with even something practical like the local population and how much they allow you to lay maybe cables or routers or whatever it is, we had to go through all possible communication protocols for this. So we started up with the GSM GPRS band, then we went into SIM card-based connectivity, we tried Wi-Fi, we tried even fiber optics, and finally we settled on 2-3 very specific RF transmitters, which were installed at both locations and a repeater in between. And the most interesting part about this was how to get redundancy involved in even RF communication. So we managed to get that, and we also managed to develop a bunch of other protocols. So they actually act like a correction method, like you have multiple. Oh, I was just getting started. You have a correction method to check which protocol is going from where, right? And then we got to the main plant where we did the standard part of, like, once the LPG, propane, butane come in, then there's processing for that, there is blending for that, there is dosing, and of course the handling and the safety instruments for that. Interestingly, we integrated a SIL3 HEMA safety system as well for this. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump through most of the things and come to the last bit of what I'm trying to cover. And we developed, at the end of it, we developed quite a very interesting architecture at the end of the day, right? The challenging this part is, and of course, the most challenging part is the 10% retention. I feel nobody talks about that in the automation industry, but that is the biggest technical challenge everybody faces in any project. But the situation over here was that Total is a French company, and they have headquarters in France and Singapore, and they wanted to get the data out from their main DCS and all the peripherals into their servers outside. Now, once you start integrating, like you said, from sensor to the cloud, so you start integrating this data to the cloud, that becomes a big problem because it's an oil and gas plant. And even though there are a lot of standards and a lot of conventional methods, we again managed to develop some very unique solutions over there. So we ended up with a very, very interesting architecture for Total. So you have this plant-wide network, right? And the D in DCS is for distributed. So these controllers that you're seeing at the bottom are actually redundant controllers with redundant I/O buses and redundant Ethernets and redundant power supplies in flame-proof enclosures or in JBs in the field, which are communicating over a redundant fiber optic network throughout the plant. There are multiple such systems, but they all integrate into a seamless DCS network. You have multiple such engineering and operating stations at each of these levels or even local touchscreen HMIs. You have a HEMA SIL3 at the end. You have a HEMA SIL3 system as well, and a bunch of other third-party integrations done over there. Now, the interesting part was the border over there. So you have the typical solutions like firewalls and DMZ and all that. But we developed our own solutions for getting the data out on a non-IP-based protocol. So we got the data out actually on an analog protocol. We recreated the database outside over there. So outside of your OT network, we recreated the database, then connected internet to it, and then send the data to the cloud. So that gave us an extreme level of confidence that since there was no Ethernet or IPs involved in the two applications, there was no question of any intrusion or intrusion detect systems for that matter. Once we got the data out, we got really creative with it. So we did the standard things of the dashboards and mobile apps and tablets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then we got really creative with the cloud solution. So Total came back to us, and they asked us to develop some apps for it, like for maintenance or lockout timeouts, or the permit systems is also digitized even before COVID at Total Energies. Then they asked us to develop shift handover procedures. So like what happens when an outgoing operator hands over the shift to an incoming one, right? And so we developed a whole suite of apps. This was very interesting because the French made a checklist for the shift handover. Then the Indian guys came in and they said that what is the guarantee that the guy coming in is actually following the checklist? So they asked randomized questions on the app about the plant status, which the guy had to fill in when coming in every shift. And if the answers were right, only then was the shift transferred. So we built these solutions on the cloud as well. And then it pretty much transferred into a product where we have a host of other cloud solutions which integrate seamlessly with our DCS, right from any ERP integrations or any process KPIs, all the standard stuff that you see everywhere in the world. But the application was very interesting because we were developing specific solutions to solve their very specific problems rather than giving generalized products. right? Interestingly, we did win an award for this concept in 2022 in London. It is the Stevie's Award that we won. We won the third place for that. And this concept and the technology that we've developed over here was very, very well appreciated at this forum as well. Right, so that's it from my side. Just a quick point that we started off the presentation with the national anthem, but I also want to just reinforce the concept or the mission that we are on. So we always say that Microverse is not a business. We are not a company, we are a mission. And we want to develop good technology in India that we as a community, we as Indians feel proud of, and then we can finally export to the world rather than being an importer of technology at this point. Right? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for having us over here. Right.
Thank you very much, Samir and Siddharth. Any question? Anybody has got any question? Yeah, DP Shah is there.
I'm DP Shah from Thyssen Group.
Hello, sir.
Do you have any cybersecurity certification for this system?
So Achilles and 62443 is in process right now for the systems or the web solutions right now. And there are two. So we are actually, interesting question because the standard ones like 62443 and Achilles are being worked on right now. But the government of India has launched its own stack, which is called as DRDO's DPIIT stack right now. So that is actually on the final stages of completion right now. So in a month's time, I'll have a different answer to this.
Thank you very much. We are fighting against the time, so we'll not be able to take any further questions. But both Samir and Siddharth, they are available here. They have got a stall. Anybody has got any question can visit their stall and please go and discuss with them. Thank you very much, Samir, and thank you very much, Siddharth.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Joshi to please come and do the honor for us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir. Thank you so much, Mr. Siddharth, for your valuable time. Let's have a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, our German delegates are here, and to introduce them, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Upendra Joshi, President, ISA Maharashtra Section.
So good afternoon.
No, sir, it's not working.
Good afternoon.
Check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to introduce our Indo-German Chamber of Commerce delegates who have joined here for the PPPA. So I welcome all the delegates on the stage, please.
Let's welcome our German delegates. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Let's welcome. Very common in India.
It's very difficult to pronounce the names, so I request them to introduce themselves. Sorry for that.
Okay, hello everybody. We've been invited to this conference and it's a great honor for us to speak in front of you. We are from Germany, from the federal state of Baden-Württemberg, which is the cradle of German machinery industry, and we all do represent companies from there. And we are very happy that we can introduce ourselves with our name and the company. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over.
I'm Jörg Auschenberger. And I am experienced in metal forming, sheet metal forming. And based on my whole experiences, I founded a startup the last few years, which is called Morgenwerk. We develop every items and devices for Industry 4.0, and well, that's it.
Hello, thank you for hosting us. I'm Sandra Rohner and I'm head of the AI Alliance in Baden-Württemberg.
My name is Ebert Rauschnabel. Thank you for the kind reception here. We have a tube forming company. It's called Tube Form Tech, and we do forming of tubes, hot and cold. So we come from Germany, southern Germany, near Karlsruhe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Rauschnabel and I'm working in the same company. My part is marketing and human resources.
I would like to extend heartfelt thank you to ISA for allowing us to be a part of this. I work at the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce in my capacity as a Western Region Director. We are hosting this important delegation and thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now you can visit the...
So one more time, very common in India. We get S in hand. I am hope everyone is fine. Thank you so much. Yeah. Moving forward to our next technical session is about holistic cyber security monitoring for OT system. And to present this presentation, I would like to call upon stage Ajdin Barucha, Cyber Solution Manager, Honeywell India Limited. Let's talk about Ajdin sir more. Ajdin Barucha is a seasoned OT professional from Honeywell, having 17 years of experience in industrial controls and 4 years in the OT cybersecurity domain. He currently leads cybersecurity solution for Honeywell India. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Barucha. Thodi zordar taali ho jaye, everyone.
So good morning, everyone. It's a real honor to be at the PPPA Meet 2025. Like she introduced, I am Ajdin Barucha. I have been an old-timer at Honeywell, and currently I look after the cybersecurity solutions, especially for the OT segment for Honeywell. So without further ado, the topic today is cybersecurity monitoring. And we are using the word holistic, right? Because we want to cover it in totality. We do not want to miss any segment or any section which is unmonitored or unregulated. So let's look at the challenges today in OT cybersecurity. In today, especially globally and even in India, there is a lack of consistent frameworks and standards for OT cybersecurity. Many industries are following their own sectoral frameworks, sectoral standards, like CEA, Central Electric Authority, has their own frameworks. The Oil and Gas Ministry follows certain frameworks, right? Many industries, private and public pillars, follow ISA, they follow NIST. But there is no one guiding framework or a diktat for OT cybersecurity today in India or even globally. There's also a lack of visibility, asset visibility, and continuous monitoring. Because our OT systems are so varied, right? You may have a 15-year-old PLC running with the latest DCS, or you may have a variety of protocols. You know, you may have a Honeywell system, you may have a Siemens system, you may have a Yokohama system, you may have a Schneider system. So how do you really monitor and really evaluate the cyber threats on such a myriad list of systems on your network is another challenge. And as per me, the biggest challenge today is the lack of OT cybersecurity professionals, right? Because this is kind of a niche field where you need some amount of IT experience, networking experience, as well as you need to know the core OT. You need to know what is a controller, how it works. You need to know what is a PLC. You need to know the frameworks. You need to know the different products, protocols, right? So this is a niche skill where we are sitting kind of on the border between IT and OT, and you have to have also a security mindset. And this is the biggest challenge. We see that there is a 3 million dearth of cybersecurity OT professionals in the world today. So with these challenges, how do we really monitor our network? Now, this session is not aimed at protection or defense. It is more on monitoring, so we'll go ahead with that. This is a recommended framework at Honeywell, which we recommend, and it is very generic. There are no Honeywell products or solutions here, but this is a recommended framework or a recommended roadmap any customer or any OT asset owner can follow to secure their systems. right from having regular CSVA audits, cybersecurity audits, to taking action on those audits, protecting their assets using using antivirus, using hardening, using application whitelisting. Then you move further ahead to the recommended area where you have continuous monitoring. You have asset inventory management, you have a SIEM solution, and then finally to the advanced where you are having penetration testing and you have an OT cyber operations center, right? So this is just a journey, and the line at the bottom is very important that every asset owner is on their own journey, and the order of adoption will vary based on budgets, based on company policies, and many other things. But this is by and large the roadmap which you can implement, which you can use to secure your OT systems. Before we even go into monitoring, a lot can be done. I think the gentleman in the previous session also said, by following the Purdue architecture and adhering to the IEC 62443 Purdue architecture, you can stop, you can thwart a lot of the cyber attacks, a lot of the bad actors. And how do we do that? We do that by properly segmenting, right? We segment our either functionally or geographically different networks. We isolate them from each other, either through a router, through a firewall, and ensure that if there is an attack on one area, it does not spread to the other area. So we reduce the surface attack area. So segmentation is a key, I would say, architectural design which needs to be done from the get-go to improve your cyber resilience. The second thing, also quite basic, is that we create an IDMZ zone, which is an industrialized, demilitarized zone, using a separate OT firewall between your IT and your OT networks. And any communication that happens between IT, between L4 and L3, always goes through a brokering server, which is placed at level 3.5. So with these 2 or 3 things, and without much of investment, you can really improve your cybersecurity posture. The third is, obviously, we go to the main part of this session, which is how do we securely monitor our assets. So I'll skip this. This is a standard Purdue architecture which has been shown here. So what are the things when we say monitoring of our OT assets? What are the things that we really look for? The first is we have to monitor our traffic, right? There are tons of tools in the industry today which you can use to monitor your traffic. Now, when we say monitoring of traffic, what we are looking at is any session between 2 endpoints, right, which is established. What ports are they using? What IPs were talking? What protocols were being shared? What type of data? What amount of data was being transferred? Right? What files were they sharing? There are several tools in the market today that can help you monitor your network traffic. Right? So this is one of the key foundations or the key solutions that you need to have, that is at least you're monitoring your traffic and you're monitoring the sessions between various endpoints. The second one is a fairly new concept in the industry, and we are proud to say that Honeywell, as an OEM, we have our own solution for own NIDS solution, right? Which is an intrusion detection system. Now, you need to know what are the threats and any malicious activity that's happening on your network. So these are solutions which are actually looking out for threats, vulnerabilities on your network almost in real time. The third, what you can do is have an agent or have a solution on every node of your network, on your HMIs, your MMIs, any critical node, to ensure that no malicious code is actually being executed on your device or on your machines. So this is a third level of protection where we call as host-based endpoint monitoring, right? We are looking at malicious code being executed. We are looking at any violation. We are looking at what are the logs being sent out from that particular endpoint. And last, when you bring everything together, you're getting hundreds of logs generated, hundreds of alerts being generated. How does a normal operator correlate and look at everything in a holistic dashboard? So that's where your SIEM and your SOC solution come into play, where hundreds of logs from different devices, different solutions are brought. They are correlated using AI/ML, and you get a coherent action item to take finally. What you ultimately need to do is take action on a security incident without actually having to go through hundreds of logs. So that is where your SIEM solution and your SOC solution come into play, where you take action on a particular security incident which has been filtered out of hundreds of logs and alerts. So in network traffic monitoring, we covered this. What is being covered is that the endpoints are involved. What are the IP addresses? What ports are being used? what network protocols are being used, what data and amount of data is being shared, what files are being transferred, and are there any anomalies in this communication that are happening. So there are many network monitoring solutions. We have SolarWinds. These are all non-Honeywell products, but they're available in the market. We have SolarWinds. There is Zeek. Multiple NMS solutions are available to monitor the network traffic on your OT network. Second, we come to intrusion monitoring. I think a lot of people may be aware. Now, what an intrusion monitoring system does, it basically checks for current threats on your network. And not only that, it also lets you know what are the vulnerabilities on your network today, right? So there is a difference between a threat and a vulnerability. A vulnerability is an inherent weakness on your network. And many of the OEM systems have vulnerabilities, be it Siemens, Schneider, Honeywell, they've all have vulnerabilities. And vulnerability is nothing to hide or be embarrassed about. It has to be declared. And the OEM has to take certain actions to patch that vulnerability or to find a workaround to reduce or mitigate that vulnerability. So at Honeywell, we have our own solution called Cyber Insights, which does all these three main tasks very well, which is identifying threats, discovering the vulnerabilities on your system, as well as giving you a complete asset list. Why this asset list is important? Because there will be times that there will be some PC or some machine in a room somewhere which is running on Windows 7, which is unpatched. So you need to know that what is that protocol which is running, what is the level of patching on that node, what is the OEM, right? What is the Windows OS which is running on that node, so that you can take action. So on a large network, it is very important to have a detailed asset inventory list. So this is the dashboard of our Honeywell Cyber Insights solution. And there are other solutions in the market. Typically, most of them do this: asset inventory, threat detection, and vulnerability management. Right? So it will give you the total number of assets. If you connect a rogue machine which has not been baselined, it will give you an alert. It gives you the life cycle status of most of the devices. What are the threats? And you can see that the threats are sorted out into this donut-shaped alert, color-coded alerts, where high is obviously critical and right down to blue, which is a journal alert. So not only the threats, but what you can do to mitigate the threats. What are the vectors for those threats? Which industries did those threats have an impact, right? Was it petrochem? Was it power? So in the past, which industries were impacted by those threats? Which geographies did those threats attack, right? So all that kind of data is processed, and then you get a score on how relevant that threat is to your system. So this is something we call as tailored threat intelligence. It actually gives you the relevance of the threat to your DCS system and your sector and your industry. We can also investigate the user suspicious actions. So unauthorized PLC startup shutdown, unauthorized modification of logic, things like that. Certain rules can be written, can be scripted so that you can catch those unauthorized user activities. You can know the Purdue model, so it gives you a Purdue model of your assets on the network. You can find out the top talkers on the network, how much bandwidth they're consuming. Sometimes a heavily loaded system could be a bad actor trying to compromise one of your assets. And finally, which is very important, know the vulnerabilities that exist. So know the inherent weaknesses on your system. And each vulnerability is then scored as per the CVSS score, so you can take action on your high priority, high CVSS score vulnerabilities. And finally, the main aim of the solution, of course, is to reduce your cybersecurity risk score. Right? So if you start taking the actions, if you start eliminating the threats, resolving the vulnerabilities, taking action on some of the key inputs that the tool gives you, your risk score will reduce over time, and that is the main intent of this tool. So we move to host-based security monitoring. Now, host-based security monitoring is also another way of tracking and monitoring, where you have a small light agent on each of your hosts, where you can check the activity which the host is doing and predominantly collect the logs from the host, right? And these could be Windows logs, authentication logs. So you actually know what is happening on every node of your network. You also can do endpoint monitoring, and you can see if there's any malicious code, any privilege escalation attempts being happening on that node. And you can, if you do not have a host base, you can also use syslog forwarding, which is a standard feature which you can use to collect your logs from all your devices. And ultimately, what is the aim? The ultimate aim is, like I said, to get all these alerts, all these events, all these logs, all this data into a format which can be easily read by a human or by an operator. And that's where your SIEM and SOAR solutions come into play. SIEM and SOAR solutions work. There are several of them in the market. Most of them use machine learning. Most of them use AI. Most of them use correlation algorithms. So if I'm getting an event from my firewall, I'm getting an event from my NIDS, I'm getting another event from my node, how can I correlate all this to understand what attack is happening on my network? What bad actor is attacking my network? So what this typically does, it takes millions of logs, right? The SIEM will actually then sort it out or filter it out to a fewer number of logs, correlate the events, and finally the last maybe 5 to 10 events which are actually filtered, right, and which are real threats to the system or which are not just false positives, are analyzed by a human, and then that list is brought down even further, and then finally the site is alerted that this is something you need to be aware of. This could be a major security event. So out of hundreds of logs and hundreds of inputs, finally maybe 2 or 3 incidents are really relevant to be escalated to the site. So right now, I think this is a little, I would say, early in the roadmap. A lot of players in India will be adopting this in the future. But right now, this is a little early in the game. And finally, where does all this data go to, right? This data finally goes into an OT SOC. So what we saw earlier, the SIEM, which is correlating and generating and filtering your events, finally, those 1 or 2 events go into an OT SOC, which is a security operations center, where a human or a SOC operator or a SOC analyst is actually looking at those events, and then he's seeing that, is this really something that could be a security event? A lot of times, more harm is done by taking action on an event which was not a security event, right? You may cause some disruption, you may cause process impairment by taking action where it was not really required, right? So finally, these events, 1 or 2 events, are actually looked at by a human who understands the process, who understands the protocols, who understands the DCS, and then he sends out an email or he then sends out an alert to the site saying that this is what we observed. Was this something that happened due to a process change, due to an operator action, or was it a planned action, or this could be a security event, right? And you can even integrate this OT SOC to your IT SOC. So your playbooks, your rules, which actually define how you will take action on a particular event, can then be sent to an IT SOC, which your site team or your IT professionals could also look at, so you have one holistic SOC taking inputs from OT as well. So this is something we are excited about in the future, and we have our own solution called Amir. We have OT SOCs running globally for the last 15 years. So our main OT SOC, which is in Romania, we have a rich history and a lot of data from 15 years of operating an OT SOC out of Romania, which has about 40 playbooks and over 150 rules. But due to the data localization policy which India has, that critical data cannot leave the country. And when I say leave the country, I would say global operators also cannot have eyes on that country. We will shortly be commissioning our first OT SOC in India, and it would either be in Pune and Bangalore. So the knowledge, the playbooks, the rules, the SOC operator, analyst, information, knowledge, all that will come, and we will have a OT SOC within Pune to serve our Indian customers. So that is the vision for 2025 for Honeywell. And this is the dashboard of our OT SOC. So our OT SOC is called Amir, which is Advanced Monitoring and Incident Response. So you can see what are the open cases, right? Ultimately, the SOC incidents has to have a response. If there is an incident, a security incident, we have to respond to it. So this is the first page of our Amir dashboard. You can see how many sites are up, how many firewalls are being monitored, which are the open cases, how many critical, how many high, how many medium, how many low, what is the SLA, what is the average time that we took to resolve the issues or respond to the issues, right? And how many cases were actually solved. And you can solve this in your, store this in your database for over 10 years. So Amir has a huge amount of history backup, and you can use the same infrastructure which you use for your patching for Amir as well. So you don't need to go in for a new infrastructure. So this is something, this is an advanced future, I would say, of OT cybersecurity. IT already has their SOCs, but I think OT, this technology is just coming up. And the beauty is that you don't need 100 alerts every day. A good SOC system would give you maybe 1 or 2 security events every month. That means that the SOC and the underlying solutions are really doing their job. You're really able to filter out the noise. You're really able to filter out the unwanted, or I would say the false positives, and have 1 or 2 incidents or events that you can actually, the OT SOC operator can then talk to the site and then resolve and respond to those events. So we are proud to say that we have about 35 customers right now using our OT SOC in Romania, and we have 100% retainership for our OT SOC. So this is something we are excited about for 2025, 2026 for Honeywell, as well as for the cybersecurity OT community in India. So that's the end of my presentation. I've managed to finish just in time. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashdin.
Thank you.
Any questions anybody has got?
Hello. Yeah, hi. Myself, Ghanshyam Prakash.
I can't hear you, sir. Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Myself, Ghanshyam Prakash. I'm from Schneider Electric.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Actually, you are very nicely presented and all the parts you have covered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
One part that I want to just pinch out that related with the, whenever we are connected with the corporate network, so there is a one-way communication is required. So that is called data diode. So that data diode solution also you have?
No, so Honeywell does not have its own data diode. Yeah. We do partner if the customer requires. We partner with some of our leaders for data diodes, like there is Waterfall, there is Siberium. So we do partner with them. Honeywell does not have its own data diodes.
Okay, thank you.
But, and especially in the power sector, we're seeing the need for data diode because they have an air-gapped requirement and an air-gapped diktat from the Central Electric Authority, where the OT system has to be air-gapped from L4. So therein where we are seeing the need for the data diodes.
Okay. And second question, what about the device control system? Like we have the pen drive, we have the hard disk, somewhere is going and intrusion is coming into the network. So do you have any individual device control system in your system?
So we have our system called SMX.
Oh.
So Honeywell's SMX is called Secure Media Exchange, which actually whitelists and checks in your device before you use it on the OT system. Right? So once you check that device in, only then it will be identified on your assets, on your OT system, and only then you can access that pen drive. Right? So only once it whitelists it and it ensures that there are no malicious code on that device, will it be allowed on the ICS network.
Means you are sanitizing the hard drive that you are using, external hard drive.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other question? Anybody has got any other question, please? We'll take one more question. Any question? Mr. Ashida is available in stall, so you can meet Mr. Ashdin and discuss in detail.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashdin.
Thank you, sir. And please do visit the Honeywell stall. We have some other, exciting solutions, APM, other asset performance management solution, other solutions also at our stall. So I would request you all to come and have a visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bharucha. And now I request Mr. Harvinder Singh Gambhir to please do the honor for us.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Ashwin Bharucha. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now who all are hungry? Everyone, right? Okay, so now we have 1 hour lunch break. And in this break, you can visit our stalls. And we'll see you exactly at 2:30. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. carries a rich experience of over 20 years in the field of gas analytical technology. He has worked earlier in Hartmann and Braun and ABB in various capacities. Mr. Paul has published many technical papers and he has received several acknowledgements for his contributions in research and development of gas analytical technology. Presently, he serves as an executive director in Adage Automation Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Anshuman Powell. Let's have a big round of applause, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to this session. And I always have a grievance with ISA. Do you know why? I always being put on the stage after lunch. And that's why we have empty chairs who are still with the desserts. But nevertheless, I am audible. And the bigger challenge is, as you know, it's about laser analyzers. The bigger challenge is not the laser analyzers. The bigger challenge at 2:30 is to keep all of us awake and listen what I'm going to say in the next half an hour or so. But I'll try my level best to make it as interesting. But the good thing is that I have a topic which is really magical. It's really wonderful. And it's already creating a lot of waves into the automation sector and very specifically to the gas analytical field. I always find, and we come from the other side of the table, but there are users and there are technologists all across over here. Gas analyzers, we talk of a lot of automation and we are now talking about AI and IoT and so many other things which are creating huge, huge differences in our life. But gas analyzers traditionally has been a little bit more sticky, I would say. The general perception is this is one field in the automation who gives a lot of trouble. It's not fit and forget. It's not going to be fit and forget. Because it's a very sophisticated technology and physics by virtue has not been able to give it so much of trouble-free operation. But today we're going to talk about something which made a lot of inroads after many, many decades is laser analyzers. And it's not a new thing. Has already accepted it and it's now quite a while that we have started using it. But it's just the tip of the iceberg. There is immense amount of potentials which we find with these analyzers. But before I really go on further, I would like to thank ISA Maharashtra for giving us this opportunity over many years right now. It's been a wonderful platform for the automation fraternity, for all of us, to engage in and look out the way forward, how we can find new things. As you can see all over, it's innovation and smart automation, and I think laser analyzers is a smart and innovative way in the field of gas analyzers. I am Anshuman Paul from Adage Automation. Many of us must be knowing us, but just in case, a quick preview of where it a warm welcome from more than 360 people. On behalf of that, a warm welcome to you to this session. And this comes all the way from Goa. And yes, we operate out of Goa, kind of 16 offices all across India. And we have two facilities. This is the unit one, very quickly, and that's one of the world's largest facility for manufacturing of those systems. Proud moment for India, proud moment for all of us. All right. Very quickly, yes, we have done a lot of milestones, the certifications. Thank you very much for accepting us and a kind of a growing machine right now. We have year-on-year growth of almost 100% last 3 years. Quite unbelievable, but it's true. And yeah, we operate into kind of every sectors, in the oil and gas, in the chemical, fertilizers, cement, steel, power, and so on and so forth, automotive, food and pharma, beverages, and the list is endless. And yes, that's been the illustrious journey. It's been almost 23 years. I would not harp much upon it. And very recently, with the inauguration of the new facility, it's a world-class facility. And we now have a global footprint in over 80 countries worldwide across all the continents. And we promise to still grow further. And in a true Make in India style, Make in India for the entire world. All right. Yes, some of the credentials I would not lack. We have done a lot of large and big projects, which has created a lot of milestones in the market. But it's time for the laser show. Are we all ready for the laser show right now? It's still the the dessert, which is still working a little bit, so it's okay. Fine. But moving on, yes. Laser analyzers is the topic which we're talking about. We're not going to talk much about the technology. We are there at the booth outside. We can have one-on-one discussions about the intricacies of the technology. But we're going to look more into what are the various applications, and the list is endless. And we can explore one another and take it from me, as we keep discussing, new applications keep evolving, because it's not a product, it's not a particular specific. We can address this to all your applications needs. And okay, well, this will be a refresher for some of us, but very quickly, the first thing is to make it simple. So this is what we look conventionally, which is still there for us, and that's how to make it very simple. So that makes, first thing, our life very simple when we adapt to this technology. Okay. This one is my favorite, and I think in the automation or the instrumentation fraternity, they would like this slide, and the rest of it is very simple. Okay, let's wish, and some of the wishes are always true. How about something like lifetime calibration free? Okay? Many of us must be thinking what a joke it is, but actually it's a joke. And we all know that anything can't be calibration free. But let us have a mechanism sometimes when we really make it a lifetime calibration free. With this technology, it's possible. No cross interference. That's even, we are sure what you're going to measure, rather than do a lot of cross interference corrections and calculations and algorithms and mathematics. Oh yeah, it's super fast. We need it to be very fast. We're talking about something less than 1 seconds, achievable. Very high selectivity, we all look for that. High sensitivity. All right, many of us who have come from the dusty industries, they would like it. It works perfectly fine. We don't need to take care of it, much of it. We just measure it with it, the dust. It doesn't have any range limitations. So that gives us, your process upset conditions, and we try to figure out an analyzer, can it really work in the lower ranges and also in my upset conditions? Then I need to have another analyzer, or do I need to have some kind of modifications? Maybe not. We just have one analyzer and which can adapt to that. All right. No effective vibration. We can go as close as to 5 meters of ID fan. We have installations disclosed over here, which actually the instrument vibrates. So huge opportunities, a lot of things. No effect on high moisture. Anyone from the industry which has a lot of high moisture? Most of us, most of the processes do have. So this is the kind of thing which we are looking into. So I'm sure everybody must be very excited about when we have something on board, and it's really achievable. It's not a wish list. It's achievable, and over the period of, let's say, over 10 years, at least in India, we have a lot of these installations where these wishes have been actually achieved. All right. It's just chronological of how it happened. Well, Protonic, very specific to our organization. I would not like to harp up on it, but yes, it has various forms and shapes it has taken over the period of time. So you can have it on the on a cross duct in situ, in the process, little bit off the ex situ, typically very extractive. I'm sure people who are in the field of gas analysis must be able to correlate what I'm trying to say. So it has taken various shapes and forms and sizes. A little bit about the principle. Every spectroscopy in the world leads to Beer-Rambert's law. The two great scientists who gave us this very wonderful equation. That's the basics. The basics are very simple. And then over it, we have worked on a lot of algorithms to give it a shape. All right. So what is laser? What is laser analysis? When we really went into the market in the initial days, people used to talk about how medically it is safe. Is this the safe which we use as the pointer? So there has been a lot of perceptions about laser analysis. The laser is a very generic term. We actually, if in terms of the technology we normally exploit the near infrared range of the spectroscopy. That's something around 800 to 2,000 nanometers. And of late, we have again moved forward into the intra band and also further into the quantum cascade band, where the possibilities of measuring multiple gases, of measuring more exotic gases, all these possibilities have come. And so that results into our next topic is, where can we use it actually? What are the various applications? There are a huge plethora of applications, huge. I mean, the conventional applications, and there are many applications which we are now trying to attempt in the refineries, also in the petrochemicals. Maybe the development is so that we are trying now to, in the complex gas chromatography applications, can we really attempt it with the laser? Early days, but yes, I'm sure the way it is heading, we can really think about in probably 10 years some of the very common applications of a chromatography of the heavies may be possible, and I'm sure it's going to be possible. A lot of research is actually going on this field, leaving aside the general applications which we're going to talk. Sometimes it looks like this, an in situ version, a transmitter and a receiver, very simple configuration. And yes, that's about a little bit about of the flow chart of how it works. As I said, I'm not going to much harp on this. We're going to talk about it. A curve fit, which is the technology, which is the principle which actually gives the, what I said, lifetime calibration free. How this works, we could talk about it in more detail, maybe off the stage in a more, some of the general specifications which we can measure. As I told you, it takes various shapes and sizes and forms. And yes, it can be close to your process. It can be in the open air, okay? These have already been there, but now we are trying to attempt with the laser. All right. The first of the applications is combustion. Combustion is very common. It's there in all the industries, be it in the coal-fired boilers, be it in the or natural gas combustion, or in cement kilns, or in steel furnaces. There's combustions all around. And there are, when everybody is very familiar with the conventional form of measurement. So in combustion, we talk of carbon monoxide, we talk of oxygen, and if it's natural gas-based, we talk about methane, so on and so forth. But these has been now seen over a period of time that the conventional way of measurement is not, maybe we're living with a lot of anomalies. So in a heavy oil-fired or a coal-fired or a waste incinerator, or a gas-fired, any of the heaters or things, we can actually move on to do this laser applications. One of the very simple in a power plant, let's say oxygen measurement in the boilers for combustion optimization. It's one of the easiest way of doing it. Okay, here is another one. Carbon monoxide and oxygen plus methane plus water or moisture. So this is all possible now with the laser analyzers and its advantages, features, the typical combustion optimization process. Moving on, in the world of sustainability, in the world we're talking about day in and day out, we have talked a lot about it, and we need to reduce the NOx and the SOx levels, and the entire industry is now working on it. Each industry is working in its own way. The most polluting ones, like for example, the power plants, the fossil-fired power plants, we have a very common thing called DNOx. And in the DNOx process, we have a very common and a most difficult gas is ammonia. So ammonia measurement, as you all know, is one of the most difficult gases to measure. It's a very, very naughty gas, if you can say that way. It just vanishes in thin air. It's highly soluble in moisture. It is adsorption, its property. We can talk about it. And it's always been troublesome to measure with conventional. And this has given a way forward for the measurement with laser analyzers. So DNOx, and apart from ammonia, we have the other gases which can also be done with the laser. So this is one of the most popular now applications in the sustainability sector. Also, a little bit more about, we have the catalytic and the non-catalytic. So this is just a drop down of what we have in the various measurements. But the highlight is the gas which I just measured is ammonia. So here are some of the more applications of the DNOx. And the NOx followed by the sulfur dioxide. So here again, you can see the desulfurization processes, or the DSOx as it is called. And we find a lot of ample applications in this with sulfur dioxide, HCl, CO, moisture, and so on and so forth. So if you look at these gases, these are not very common gases, of course, barring CO, but HCl again is a very difficult of the gases. So these are the very typical applications which is immediately adapted to the laser platform, and gradually, as I said, is moving on. So sulfur, as you know, it's the most problematic in everywhere. We don't like sulfur. Gas analyzers, people don't like sulfur at all. Even the sulfur is a hindrance everywhere. So if we use the conventional methods, these are some of the sulfur problems which you all know. It's all yellow all over here and there, how to care about it. And I think laser has given us a lot of ways and avenues to overcome these very conventional, traditional headaches which we were surviving all these days. Okay. Some of the customer feedbacks, I just collected some of them. Very less urban, less energy consumed, more optimization, more tighter control of the DSOx process, and many more. All right. Just of the DSOx, I always like to share this, that every vehicle which runs now on the road is Bharat State 6. We all know that, BS6, right? Which is equivalent to Euro 6. And that engine has a reduced NOx, particularly in the diesel engines and heavy trucks and vehicles. We have the reduced NOx. But the problem is if we use a catalyzer, which is basically ammonia inside that. So there is always a possibility of ammonia slipover, which is even more harmful than the NOx which we're trying to reduce. So laser technology is used as the benchmark in our authorities, which actually gives the permission for the engine for commercial manufacturing, like ARI in Pune or Bosch in Bangalore. And this is the technology which is the benchmark after that which we all use our vehicles. I don't know how many people knew that, but that's the technology which is behind that is being used. Waste incineration plants is one of the worst things to measure, and we have been asked to waste incinerate everything. Even a cement kiln is considered to be a waste incinerator, and I think laser analyzer is going to make a life easy again for the measurement of all the difficult gases out over there. Reforming furnaces is another very good application again for CO, O2, and moisture and temperature, whoever using reforming furnaces. So this and heater stacks also. So right now we are ongoing a lot of projects where we are trying to attempt this application with the laser analyzers. Again, for combustion control, I told you a while ago. So that's a graphic out there of the same thing. Steel industry has been particularly beneficial in various applications, in the blast furnaces, in the coke ovens, highly energy intensive, highly dirty applications. But again, laser has proven to be a big advantage for us over here. Here again, we can see a lot of applications of measurement in the steel industry. Yes, some of the slides of the steel industry. Okay, a very common is the measurement in the water and methane in the natural gas industry, which we do over here in the cracking furnaces. Now here also you can see the formaldehyde measurements of the H2S in the water, which is also again the natural gas applications, which is also very common. The formaldehyde in VOC applications and many applications in the petrochemical industry, which has gained immense benefit of using this new technology. Another very difficult and a popular one is acetylene in ethylene crackers. And you can see the LDL is less than 0.05 ppb, which is a great, great advantage for this measurement. People who are very keen and people who are apt or have a, have a hand of this application will understand immediately what we're trying to do. And I think this is a wonderful, wonderful solution which is there, which has always been a very problematic application for a thing. It's the acetylene in the ethylene crackers. So like these, we can go on and so forth. So you can just think about it, and laser can play a role in whoever has an application for gas analyzers in their own process. So on also for H2SO, O2, oxygen, many other applications in the hydrocarbon industry, and also, as I can see, in the hydrogen production, in the hydrogen filling, hydrogen transfer, so on and so forth. The fertilizer industry has been very effective. Some of the few shots over there, electrostatic precipitators, fugitive emissions also a part of it. And very recently, green hydrogen and green ammonia, and we have been in extensive discussions now, and laser analyzers is going to play a big, big role in all these, be it electrolyzers or green ammonia and all the technologies that are possible. Thank you very much. It was just a quick refresher of all the applications. It's just to give you a preview that what this wonderful, magical, innovative, smart analyzer can do for you. Do reach out to us, and we will explore more and more applications, and I'm sure it will be very, very interesting for all of us. Thank you once again for your kind attention, particularly after the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anshuman. Wonderful presentation. Any questions, please? Any questions? Anybody has got any question? I think we should encourage the speaker by asking question. I thought that was the way out. No question. Anshuman, then I will ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You said about extractive.
Yeah, right.
Right. Now, is it by aspirator? How do you extract the sample?
What I meant by extractive is generic in sense. We tend to extract the gas only when we are forced to. Ideally, we would like to measure it in the process, and that's what the advantages of this technology are. But if you ask me to measure somewhere, which we actually did, for example, in a 2-inch pipe, I need to measure. So we need to extract it. So it can be by an aspirator, it can be maybe using a pump. If it's a precious line, then it's easy and simple. So it's not a hindrance. We can use whatever is best suited for this application to extract the gas, but we try and limit it as less as possible, because we'd like to do it just in the process.
Because normally in ethylene cracker,
yes,
you cannot do with an extraction.
Exactly.
Because you lose the composition.
Yes, right. So
right.
it's an in situ.
Thank you very much, Anshu. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
And now I request Mr. VP Raman to please do the honor for us, the dear friend of Mr. Anshuman Paul, to kindly hand over the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for
Thank
Dr.
you so much.
Anshuman Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Moving forward to our next session, which is multi-phase level detection for desalters. And to present this topic, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Tejas Trivedi, Regional Sales Manager, India and Africa, Amtech Magnetrol US LLC. Mr. Tejas Trivedi is working as Regional Sales Manager, India and Africa, Amtech Magnetrol US LLC since 2009. He leads sales operation and business development efforts across India and South Africa and is responsible for direct sales, channel management, and technical support. He is managing key accounts in countries including India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Egypt, Ghana, Angola, Nigeria, Tanzania, and South Africa. He has done Bachelor of Engineering, MBA in Marketing, and ICWA in Intermediate. Prior to MTech, he has worked at Nirma Limited, Adani Exports, and Inchtech Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Tejas Trivedi, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please give a big round of applause.
I think
Thank you
तालियां
very
कम
much.
हो रही है. Yes,
I know that you all had your
need
lunch.
a big round of applause.
Even I had my lunch. Okay. Now, simple request. Hope everybody has visited all the stalls, taken the stamp, and put it in the box because we are going to close the dropping of the letters in the box in another 10 minutes' time. Hope you all done that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Tejas Trivedi, as she introduced. I come from Amatec Level Measurement Solutions Business Unit. I'm responsible for sales and business development for Amatec LMS for India and Africa region. Firstly, I would like to thank ISA chapter Maharashtra to give us this opportunity to talk about this innovative technology in front of honorable ISA members and industry leaders available here. If we talk about Amatec, Amatec is a $7 billion corporate having multiple business units. We are in aerospace, defense, oil and gas, specialty metals, and many other industries. We have 50 business units altogether, and we are a $7 billion corporate. Amatec LMS was formed by Amatec in 2023 to put all the level measurement companies they had in a single basket. Right now, in Amatec LMS, we have 5 brands, Magnetrol, Drexelbrook, Orion Instruments, SWI, and BW Controls. Today, I'm going to talk about a difficult measurement in the industry, one of the most difficult, that is the interface level measurement of a desalter. Now, why this is so difficult? Because oil comes from the well, and they are put in a desalter where they get mixed up. When they mixed up, they create a rag layer, an emulsion layer. Conventional guided radar technology, if we use from the top side, all the energy which we send from the top will be absorbed in the rag layer, in the emulsion. Will not have any energy left to get a return signal from the water surface. So conventional guided radar technology will not work in this application. So we were working since very long to innovate this technology and use it for desalter measurement, for interface. Along with that, along with the emulsion presence, desalter has very dynamic environment. The things keep changing very regularly. And thickness of emulsion also is very dynamic. It keeps changing. The thickness keeps changing. So it becomes very difficult to do dynamic measurement of interface. Why Genesis? Why Genesis is the best of the breed? Firstly, this is a single point entry in your desalter. It only needs one 3-inch 300 class flange to be installed in the desalter. It's not multi-point. Many other technologies which are used right now are having multiple points entry, top, side, cross. It's a big footprint, right? This technology only needs one 3-inch 300 class process connection, top side, and it's done. You don't need to do anything else. It detects it gives you 4 milliampere output. One is the top oil, emulsion top, emulsion bottom, and the sediments. 4 milliampere outputs, you can do whatever. You can, in your DCS, you can check the thickness of emulsion. Very important, we give you 4 milliampere outputs. It's superior uptime. It works fantastically. The total cost of ownership is very, very less, and return on investment is fantastic for this instrument. This is a typical desalter in which there are 2 compartments. One is the water compartment, we say, in which the oil from the wells come, and another is the oil compartment. So from water compartment, we take out the water, and from oil compartment, we take out oil to be further processed. The water we take out from the water compartment directly goes in the ETP plant to be disposed. Now, knowing the position of emulsion is very important. Why? Because if we lose some oil with the water, which directly gets disposed, we directly lose oil. If the oil which goes into the oil compartment has water, then your further processes are disturbed. Your efficiency goes down. So by knowing the emulsion position, you can optimize and make your process very efficient. Base technologies, we know that we send the microwave energy from the electronics, and from the liquid surface, we get a return signal. We know the time of flight. That's how we establish the level. Now, what is different between Genesis and conventional guided wave radar? Conventional GWR sends energy only top-down. But in Genesis, we have two approaches. We send energy top-down. We also send energy bottom-up. So top-down approach gives us the top of oil and top of emulsion. The bottom-up approach gives us the sediment level and the water level. So now we can measure all four levels. Bottom-up approach fires pulses through the water towards the emulsion. So we have two transmissions simultaneously going on. There is one more fundamental difference between the conventional GWR and Genesis. Conventional GWR uses narrow pulse. And the Genesis uses the step energy. You see this? This is a narrow pulse. Genesis uses the step energy. If interface is very clear, water and oil are separately clear, distinct interfaces there, then narrow pulse gives sharp reflection, same as step pulse. So there is no use of using, no benefit of using step energy. But if interface is having tapering dielectric, like oil, then comes emulsion. Emulsion has oil, water both. Top of emulsion is more oil, less water. Bottom of emulsion, more water, less oil, and then water, tapering dielectric. With this situation, the narrow pulse doesn't give good reflection, but the step signal visibly ramps up. That's the actuation we have. There are two types of probe, coaxial and pentarod. Both are PFA coated. There is a technology called inverse reconstruction algorithm, which basically converts the voltages which are incrementally measured across the probe to percentage of water against the distance graph. We measure the voltages and we convert into percentage of water and the distance. As I told you, we have dual transmission. So if you see this probe, there is another conductor, another pipe which is there, which is carrying the conductor, which brings the microwave energy to be shooted from the bottom. So top down, bottom up, both sides we are doing the transmission. Main electronics, probe and communications cable, these are the main parts of the instrument. Two types of probes, both PFA coated center rod, coaxial and pentarod. Now if you see, we use step energy. So every change in dielectric gives the amplified signal. So if you see this is a graph of y-axis percentage of water, and x-axis is the distance looking from the top of the probe. White is the air, yellow the water, the oil, then emulsion, and then water. If you see this, air is defined as -10. This is just for the reference. When the signals encounter oil, they ramp up. We get our first milliampere there. Then, as per our experience, customer considers top of emulsion when there is 20% water in oil. So it is configurable. You put whatever is the water content you need to be considered as the top of emulsion. So we generally put 20% water as the top of emulsion. So when we reach 20% emulsion, the signal ramps up accordingly and reaches the 20% of water signal. It gives you second milliampere output. Further, most of the times, per our experience, customer considers 50% of water as they want third milliampere there. But this is configurable. You want 50% of water for the third milliampere, or 70%, or 80%. After that, its signal becomes saturated, basically. So per our experience, customer sets between 50 to 80%, and they get the third milliampere output. Then the sediments. Sediments will give you fourth milliampere output. So this is how the general configuration is. We give you 4 milliampere outputs accordingly. This is the new device type manager. You connect your laptop with the instrument. It will give you like animation. It's live graphs for upper level, emulsion, water level, and sediments. For cleaning, we have the flushing port for coaxial probe and pentarod probe. If you see this, the 4 rods, out of 4 rods, 2 rods are for the flushing. They directly flush the middle conductor for the cleaning. We have done exhaustive testing of the unit, beta testing, lab testing, installations on the site, customer installations. Results are fantastic. This Southwest Research Institute, where we had sent our instrument, they did 26 tests in 2 days' time with 4 different kinds of crudes. And they used water and the salt water for the testing. Now, if you see, Krishna, can you start the video, please? This is the real-time thing. This was the genesis measurement. They were manually taking the level up and down. If you see, the liquid was settling. This is the genesis output, actually. The fantastic results. Now it is settled. This is the real-time measurement. Now, this is again a test at France. If you see this, they tested there, and they tried the cleaning. As we told them, you clean it online. They cleaned it, and the video will show that. They cleaned the probe online. These are some of the credentials which we have from the customers. They are saying results are fantastic. The technology seems to be so mature that we can even immediately implement it. And they are actually. These are some examples where, refinery in USA, they were using torque tube and the tapes. We installed there. Results are very good. This is the actual echo curve while the testing. So if you see, this was taken where there was emulsion. So if you see the ramp, which is actually showing you that there is a ramp, there is an emulsion. After that, they stopped the desalter, and water and oil get completely separated. So if you see, you will not get a ramp. It immediately saturates, because this is a clean interface. Directly saturates, because there is no emulsion in between. There is no tapering dielectric. It immediately saturates after the oil. These are some examples, some photographs of Genesis installations, which we have done already globally. There was a case where there was a DP transmitter installed for the top level measurement. And this is a comparison graph. The blue is the DP transmitter, but we were very accurate against the DP transmitter for top level also. And then we gave them top of emulsion, bottom of emulsion, everything. Results were fantastic again. Some other installations. Now, Kuparuk River oil field. This place, they had nucleonic installed. Now, they installed, this was a slug catcher, where the nucleonic instrument was installed. They installed side-by-side magnetron Genesis. It was a big probe, long probe, slug catcher. Now you see a nucleonic instrument in yellow, and the blue is Genesis. Results are, they follow each other. But the thing is, nucleonic is a safety hazard, whereas Genesis is not. It's a fantastic product. There is no safety hazard. Proven technology, plus money-wise also, it's very costly compared to Genesis. We give you at good price, real value. There are some other examples also, like this was a separator somewhere in US, Alaska. This was again a separator. Now, this is important. Why? Because sometimes questions come that this desalters has transformers. So will there be any effect of the transformer? This instrument was inside the grid, still works. Inside the grid. There was a hole in the grid, unit works. Prince George, British Columbia. North Sea offshore platform also we have installation for the Pentarod probe. Australia offshore also. In nutshell, what are the benefits? Competition technologies right now, either they are HSE hazard or they need calibration. Now, calibration is an issue. You call them, they will give you the date of after 1 year, sir. We don't have the dates in between. They have multi-points. So they have to calibrate it, and they don't have the date. Guided wave radar, Genesis, no calibration, because it is time of flight, independent, no calibration required. So once you install, you forget it. Second time, you don't have to calibrate. Whereas the other technology, you regularly have to calibrate because they are RF capacitance based or they are nucleonic based. Very easy to install, only top entry, just 3-inch. Schedule 80 is the minimum which we have to use. 100 feet remote possible. Utilizes proven TDR technology. No safety hazard, as I told you. GWR is already there. Just the change of the technology in the conventional GWR, and you have the Genesis. We already have 4 patents for Genesis. First is for system and method for emulsion measurement and profiling. The bottom-up approach, which we have innovated, that also is patented now. TDR-based method for emulsion detection and profiling. And Pentarod design, the 5-rod design which we have developed, that is also patented now. Actually, we are the pioneers of GWR technology also, the conventional GWR. At that time, rules of US were little more stringent, so we could not get the patent for guided wave radar. But now, even you can get patents for the algorithms, different designs. So we have 4 patents for Genesis already. That's it from my side. If you have any questions, I'm open to it. This technology is already proven. There is nothing new, only the innovative use of the technology. It can replace all the calibrations, all HSE hazards. It becomes a fit and forget instrument for your plant. Anybody, if any questions are there, please.
Thank you very much, Tejas. Any questions? Anybody has got any questions?
I was expecting some questions.
Yeah. Let us see. Anybody from the audience, any delegate has got any questions on level measurement? That means you have made the presentation very simple and understandable.
Maybe very elaborative, very explanatory. Thank you very much all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Yakub Betasiwala to please come and do the honor for us.
Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tejas Trivedi. Thank you so much for coming, making this event more memorable. Thank you so much for all the information.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving forward to our next technical session, the topic of the session is Revolution in Water Quality Monitoring. And on behalf of Mr. Shantanu Chaudhary, we have Mr. Yogesh Joshi, Team Leader Analytical Division, with us. Mr. Yogesh Joshi is working as Team Leader Analytical Division at Forbes Marshall Private Limited, Pune. He is responsible for sales and product marketing for water process analytics. He has done BE in electronics. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Yogesh Joshi. Thodi taaliyan ho jaye everyone. I hope everyone is awake.
Hello. Hello, everybody. The Dropbox is here. The Dropbox is here. If you don't get, I will put it so that I will be the winner. Please put your registered, stamped paper inside this.
Thank you. Continue, Mr. Joshi.
Where is the remote? Remote. The remote is there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon all. Yogesh Joshi from here, from Forbes Marshall. So as you can see, we are providing the solution for the reliable water quality analyzers. So we all know the water is the essential, abundant and the secure natural resources for all of us. And there is uncertainty for the water. We are scared for the waters because of the pollutions, overuse, wastage, and the climate change, high demands and everything. So for that, now water is the trade as a commodity in the Wall Street, you can see. As water is the essence of the life, there is a famous quote by the Lauren S.N. Lee. It's the magic. If there is a magic in the planet, it's the water. It's the water. And we all know there is a limitation of the waters available in the earth. Like it's a 0.5% of the water available in the earth, and 97% of the water are not usable. We have to treat it, or we have to use it after the treatments. So conservations and the water treatment is the main function to get a clear water. Why it is required? For the public health and the sanitation, reduce pollution from the water bodies, and for the meeting the extensive demand of the water. And how we can achieve it? We have to identify the sources like the pollution. We have to implement measures to reduce the environment delegations and the monitoring of the high quality of the waters. To that, we can monitor the water quality. So these are the major sources where we can get the water. Like drinking water, we have to disinfect it and we have to clear it for the drinking. Desalination water, for the sea water, we have to use it, treat it and use it for the water drinking. Water body purification we have to do. And for the sewage treatment and the CETPs, most of the industries are having ETPs, and we as a human use, we are as a sewage treatment plant. So we have to treat all this water and can use for the water quality. So Forbes Marshall has a legacy of the 7 decades. We are providing a solution for the water industry and water quality and the process analysis for the measurement of all kind of the instruments. So if you can say, we have the 4 pillars like energy conservations, process efficiency, automations, and the environment. Based on these 4 pillars, we are monitoring all the water quality, which through our Forbes Marshall product, we saved a 1.5% of the annual fuel bill of our industry partners, reduced almost 20%, 20 million tons of the CO2 emissions through our products, and they save almost 10 million liters of the waters from the water conversations. Yeah, so if we discuss about the process analyticals in the Forbes Marshalls, we have product ops baskets, we have different types of sensors, we have different types of transmitters, we have different types of special packages which can cater the ETP, STP, and the drinking water solutions. And we are providing the different types of the services like the AMC services, CMC services. And yeah, we have a trademark WaterView platform where you can go and get the digital services also. So all being a 7 decade of the expertise, we have very huge installation based for this sensor, transmitters, and the analyzers in the field. All types of industries available in the market, we are catering. We have a very huge PTR from last 3 decades. We have a good installation base also, and we are providing a 10-year plus services for some of the analyzers. Yeah, so we discussed about the first basic analyzers like pH, conductivity, turbidity, chlorine, which are the basic parameters which needs to be catered. And for that, we have a universal transmitter called as Aqua 4 Trans, which is a dual channel, multi parameters transmitters. You can see it is IP66 polycarbonate housing.
which can use for the saline area also, means it can be used for the hazardous area also. There are different types of the outputs are also available, like relays are also available, digital communications also available. It is available with the universal heart also, which is remotely also you can get the calibrations. And we have a wide range of the sensors, like more than 60 types of the pH sensors we have. Based on the applications, we select the pH sensors or conductivity sensors, and we are providing the solutions. We have digital sensor also, we have analog type of sensors also available in our product baskets. We do all the customized packages for the most of the industries, actually. Yeah, so there was some regulatory norms from the CPCB and state boards, which are implemented on 2014 onwards. But we are providing a solutions for the ETP and STP monitoring for the COD, BOD, TOC, TSS, pH, oil and water, hydrocarbon, phenol, sulfide, ammonia, nitrate, nitrite. For all these special analyzers, we are providing a solutions which is called a CX1000 series, which is from last 2 years we have introduced our new series, which is CX2000 series. You can see on the right hand. This is the completely automated analyzers. It doesn't need any maintenance. It requires it is having a facility like auto calibrations, auto cleaning, advanced diagnosis. It is a digital enabled, so you can get all the reader reports on your laptops or in your mobiles also. It's open chemistry, reagent-less, so it doesn't require any major maintenance also. And very compact and modular design. You just have to connect the one half-inch tap into this analyzer, and you will get all the readings and all the data to which we directly transfer to the CPCB or state boards. We have 1,000+ installations currently available in the Indian market. 5,000+ are already connected with the CPCB and state boards, and providing a 10-year+ services in this for these analyzers. Yeah, so why we are promoting these analyzers and what is the critical success factor of this CX2000 multiparameters? Because of the reliability and the robustness of these analyzers, improved solutions, we are providing better uptime for these analyzers, and the positioning, right positioning, because most of the ETPs and STPs needed this kind of analyzer which can measure the COD and BOD instantly. And we have a good install base, and we have very good PTRs for all types of industries, so we can pitch it very well actually. We discuss more about the reliability. So we have upgraded from CX1000 to CX2000. We have upgraded the cards, displays, CPUs, and most of the power supplies also. And so the design is most robust analyzer is available. Apart from that, there are the improved solutions we are providing, the better accuracy, like in the earlier analyzer, the 5 to 10% accuracy as per the CPCB required. But in these analyzers, we are catering the 2 to 5% accuracy. So we have improved in the accuracy also. We have very good display where you can get the trends, alarms, the graphical trends also, and the diagnosis function also. Earlier, you have a calibration limits of 1 or 2 types of calibration was available. Now you can do the multiple calibrations for these analyzers. And yeah, better uptime also. So through hardware and the software, we are providing a better uptimes for such kind of the analyzers. You can get all the reports on your hand whenever you want through the AMCs and the digital services. So most of the features of these types of analyzers are like we have advanced the motherboard actually, and the CPU we have improved. So the latest advanced ARM Cortex processor we have used for these analyzers. We are using a TFT type monitor display for the graphical representations. Earlier it was 2 or 4 relays was available. Now it's improved to the 8 relays. We are providing the Modbus communications also. We are providing the 4 analog output also. There are diagnosis helps also you can check with these analyzers. The certifications available with these analyzers are manifold, like you can get the SGS, NABL, TU certified calibration procedure certificates for these analyzers. As I mentioned, it's a completely automated analyzers. You can do the automatic cleaning and zero calibration in the analyzer. As mentioned, high accurate system is giving the full reliability and the accuracy like 2 to 5% of the full scale. And earlier there was no sample, so you are not getting the awareness of the sample is not there in the analyzers. But now we have added one alarm for the loss of the sample and the cleaning solution. So you will get the the user will get the alarms for the samples. Sample is not there, or if there is no cleaning solution is there. So these are the certificates, like we have a certified NABL certificate, SGSC have provided certificate, TUV also provided, we have IP class, we have the ISO certificates also available for this analyzer. Yeah, so any water industries need a maintenance and the preventive maintenance also. So particularly if you can see for the water quality analyzers, the maintenance is one of the part of the services is required. So the supplying of the analyzer is not sufficient. We need to give a services also. So there are two types of, one is the physical service and another one is the digital service. So beyond connectivity through the WaterView platform, it's a trademark platform for the foam marshal. We are providing a beyond the connectivity services like the digital services and enhanced uptime services with this kind of the analyzers. These are the graphical representation and the readings which we are showing into this WaterView platform, which is giving the guaranteed 85% uptime of the analyzers. Means if there is we are maintaining these analyzers with this WaterView platform. We have a team of the people sitting in the Pune who are continuously monitoring these analyzers, and they are giving the reports to the users weekly and the monthly to monitor all these parameters, and they are guiding that what kind of the problems you are facing and what needs to be changed so that the ETP or output means STP output can be changed or the water quality will be improved. So the solution will be provided through the digital services. These are the most of the advantage services, uptime services, like the maximum the industries can be optimized the process to ensure the maximum efficiency through the services actually. Like they can adjust the treatment parameters based on our inputs, and they get the real-time data. They can minimize the energy and the chemical consumptions, and they can reduce the operating cost actually. If they know the parameters these are going to be happen, then they can change the parameters and they can improve the process efficiency of that analyzer as well as that ETP or STP plants. Avoid product or quality loss, like the analyzer is breakdown and you don't have any spares. We can give in advance we can give the data so that you can procure the spares before time. Avoid regulatory violations, like this kind of the analyzer sending the direct real-time data to the CPCB or state boards. So there is a heavy penalty from the the regulatory, which can be catered through such kind of the WaterView services. And reduce maintenance the spare inventory. You don't have to buy much spares. Whatever the needed, we will guide you and you can procure that spares. Increase the overall life cycles, because there are someone who are monitoring such kind of the analyzers. This is one video for the WaterView. Can you please play?
Most industries, which use water as their basic utility media, release large volumes of effluents into natural water bodies like rivers, lakes or seas. To ensure water pollution is kept in check, it is crucial to ensure that effluent quality is monitored before discharge. Regulatory bodies like pollution control boards have therefore enforced stringent standards set by the Environment Protection Act. Continuous monitoring of water quality parameters is necessary to ensure compliance. Technology is increasingly being adopted for self-monitoring and transmission of data in real time to state and central pollution control boards and pollution control committees. Traditional monitoring methods are being updated to meet government policies covering parameters like COD, BOD, TOC, pH, TSS and DO. Technological advancements are being made to ensure continuous online monitoring to aid in immediate corrective action. Forbes Marshall offers a wide range of water monitoring solutions covering over 50 parameters, ensuring consistent high standards for industrial, municipal and ground or surface water. WaterView, our water validation and utility platform, provides round-the-clock support, bridging the gap between actual and desired water quality. It offers diagnostic tools, data analysis, and proactive maintenance solutions, all seamlessly connected to the Forbes Marshall Cloud for real-time analysis and alerts. These enhanced digital services extend to predictive maintenance, ensuring smooth process operation. Backed by our technical expertise, the WaterView platform aims to improve and sustain water quality KPIs, achieving water neutrality and moving towards a water positive index.
So this is the WaterView platform where we are giving the digital services to monitor all these water quality analyzers like the ETP and the STP effluents and giving the uptime services for that. These are some site installations which we have given to the Bangalore Airport authorities and nicely presented all the transmitters and the analyzers there. They are maintaining very well. Yeah. So jointly we can save the planet through the treating the water, okay, before it's too late. Thank you. Any question? Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Shantanu, any questions? Anybody has got any questions? No questions? Yeah, 1 minute. Shantanu?
Yeah, Dr.
there is-
Sharad Jadhav, I request. Okay, we have question. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, you mentioned nowadays like pollution board and lot of are putting lot of eye on that particular thing, the waste, whatever is coming out, and it to be in the right level. So does the instruments also need any certification from those bodies?
No, sir.
They don't need.
No, there is a regulatory and there are the approved makes they have designed actually this kind of the technology they have to use. So any manufacturer can use that technology and they can provide that the resolutions for that actually.
Okay.
And means any certification is not need to provide to the regulatory.
For,
no.
for using a particular instrument.
This is a real-time base actually. So all the data is directly going to the CPCB servers.
No, but then how do they get assured that it is coming from the right instrument or right apparatus?
Yeah, so there at every outlet there are some cameras are installed and the continuous based things are going on. Means the system is
efficiency of the instrument.
Yeah, the system is continuously connected with that server. So if there is a break, they will immediately contact you. Okay, there is a break in the system. So immediately they will contact with you and they will penalize.
And how is the calibration taken care in this?
Yeah, so here the 0-point calibration is directly due in the system. If there is a calibration required for the particular the range or the spam, there are some chemicals are available in the powder form. You can calibrate through that.
So is there any chance that somebody can play mischief with the calibration and show the right figure over there?
It is very less chance actually, sir, because the CPCB and the state boards are continuously monitoring that actually. And if they find something fishy, they immediately catch you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Sharad Jadhav to please come and do the honor for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Yogesh Joshi. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, we have a small break, a tea coffee break, but I request everyone to make sure visit all the stalls. And we will be here sharp at 4:30. And I request one more time to everyone, please visit the stalls. We have a lucky draw after our seminar. So I request, make sure stamp your paper. So we'll see you at 4:30. Thank you so much. and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vivek Joshi. Everyone.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you had a good tea and you are awake, because what am I going to talk is only on vibration, which is basically a reliability kind of a thing. And I really request your attention to that. My name is Vivek Joshi. I'm representing my company, Matrix Instruments. We are into vibration monitoring instruments. Next couple of minutes, or I will just introduce my company, and then straight we'll go to the products. So we are based in Houston. Our manufacturing is in Houston, Texas. We recently were acquired by a company group called Indicor, and well, they are a very big company, Indicor. Amot Controls, then PAC, PSC, they are our sister companies. This is the building which you are looking at. It is our head office. In fact, the manufacturing facility is also there in Houston. We do not have any facility elsewhere. In India, what we do is we have office at Malad, our group office rather. And what we do here is we just package it out as per the customer requirement. So going further, this is one slide, but it talks a lot. Everywhere, I'm just focusing on vibration monitoring systems. Everywhere we see that it's a complex control system which is being advocated for many years by the EPCs and everybody, in fact. So end user has no choice but to go for that. Okay. This is a thought-provoking slide, basically. What we are talking here is a machinery protection system. Well, very costly. Okay. Complex. Okay. Requires additional hardware, software, and many other things. So as the time had changed, do we really require that sort of a protection? The big system, we do require protection, but do we require that sort of a big control system? So really, actually, this is what we come across. Matrix, our core competency is in providing 4 to 20 milliamp output proportional to the vibrations. And what the slide you see, the first one, it is showing, it is going to the PLC SCADA, and another is a protection system going further to the dedicated server, and then but still, at the end of the day, it goes to PLC SCADA. What is happening in the industry is everywhere you go to any refinery or any petrochemical plant or any power plant, the operation, they want every information at their tip. Okay. They want to see in their CCR or the control room, main control room. So, if we are giving the transmitter-based solution of 4 to 20, we are achieving exactly that. And this slide tells you, what the advantages when we go with the simple kind of a transmitter-based system, wherein you do not have to have a 300-meter restriction for the raw data. You do not have to have a complex hardware, okay? But still you achieve the protection using the existing PLC or the DCS. So this is what we preach to the customer. I mean, do you really require the big control system, or you can survive with a simple transmitter-based system? What we have shown here is DCS, where the operations are looking at all the parameters like pressure, flow, temperature, and also they would like to see the vibration as well. In any of the plant, if you will see, this is the scenario. Okay. Very few of the time the operations want to go to the field and see what is happening. They want to have the first-hand information in their control room. So this is what we preach to the customer, that you have the sensor, the transmitter, going to PLC SCADA, just do the trending. Whenever you have the issues, whenever you see the vibrations are increasing, just go and do the diagnostics with the help of your data collector analyzer. This is what we preach to the customer. And in most of the time, I mean, this is what is being used widely. Not all the time you need to have a decision making in the field. Okay. You can survive because vibration is something, you can train the vibrations. Never ever I have seen that the machine has started and it broke suddenly. No. It does happen only when during the box up of the machine, box up in the sense just after the maintenance. Okay. That also due to alignment issues or something like that. Otherwise, any bearing problem or any flow issues, it will be, you can train it. Okay. So this is what we preach because it saves a lot of cost and still it survives the purpose. The head of, my topic was revolutionary solutions. So what we have brought on the table is a digital proximity system. Okay. It is on the proximity transmitters. Now we all know that proximity probes, cables and system, it is used widely for the critical machines or on the general bearings. And general bearings are used most of the time on the complex machineries like turbines, pumps, compressors, etc. So what we have here on the screen is just a proximity probes. If anybody, I think we all are from the instrumentation, so we are aware that proximity probes, they are used on the general bearings. We have the transmitters or digital proximity system. Okay. How it goes is, do we have what sort of experience we have with this kind of products? Well, Matrix, like I said, we were pioneer in bringing out this transmitter-based system. We were the suppliers on solar gas turbines. We are still on suppliers, wherein you have the proximity probes going into our transmitter-based system. And these are the products, how we evolve, and it was just first the analog output. Then we came out with the digital output, that is a TXR, TXA. When I say digital, you see the number of boards, they are very less, 2 numbers in fact. Then we have come up with, now what we have is a DPS, which is a digital proximity system, which is a field configurable. Okay. The moment we say full field configurable, it gives a lot of advantages to you. I will just go further actually on this. It reduces the inventory in the plant. It avoids any goof up by the operations or by the technician during the box up time. Okay. It also gives the flexibility to the people what they want to do with that particular unit, transmitter. Okay. We bring a lot of things on the table when we talk about these proximity transmitters. Just a little theory. what is happening when we talk on the proximity probe output? It is not linear at all. It's basically a curve. Metrics or any of the other people, what they do is they just fix the slope and they put the linearity to the slope. Okay. Now when they put the slope, they put 0 is equal to 4 milliamp and maybe the full scale is 20 and put up the slope as well. They fix the slope. Okay. But Matrix is the only company with digital proximity. The slope is checked at regular intervals. What is the significance of this? The significance is it does not have any temperature drift. Specifically, I mean, when I talk on the temperature drifts, it is basically useful in the hot regions. Okay. What further we bring on the table is a amplitude resolution, 10 times accuracy because it's a digital proximity. I mean, it's a microprocessor based unit. So accuracy is 10 times. The resolution is far more correct. Why? It is important. When we talk on the compressors, air machines rather, they run at around 40,000 RPM. And their vibrations are like 3 microns or 4 microns. So it has to be very accurate, and that's what we achieve here. By the way, we are the suppliers to the air machines. The frequency resolution is good, and there is one word called API 670 compliant. Now, API 670 is a standard which is being used for manufacturing vibration sensors, proximity probes, or cables and the control system. So the moment I say API 670 compliant, it is compliant for the linear range, interchangeability. When I say interchangeability, that is also being proved in the field for many years now. We can, I mean, the customer can use our probes cables to interchange with their existing not supported components. Okay. Because many of the times customer is having from the OEM, they say that lead time is much more, we cannot supply. But here we are, API 670 compliant system, you can exchange one-to-one or interchange one-to-one. Since it is a completely field programmable unit, there is one more figure which says that on the shaft we have mounted some accessories and we are taking the readings with proximity probes. Since it is a field programmable, it is possible that you just take the readings, actual readings from the shaft, because all these proximity probe outputs, they are heavily dependent on the MOC of the shaft. Okay. So if we come across a system which is very old, nobody knows about the MOC of the shaft, this is a solution what you can use. It is, there are two aspects. We do provide whatever you want from the factory directly, but suppose if you want to change the configuration, you can do it in the field as well. For 4 mm, 2 mm linear, axial thrust, you can use the same transmitter. You can just program it for extended range with the help of same sensor. We do not have any specific sensors. When I say specific sensors, means there are something called narrow view sensors. I will not name it, but people call it as a NSV, narrow side view sensors and all. But in our case, it's not so. Our sensors, MX8030, that is the proximity probes, they are standard one, which can be used in place of NSV probes, giving the same output or more than accurate, more than that. Okay. And well, that saves a lot of confusion among the customers because you have only one kind of a sensor. You can use the same 8 mm tip diameter proximity probe for 2 mm axial thrust or 4 mm full scale range. So again, this is all on the transmitter. We do not, I mean, nobody has to go with a special kind of a sensors or special kind of cables. So this is the actual proximity system mounted in the field. Just to mention something more on this, I will come to LNG afterwards actually, but one of the things which really want to emphasize is, there are 3 things what we have mentioned here. One is it avoids the crosstalk. It helps spike separation, and like I said, you do not have to have a separate sensors for narrow side view or NSP kind of a thing. Now crosstalk is something which was recently at one of the plant. We were just called in because the customer was getting on x-axis 10 microns and y-axis 30 microns, okay, and machine was not running, okay. So that is something, they called us, they did all the permutations, and one fine Saturday morning, I got a call from the customer saying that, Vivek bhai, can you help us? So yes, what we did actually, we did the spike separation application over there. And we have that all the documented now, okay. So after we put our transmitters, it has reduced to 1 micron or 2 micron, okay. There was nothing like, spikes or anything. I mean, it has helped. The customer is very happy with us. Well, now I'm looking forward for the orders from them. We did the demonstration, which was very successful, okay. So yes, it is all proven now, the spike separation. Crosstalk. Spike separation is something, due to the due to the various process, sometimes there are furious spikes. So what this transmitter looks at it is, it does monitor continuously, but if there is any spike, it will look at it for 25 to 50 milliseconds. Well, 50 milliseconds is a very huge time when I am talking about the RPM of 40,000. This is the cryogenic application. Again, I was just talking about, this is what we are doing. This is the first time maybe in the world we are doing it. We are the suppliers to Ibarra, Elliott Ibarra, on the cryo turbo expanders in US, and that is what we are doing it here in India as well. Okay. We have supplied to one of the government customer. Now, well, we are waiting for the results because recently we are supplied. So we will see the results, and but what happens in this kind of pumps rather is the axial thrust is very critically important, and it can be only measured with the help of proximity probes. Nobody dared to do that, and we are the first one. With the help of our digital proximity system, we are able to do that. So definitely we will revert on this further. This is a speed system up to 18 meters. That is what we have successfully done. Okay, this is a dual channel monitor. I am just talking about another product here. So dual channel monitor, it is again microprocessor based. You can do it for any sensor for that matter, whether it's a proximity probe or it is for your accelerometer system. The advantage with this system is you can carry the buffered output 300 meters from here. You can configure it for thrust, for vibration, for speed, or for that matter, velocity sensors, accelerometers. When I say I'm not mentioning only metrics, you can do it for any sensors available in the market. This is just a sample layout, what we can do. This is on a pump, what we have done actually. I mean, this is just for our understanding. You can visit our stall number 17, for further, live demonstration of digital proximity transmitters as well as this monitor. These are the accessories what we have for proximity. Because customer comes to us for the complete solution, we can provide the complete solution. So we have the probe mounting system. This is a product what we are selling it a lot, a dynamic signal checker. This is just a layout for our understanding, how we can help you to do the protection as well as monitoring. So that's it from my side. Any questions, I'm here to answer.
Hello. Thank you very much, Vivek. Any questions? Anybody has got any question, please?
Please visit our stall number 17. Thank you.
Yeah, they have got their stall. Yeah, you have got a question. Yeah.
How to decide basically whether the proximity sensors or these vibration monitors to be connected to MMS or it should be connected to DCS or PLC?
It all depends on the application.
What is the criteria?
See, my understanding of your question is how to decide whether we should connect it to MMS or transmitter-based system, right?
Yeah, basically, where should I avoid it should be connected to MMS, or I can directly take it to DCS. So is there any criteria?
That's very simple criteria, sir. Unless you have a turbine which is running at around 5,000 RPM, going through the critical speed, and you need a local decision. There, definitely, we will request you to go with the control system. Otherwise, for any kind of recip compressors, any kind of centrifugal machine, definitely you can go with the transmitter-based system or simple monitor-based system.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vivek.
Yeah, now I request Mr. Prasad Dhamankar to please come and do the honor for us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vivek Joshi. Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next, I think the last but not the least one session for the day. And the topic is gas detector with real-time connectivity. And this presentation is going to be presented by Mr. Ramesh K, Director Sales and Compliance at ABN Equipment and System Private Limited, the master channel partner for MSA safety in the Indian subcontinent with 25 years of experience in industrial product, application sales and distribution network management across India. He has worked with reputed multinational companies before joining ABN Equipment. Ramesh served as the National Sales Manager at MSA Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Ramesh K. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everyone.
Yeah, I'll use this. Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Already the introduction is over here. And let me start with thank you very much to ISA for giving us a chance to introduce an innovative product, and really appreciate for their approach to make the awareness of the industrial safety and the latest product to the country. Well, we are talking about smart. Today, the world is going with smart, smart, smart. We are having smart mobile phones, smart watches, smart goggles, smart vehicles. At your home, you may be hearing that be smart, work smart. In your office also, you will be telling to your colleagues, work smart. Your boss is also telling us, you do smartly. So the smart, and when I came here, at the gate also, we could see smart automation. And the presentation which I have seen here is excellent. Everybody was smart and smart presentation. So before concluding this, what I thought is, let me also have some smartness in my presentation. Okay. Well, I'm going to present here a smart portable gas detector, which is a MSA. MSA basically is a US multinational company. They are manufacturing all human safety products. Means human safety portable gas detector, then fault protection products, fixed gas detection system, everything based on the human safety. This is Ultra IO4, is the MSA's new smart platform. Why we should be connected? So connection is basically to drive safety forward, making the awareness, of course, increase the productivity, how we can smartly work, empower behavior-based safety, which is also very important today. And the complexity. In the morning, we were discussing about the complexity of many data to follow many of the compliance, the complexity to be tamed. And quick response, external data, and standard operating procedure, ensuring the proper standard operating procedure. Yeah, presently what we are having, the portable gas detector, which is a conventional one. Now we are going to shift to the smart one. Now you might be aware of this, you might be experiencing this, the major problems with the major, what you feel now, the conventional method of gas detectors here. Here you go. The latest, most innovative, smart portable gas detector from MSA. This is the portable gas detector of the 2025, which is, you may be aware of, I think many of them are aware of the portable gas detectors, and majority of them may be using the portable gas detectors. These gas detectors are connected to the cloud. Yeah. Now you can see the quality and the features of the gas detectors here, which is having the military grade. It is most rugged, and you can use for refuse wherever in the field, you are in the factory, inside the factory. You need to have a very safe gas detector. And we have passed the tumble test of 60 minutes. We have passed the vibration test of 60 minutes. And of course, this is very important of drop test. Suppose the detector falls down. Normally the screen get destroyed, sensor get destroyed. But you have passed a drop test of 25 feet. Again, IP68 rating we are providing here, because there is a season of rainy season or water logging. If there is any, if it is falls down the detector, then the detector should not be get damaged. And of course, these are the another parameter, the temperature. Yeah. Now this gas detector, of course, like a smartwatch or smartphone, it has got a GPS connectivity and built-in SIM in this. And these are the sensors, that is a catalytic and electrochemical sensors to sense the gases. We are having Excel sensor, it's a MSA patented sensor. And the most important thing, the sensor life, which we are giving here 5 to 7 years, which is one of the rarest of the things you can experience here. And the response is much faster. It is connected to the machine, and it is connected to your desktop as well as the control room, where you get the gas detection, and you can see the real-time connectivity here. Like a mobile app, you will be able to see exactly where the gas detectors and which are the gases and how the alarm is going to come over here when that comes. And it's very simple to use, the way what you are doing with your mobile phone. And another advantage with the tap is here, each and every employee will be given the tap. So when he take the portable gas detector, he can open it by using the tap. So it will be locked and it will be monitored to this desktop. This person has taken the gas detector. Soon he comes after his duty and keeps it there. Then it will get off. And tomorrow the another person comes. If he is not coming with the tap, the particular tap, it will not get on. So you can arrange this tap to your employees and proper accountability will be there. And the tracing the person is also very easy where exactly he is. And the portable gas test in this one, you will be able to see the bump test details, the calibration details, and what are the gases are outside, how many times the distress alarm has gone, all the details you will be able to get. Because bump test is the functional test of a gas detector, and calibration is the routine checkup of the gas detector. So all the data when you are having, so you are having the safety audit and all the details you will be getting from these gas detectors here. This is what I was saying, that how many sensors are working in function. You can see here the pending. 1606 is pending, just for an example. This is pending for maintenance, means the gas detectors are not working, the sensors are not working. So very easily you will be able to monitor how many my portable detectors are working and what are the, where are the problems, and you can easily rectify the problems. And all the details I have given, and you are having all the data also here. And suppose the distress alarm, when you are in a trouble, you will be able to do the distress alarm here. And it will be monitored to all the people in the team who are having these detectors. So everybody will be aware you are in a danger zone, you are in trouble. And the control room or the desktop also will know where is exactly your location, and they will be able to come and save you. And once it is connected to the cloud, automatically the upgradation of software will be done the way what we are getting in our smartphone. So I'm concluding here. This is a smart portable gas detector, the latest technology. So MS has got this. Further, you want to know more details about it, you are welcome to our hall. Let us connect again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramesh. Any questions? Anybody has got? Anybody, any question? Yeah, 1 minute.
कितना टाइम लगा? इतना जल्दी खत्म हो गया क्या?
Yeah, one question. You mentioned about the update time. You said it's quite fast. Update is very fast. Any time is there for updation? How many seconds or to update the reading?
Sir, it is connected to the cloud. Yeah.
Or locally, locally, how fast it can sense?
Yeah, the gas detector can sense within within 15 seconds of time.
Okay.
But the connection data will come, it is on the cloud.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gambhir Sahab.
And one more thing before nobody had asked the question, the GPS accuracy, which is around 2 meters, the GPS accuracy we are going to give it.
Okay.
Yeah,
very
because this is connected to the GPS.
Okay. Very
Yeah.
good, very good.
Thank you. Thank
Any
you very
other-
much.
Any
Bye.
other question anybody has got? Reshma, please take over.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Santosh Patil to please come and do the honor for us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Ramesh K. Thank you so much, sir, for coming, making this event more memorable, and of course, all the information. Thank you. Now, with this, we are done with all the technical sessions, but yes, of course, we have the quiz now, and of course, the lucky draw. So I request Raman sir to get ready for the quiz. And I hope all are done with the lucky draw thing. Are you guys done with the lucky draw? Everyone done with the stamp? If not, please do visit the stall, get the all stamps, and we have a gray box over here, lucky draw box. You can put your lucky draw card, and we'll see who will be the luckiest one for the day. But before that, we have a quiz contest. I hope everyone is awake. Are you guys ready for the quiz contest? I can't hear you guys. Are you guys ready for the quiz contest, everyone? Are you guys ready, right? So Raman sir will take ahead.
Good evening. Back to square one. So you are all seeing me, you must be getting bored. So I will be handing over the mic to my colleagues, Mr. Manjare and Sanjay Joshi. They will be asking you the questions related to today's technical presentation. Please note that you have to give the correct answer. No guessing, no approximation. In engineering, we believe in accuracy. So correct answer, and if the answer is right, they will say the name of the candidate, that will get registered, and you will be entitled to get a prize tomorrow. And very, very important, please don't send proxy tomorrow. You must be physically present here to collect the prize. If you don't come tomorrow, no prize. That will be distributed amongst ourselves. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sanjay.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. All of you must have patiently, sincerely listened to these technical presentations. So we'll be asking in the morning, our President Dr. Rupendra Joshi has announced that there will be 3 awards. So we'll be asking 3 questions, but he Yeah, but Dr. Upendra Joshi, he has told me that you can ask some bonus questions also, and we can think of some bonus rewards also. So let us see how we move ahead with this quiz. So naturally, the first question for the quiz, I will ask Mr. Mandre to ask.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Good evening. The first talk was given by Swati Mania of Immersion on wireless technology. So my question is, what is the wireless frequency band used? Yes. First,
It's 2.4 gigahertz.
no, wrong answer. 24. No, it's wrong answer. Actually, there will be some penalty for wrong answers.
It is 24.1.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Your name, please. Excuse me.
Arjun Gujar. Arjun Gujar.
From company?
ENI Tech.
Yeah. Okay, then I will ask the second question.
Sorry for the interruption. One important announcement. Those who have already answered one right question, they are not allowed to answer the second question because we don't want to give all the 5 prizes to one candidate. I think it is very clear now.
Okay, second question is from the second presentation by EIP. Now, in the presentation, he talked about the multi-beam radars. The model which he talked about is a 3D model. So how many number of beams that 3D model has?
Five beam. 5 beam.
No,
It's
wrong.
a 5 beam, 64 beam, and they have 200 beam also.
He's talking about 3D.
See, you should raise the hand and when asked for the answer, you should answer it.
I think it was 64.
Yeah, 64 is the correct answer. For 3D model, it was 64. Your name, please?
Hi, I'm Rahul Furia, and I'm representing Mahindra and Mahindra.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Now the third question is from the cybersecurity things. It talk about the OT architecture and the monitoring for the cybersecurity. So which are the 3 things we talked, which are required for the monitoring for this cybersecurity OT? Can you identify and say those 3 things?
Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Myself Dhaval Mistry from BPCL. For monitoring, it was network traffic, then network intrusion, host-based security, that is endpoint monitoring, and last it was SOC, OT SOC.
Actually, what you talked about is a key principles of the holistic security. Those are not the actual three things which are followed for cyber security monitoring. Your answer was actually a second part, further part of the OT security. The first part of it, that was the question.
Anybody else?
Okay, then we will drop this question. Okay, the next question.
Okay, friends, next question is on vibration. The topic was given by Mr. Vivek Joshi of Matrix. So question is, besides vibration, which other parameters are sensed by vibration sensors? Which are the two parameters besides vibration? Yes?
Speed and thrust.
Correct. Answer is right. Your good name?
Your name, please.
Viraj Awad. Viraj Awad, Burns and McDonald.
Okay, we'll continue with this quiz contest. But before that, I really wanted to ask something to all present delegates over here. Of course, I know it was a long day, but of course, the informative day, we can say. And I can see the bunch of, youngsters right over in front of my eyes and with a beautiful smile, of course. So I have seen you guys, I think since morning, right? You guys are sitting, enjoying all the sessions, enjoying the food, coffee, tea, everything. What's your good name? Simran, are you from?
McDonald's.
So all are from the same farm, right? So how did you like the exhibition? Like this is your first time with the ISA or 2025 Meet, or have you attended earlier also?
So this is the first time I'm here for the ISA PPA Meet, and it's been a lovely session. The conferences and the delegates that have talked, it is really beautiful. And it's quite insightful for us to know about the industry and the current profile that's working on. So it was really nice. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, of course. And I think you guys have attended all these sessions, right? So tell me, which one is your favorite one till now? Yeah, who's going to answer? He looks very handsome, so he will answer.
The radar one. EIP.
Okay, he might be happy if he's here. So you tell me, ma'am, how did you find the exhibition overall, the stalls, and of course the whole environment?
So actually, I always say this is the right platform for the youngster, for the industry people. So the connect which we get, and I think Mr. Upendra told, right, apart from what it is, we get is the networking. So this is one platform where the youngster, they get a good time to interact with the industry leaders and know about what is happening next in the industry. So I think everyone which we are talking and enjoying is not only that we are enjoying ourselves, but we are understanding what is the industry going forward to, right? And the next 1 decade, right, when it comes to automation, we all are looking forward where we can also contribute. So that is the best part of this meet.
Thank you so much. And of course, we'll see you next year on the stage, on the dais, right? Thank you so much. Thank you. Also, we have more gentlemen over here as, again, with a beautiful smile. What's your good name, sir?
Ravindra Shete.
Ravindra, sir, how did you find the exhibition? Like, of course, we have, I think you are here since morning, right? Yeah. So how did you find all the, speakers, technical sessions, and of course the overall environment of the exhibition?
It was very insightful and lot of knowledge sharing that is happening here. I think this is a good platform to connect industry leaders.
Of course, and you also tell us like which one is your, till now, is a favorite one?
EIP, the 3D modeling and...
So I think AIP is getting more and more votes. Of course. Now again, you can start with the question and answer round. We have a lot of special gifts for the quiz. Along with that, we have a lucky draw. I request whoever not done the stamp on their paper, go visit the stall. We have amazing stalls outside. Get the stamp and get your lucky draw coupon ready. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah. So we'll ask one more question for the quiz. We talked about the laser beam using for analyzing the gases. Can you name those gases what he has said in the presentation? So name the gases which are analyzed by using the laser beam.
Awake, everyone? Who know the answer?
That he will analyze using the laser beam. Okay, we'll drop that question.
This is alternate question. This is on wireless technology. Which IEC standard is used for wireless technology? IEC standard. Yes?
Six two five nine one.
62591. Yes. I think you are already answered, no, earlier? So,
But it was wrong.
no, answer is
Shall we give it to them?
but he has already answered.
Okay, the answer is right.
Answer is right, but he is not qualified.
Oh. Not an issue, but I think he's still in the conference, right? Thank you.
So, next question. This is based on the talk by EIP. There was one term mentioned, MIMO. What it stands for?
Who did it first?
This one.
Here? This gentleman?
Hello, I'm Bharat Kadu from Burns and McDonnell. The answer is multiple input and multiple output.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause, everyone. जवाब दिया है, सही जवाब दिया है. Congratulations. Your good name and the company name.
Yes,
Bharat Kadu from Burns and McDonnell.
Congratulations, Bharat.
Okay, that's all from us. Thank you.
And then we meet again at what time? 7.
Of course, thank you so much. And let's talk more with some of you, and then we'll end up this session for the day. Then we'll see you at 6:45. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So tell me, how did you find the exhibition, the technical sessions, overall the environment of PPA 2025?
I'm from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, and yeah, I enjoyed it very much. It's my first time here, together with my colleague, Chaitra Dole. So yeah, absolutely impressive. We had a good tour around the booths, and yeah, atmosphere is nice, easy to get in contact with everyone. So yeah, I love it. Thank you.
So, Welcome India. Welcome India. Welcome to India.
I'm based in Cuff Parade in Bombay, so yeah.
So you are much aware about India, right? How did you find, ma'am? How did you find the overall exhibition, of course, the stalls outside and the technical sessions?
Good evening, everyone. This is Chaitra Dule from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. The sessions were really interesting. The exhibitors, the booths, it's very well organized. And if anybody is looking out for any connects to Germany in terms of exports or doing business, we're the first point of contact. So please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll talk some of the gentlemen. I think we can call bank batches to them. Sitting, you know, Indians यही है ना कि आगे पूरा खाली है लेकिन हमें बैठना तो पीछे ही है. So, bunch of gentlemen over here. First of all, a warm welcome to all. Okay, sir, you tell me, how did you find the exhibition, overall experience with ISA section?
Yeah, exhibition is very nice and all the facilities is really beautiful, and it's a great learning for our team, for me as well, and we are thoroughly enjoying this session. Thank you so much.
Your good name, sir, and are you from?
My name is Mudassar Kopatkar, and I am from PC Consulting Engineering.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone got a lot of knowledge from the session. Thank you so much for coming. He wants to say something? Oh, tomorrow, please do come. Definitely, I'm the one who will come with Mike. You tell me, how did you find the exhibition?
It was good and nice. I learned a lot of things and enjoyed it. Thank you.
I can't see on your face that you enjoyed. Smile, please.
It was a very good session. I enjoyed it and loved it.
Okay, so he has a whole note of all the sessions. Oh, very well done. The youngster, and might be we'll see you next year on the dais, right? Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And please come tomorrow as well. Thank you. So with this, we are done with this session. I request Raman sir to go forward.
Thank you very much, Reshma. Wait. Actually, we have a CEO night this evening, starting at 7 o'clock. We have got 5 CEOs from Rockwell, 4 CEOs, Rockwell, Honeywell, Adage, and Emerson, Schneider, Adage. So we have got 4 CEOs, and the topics are going to be very interesting, like AI in process control, cyber security, IIoT in hazardous areas, which is a very tricky subject because all these days we have been hearing IIoT, but generally we see that it is applicable only for safe area instruments. So we are going to hear about IIoT in hazardous area, and last, AI in analytical instruments. So request everyone to be present because we can hear the perspective of the MD and CEO, what they have in store for us on these questions and what they are planning to introduce as a product in the in the future 1 year or 1.5 years' time. So I request everyone to be present sharp at 7 o'clock because these people, we are going to start sharp at 7 because the time frame is very critical for us and we will be having for 1 hour session. And after that, of course, we have the networking dinner, bar will be open after that. Please don't expect the bar to be open before that. So bar will be open and you can enjoy, have a good networking, meet with your peers, leaders, and interact with the vendors, understand their products, and that's what I would like to say. Thank you very much. 1 second, please.
Request to all, please be here by 6:45 because 2 of the MDs wants to leave because they have got a flight to catch. So they have booked their flights. So we have to end the session by 8 at any cost. And the session may continue for 1 hour 15 minutes also. So please ensure that everybody is in the hall by 6:45. That's the request. Now you can go and have a networking, go to the stalls, get your sheet stamped so that you can be a part of lucky draw. Okay, thank you all. Thank you.
IIT Washington University, also a member of the MBA Strategic Advisory Board on John M. Online School of Business, Washington University in St. Louis, US, is actively engaged with various industry bodies like USISPF, IHS Market, ISA Delhi and Mumbai chapters. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Anil Bhatia, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Dr. Upendra Joshi, President ISA Maharashtra section, to please come and do the honor for us. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much for your valuable time, for coming and making this event more memorable. Thank you so much. A very warm welcome, sir. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. A big round of applause. Moving forward to our next leader, Mr. Abhijit Chatterjee. Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee is the co-founder and managing director of Adage Automation Private Limited, which is the largest and fastest growing gas analytical company in India with subsidiary companies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UAE and US. Dr. Chatterjee is a BTech in electronics and PGDBM in marketing management. He has worked in Tata Steel, Yokogawa and ABB in senior position and has won several awards and acknowledgement, including India's SG from Ministry of Industrialism, Government of India, and has been the winner of the Best Success Story Award at the Siemens Global IPAC for 6 consecutive years. He also won the prestigious Bharatiya Udyog Ratna in the hands of Honorable President of India, Srimati Pratibha Patil. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Abhijit Chatterjee. Now again, I request Upendra Joshi sir to please do the honor for us. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and making this event more memorable. The leaders of Visionary. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to our next leader, Mr. Arvind Kakru, Vice President, Schneider Electrics. Arvind is the Vice President of Industrial Automation Business of Schneider Electric Greater India Zone. Based out of Gurugram, India, he managed the combined profit and loss of industrial automation, process automation, and control and automation. He serves on the board of Schneider Electric System India Private Limited. He has been in this role since January 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Arvind Kakru. Memento and the hamper. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and making this event more memorable for us. Your presence is very precious for us. Thank you so much. Moving forward to our next dignitary, Mr. Dilip Sane. Dilip is responsible for leading Rockwell Automation's India business, developing the market, creating partnerships, and building a team that serves customers across industry all over the country. Dilip has 3 decades of experience in industrial automation and healthcare technology industries. He joined Rockwell Automation in August 2008. He graduated with honors in electrical engineer from IIT Roorkee. Dilip began his career with the Larsen & Toubro Limited through their GET program. In 1995, Dilip joined GE as a sales manager with GE FanQ and grew to the position of country CEO through roles of increasing responsibility in India and the US. In 2005, Dilip moved to GE Healthcare as a Vice President, Sales for South Asia, from where he moved from Rockwell Automation in his current assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Managing Director of Rockwell Automation India Private Limited, Mr. Dilip Sane. Thank you so much, Mr. Dilip, for coming and making this event more memorable for us. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with all the leaders, all the CEOs of the companies. Thank you so much one more time. Along with that, Dr. Upendra Joshi, President ISA Maharashtra section, is with us. Can we have a round of applause for all our dignitaries, everyone, one more time? And now, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Hello. First of all, thanks all the dignitaries on the dais. I am really grateful that you have taken time out of your busy schedule and be present here. So basically, every time, whenever we meet our top bosses or whenever we meet everyone, only 3 topics are discussed. What is the AI role in instrumentation and control systems? What is the cyber security OT will do? Because IT is already wants to eat our stuff. IT is already controlling the business layers, and they say, okay, we want to control the DCS, ESD also, or the PLCs. And the third topic, what we are more interested is that IIoT in hazardous area. Because whenever we meet everyone, people talk only about the safe area. So these 3 topics, I would like to have your vision and what your each company is foraying in future, or what is the role. That is what I would like to ask. So we have got on dignitaries, the DCS PLC fellows, and 1 MD from gas analytics or the chromatograph business. So I would like to ask each one of you one by one. First question, we will go with the cyber security. So when we talk about cyber security, everybody talks of big things. That we can use the software, we can use the dashboards, we can do AWL or whitelisting, or we can do diode tunneling and blah, blah, blah. Now, in instrumentation, what is the future of cybersecurity? Because ISA has developed a standard, IEC and ISA 62443, which is dedicated only for cybersecurity. So I would like your company, what is your vision and what are you going to develop in future, or what solutions you are going to offer for cybersecurity? So I will start with Bhatiaji for the cybersecurity first. Thank you.
Okay, good evening everybody. First of all, Upendra, really thank you for inviting us for this very august event. And thanks to my great colleagues here, and amazing to see the energy in this show. Anyway, every time I come to ISC, it is really phenomenal to see the work you all do. So hats off and thank you for that. I think it goes without saying that today data, whatever is getting generated, will have to be utilized. So, I will try to cover in a more simplistic way about our, what we are thinking about cybersecurity. You talked about all the whitelisting and everything else, but in a very layman instrumentation words, I would say, we all know what is diode. So what we are trying to ensure that we have a data diode concept, wherein basically what will happen is there is lot of demand going to come for taking data from the DCS to the MES and to the the top layer. But when you have a diode in between, a data diode, we all know diode only goes in one way. The key will be to stop the traffic going from outside to inside. So it will have to be inside-out concept, and that is what we are trying to promote. Obviously, all the codes you mentioned we will follow, but it is going to be very clear that that data diode which we have already developed and we are going to further enhance, will ensure that the data traffic moves in one way, whereas other way we have restrictions, and that is where we will be able to control the cyber security in today's world. But DCS, you would not expect the data to be flowing from outside to inside. It is more going to be from one way, from in to out. That is our kind of thought on data diode in a very simplistic way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anilji. I would like to repeat the same question to Kakruji.
It's a very interesting question, right? And there has been a lot of progress that has been made over the past few years with IIoT convergence coming into play. And there's a lot of intermingling of data. There are a lot of different types of systems, which are interconnected now. So security becomes very, very important, for the maintenance and management of the systems overall, maintaining and protecting the assets of the company. If you look at external world also now, even the government of India has mandated CISOs in PSUs, public sector undertakings, and that's a very big step forward. So it's really important to look at this area. Now we've also seen a lot of companies coming up very strongly on that. We didn't see too many CISOs 5 years back, but especially with the COVID. A lot of acceleration happened in that space, and it's really, really critical, for companies to manage that. We're already working with a lot of companies in that space and, protecting their assets to a very large extent using some of the technologies, that we have in this space. And this is going to grow by leaps and bounds, as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot. Dilipji, your views, please.
Well, first of all, Upendra, thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to be a part of PPPA 2025. Delighted to see the event so far, the exhibit area, energy here. I was particularly enthused with the 3 priorities that you just laid out, because those are the very 3 priorities I can safely say on behalf of the industry that we are trying to work on as well. So there's a convergence right there. Now, talking about another convergence, which is the IT-OT convergence, that's for real. That has happened. I don't think there is anything going back. If you as an organization have not achieved there, you are tending to go in that direction faster, probably out in the future, right? There is a basic difference that happens between the carpeted side of the enterprise and the shop floor side of the enterprise, right? And apart from many other things, the nature of technologies that exist on the enterprise side versus the OT side, one very big difference is that the average age, or let's say the latencies involved on the enterprise side, 3 years, 5 years max, whereas the environment that we are familiar with is 15 years, sometimes much longer than that, right? And therein lies the biggest difference, is how do you go out and make those areas of your enterprise resilient, which were born in an era where cybersecurity was not even a consideration. So in brownfield settings, how do you come in a structured, disciplined manner, assess, and then harden those assets, right? And it requires a critical focus. Again, like I said, very, very delighted to note that those are the top 3 things that are on your business leaders' minds, which is very, very heartening to note. So we can dwell a little bit more in that. A lot of work that has happened. I think it is safe to say that both on your side of the industry and our side of the industry, it is amongst the fastest growing practice, right? For all good reasons. And the pace at which technology is evolving, and technology that is accessible also to the bad actors, it is moving at an explosive pace. So if you don't already have a point of view on how you're going to be, making your organization more resilient from a cyber perspective on the uncarpeted side of your business, then you better get there very fast.
Yeah. Thanks, Dilipji. Now, regarding the analyzers, normally we buy analyzer management system. Now, what do you see the cybersecurity plays a role in specifically to AMS, what we normally call? So your views, please, Abhijit.
Okay, first of all, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Joshi, and to the organizing team for arranging such a brilliant kind of setup, and really amazing. And I'm also very happy to sit with the very august kind of the colleagues. When you talk about the cybersecurity, it's a big topic. Okay, so we are not right now probably focusing upon at the moment about cybersecurity in perspective to the future trend, like future AI and all. Is the data had been there, and we had the internet and so much of things happening. But I think we have to take a pause and think about when you have the AI transformation which is happening now, and particularly with the GDPR, which has been implemented by the European nations very strongly, the data privacy has become a very, very strong. So if I give an example, it's not so prevalent in India, but somebody who is traveling around across Europe or Americas, you'll find you just open an app, you'll find in your mobile, will be asking for so many acceptance of those cookies, whether you accept them or not. So data privacy is very, very important, particularly in the age when there is so much of AI being implemented in your daily application. So I think our DCAs, gas analyzers are no different from that. Now coming back to that, about this thing. So what's now the new trend happening, more keeping in mind about this, this data privacy, is that a lot of edge computing is happening. So as they mentioned, the IT and OT convergence is definitely one thing, but in-premise or on-premise kind of data processing and edge computing is something which is the latest trend in the field of AI. Just imagine AI, when you are actually working upon a very, very complex algorithm, you probably need those very strong GPUs, or those cloud computings will be very much necessary to be integrated with your, I think also with your system. Now, that's the real challenge. But if you give an example, you have different mobile applications, for the example. You can still operate, you can just switch off the data from your mobile, no Wi-Fi, but still you can do a lot of, you can still have the face reading, you can have in an iPhone, maybe other phones, you can have face recognitions, and many other apps based on the AI are running on the device without an internet connections. So that's what is the edge computing is leading us to address these challenges, and that's what we as AdEdge, being the leading provider of gasoline solutions, we are working very strongly, converging the ITOT and working more towards the edge computing and having the AI models running in place, in premise. So that's a challenge because you need very high capacity of computations, but that's what we all are working upon.
Yeah, thanks, Abhijit. Now on the lighter note, many a times we see the IT is trying to take the instrumentation jobs. Especially they want to attack on OT also. Now what do you think in next 5 years, really IT will take over the cybersecurity for the instrumentation, or instrumentation OT will remain as the OT? Just on the lighter note I'm asking. But this is a challenge what we are facing day in, day out, because IT guys are running fast. They have got their solutions developed a long time back, whereas the instrumentation cybersecurity is just booming up. The standard is also developed 3-4 years back. We have been also implementing at our company the cybersecurity as compliant to IC 62443. But the IT people are challenging every now and then about the procedures, about the SOPs. So what's your opinion as a solution provider? Do you really think that IT department or the information technology department will take over the instrument department for the DCA CSD for cybersecurity or not? So I will start with Anilji.
So, of course, you asked on a lighter note, but it's a serious question as well. But I want to just give you, maybe around, I think I remember 10, 12 years back, I was sitting a similar panel and somebody asked, will the Googles and the IBMs of the world take over and there will be no instrumentation company and there'll be, and that time most of the panelists said, doesn't look likely. So I think, first of all, I really don't believe that we will be able to succeed without IT-OT collaboration. It is a joint game. IT knows their part, whereas OT has got the expertise. And remember one thing, the data owners are still OT. So you cannot just, IT cannot come and take over something where, so I think it will be a big collaboration. And okay, the gap may reduce between the two, but both will continue to drive. I really don't believe that IT will take over OT. And being an instrumentation engineer at heart, obviously, I feel that...
Yeah, our generation is fine. But the new generation also you're talking about, see, I said after 5 to 10 years...
I doubt, my view, because finally you will measure data instrumentation and you will be owning the data. You will know what data you are measuring, what data you are having. So I personally feel it will be a collaborative effort. Only thing that will happen is OT will start learning more about IT and IT will start learning more about OT. So that is what will happen. But those two will remain and existing together and really growing and succeeding in the organization.
Good to hear that. Kakruji?
Very interesting question.
Yeah.
And complicated, it's like guessing the future. But to a very large extent, I think they used to be in silos, and still in a lot of places they work as silos. The IT and the OT. There has been a lot of convergence, so to say, over the past few years, and that possibility cannot be ruled out. To very large, they'll not do the instrumentation job of the the field work, but how do they manage those field devices or connected products which are becoming smarter by the day? Because that element also involved, and you never know when some middle layer gets eliminated.
Exactly.
So they might just straight away have to kind of work on these kind of devices. So, but it doesn't seem to be a possibility in the very near future. But you never know. The way technology is progressing.
Good to hear from two leaders that, okay, instrumentation jobs will be there. Dilip ji?
Well, my problem is this. You asked us to predict what's going to happen in 5 years, and the world we are living in, we can't even predict what's going to happen in 5 days, as we've been witnessing, in the last few weeks. But that's on the lighter note. Two things here. I think I would tend to agree with you, Anil. If IT and OT cannot collaborate, then the enterprise loses. That is for sure.
Fully agree.
So that has to be sorted out and figured out, and that trust has to be built. Part of the reason why they've not been able to develop empathy, they as an IT, right, for OT, is their extreme lack of familiarity, with what exists out there in a landscape which is very different, to the world that they're familiar with, right? That's point number one. Point number two is, if you really believe that data is the true value for any organization, or society, if you're a manufacturing-led business, where is the data being born? The data is being born, data where you're really creating value for the enterprise is being born in the OT setting.
That's agreed.
Right?
But
Now,
IT guys are ambitious.
They are. But their ability to make sense of the context that exists out in the plants, you're going to come to us about, hazardous areas, zone 1, zone 2, all of that stuff. They may understand the terms. They do not have empathy or context yet about that. I think the domain expertise that is built up through people who are very intimate with the process is irreplaceable, right? Now, if IT can develop that level, all power to them, right? But I think the solution for the enterprise, for the organization, is for IT and OT to collaborate, right? There is no substitute to that.
That's fully agreed.
Yeah.
I think for you the answer is simple.
No,
because
I think
most of the IT guys don't know analyzers.
no. The answer is simple, but I think I tend to. You asked on a lighter note, but I tend to completely agree that I feel this is bound to happen. This is something which is going to happen. Not even 5 years. I feel 2-3 years. This is going to happen for sure. I think my take on this is that you asked about, because we all belong to that old school of instrumentation engineers, but my point is that if you do not upskill, if you do not upgrade, you'll be an obsolete. So on that perspective, if you look at it, then there has to be not only a convergence, but the OT has to upskill and have all the skill sets which comes from the IT. And there specifically, as he mentioned rightly, we all are from the same automation industry. Gas analytics may be a kind of small niche domain in that, but after all, you have to understand the advantage which also comes, that we belong to the people who are actually developing the applications. We know the instruments, we know the process. We also collaborate with end users like you. So it's not a one standard solutions when you go for something. So it has to be a kind of developed or very customized solution based on the nuances of the applications. So it's we who will be driving it, but yes, sure, we have to also upgrade and upskill.
Yeah, fully agreed. Instrumentation has to upgrade themselves. But see, even if you look at the younger generation, they are not interested to make their hands dirty. They don't want to go to control walls. They don't want to go to the zero span calibration of transmitters. So even the new generation also wants to go for the coding, programming. In the morning also I said the same thing. Instrumentation colleges are shutting down and only computer science and IT colleges are being thriving out. So I think I took his point that yes, we have to upgrade ourselves, but I think IT, even new generation also doesn't want to work in instrumentation. Am I right in saying, or you guys are not facing the same problem? Because while recruiting, we are facing the problem that we are not getting talent in instrumentation, and everyone who is talented wants to go to IT field. So is it the same observation? Because that's where I'm coming to. See, what you said rightly, Abhijit, that yes, we have to upgrade. But to upgrade, we should also get the talent. So I think just anyone can take this question and...
I will just quickly, you are right. It is a scary part today that, the new generation doesn't want to go to the old, go to the site and go to the plant. So obviously, that is why you said instrumentation engineering branch is closing. Now they are calling it automation engineering in many of the colleges. So I think by advent of this whole software everywhere, OT will become software savvy group. It will not just be, that zero and span elevation of a transmitter. And that is where the interest will come. So it is responsible, I think, for all we leaders to also drive their messages. Instrumentation is all about software. Instrumentation is all about data and not just measurement. I think that is where if we also promote it will be better.
Yeah, I think rightly said. Yeah. Anyone want to take in or anyone?
So I think your pain is real. I think we all face that because, IT, computer science as a discipline is the shining object, and it tends to attract everyone's attention. And it's also a fact that many of the core disciplines, mechanical, instrumentation, they are seeing a drop in interest. That I think I get to hear that feedback from many parts of the ecosystem. That said, you spoke about coding. What's going to happen to coding itself? We all know the answer to that, right? So unless and until you develop skills which are beyond coding, you yourself are going to be running the risk of being obsolete, right? And which are those skills? Is something is going to assist you, give it whatever name, to write smart code. Prompt engineering is already here, right? What you need to do is to think about what prompt to give. What enables you to think is that domain expertise. How do you become intimate with that domain? And that brings us back to the core disciplines, right? It's instrumentation, mechanical, metallurgy, and such. I would liken this to something like a pendulum. Pendulum swings, but eventually it comes back, right? And then it settles down somewhere at an optimum position. My point of view.
Yeah, great one.
I think if I can add to one point. So I think from the perspective of your take about not having instrumentation engineers coming up, the branch itself will close it down from the engineering colleges. But if you look at the best data scientists coming out from the best universities, and so if you know the programs which now Harvard and University of Massachusetts are also implementing now, so you have the people coming out with the best education on the data science and also on data analytics and AI, but they're also interning with the process industries. Many of them I know are going to work in ExxonMobil or Shell and all, so they're also learning it. So I think it's about the evolution, about the curriculum. Maybe India will follow, but it's already happening in the Western world. So you'll have an evolution of the curriculum where you have to make people understand that the younger generations, that it's not only just calibrating an instrument, a transmitter, analyzer, but it means you have to understand the entire process, your instrument, as well as you should be able to make it smarter to talk and ultimately realize what it is capable of. So the courses needs to be revised, and as the stakeholders or the senior people from the academics should also work upon modifying the courses, not typically keep a branch like instrumentation alone, nothing to do with, no understanding about the AI or computer science. I think that's a journey which is already happening in the Western world. The curriculums are getting revised, and it's just a matter of few few months or years when India will also have similar kind of courses, and we'll once again start living in a world where the young engineers will be able to take care of the process.
Yeah, thanks.
I think the larger equation would be, the skills would have to be upgraded. And with low code, no code kind of programming coming into play, now you see even data scientists, they're like more than half, they don't have even an engineering background. The CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, is a metallurgical engineer. He's not a computer engineer. So I think a lot of those skills will be crossovers, in that sense. So basically, people will have to upgrade. So they will again converge. We use the converge word a lot, but it's again, one more domain that's going to kind of shorten, and converge again.
I think this is a message by the leaders to the entire people who are sitting here in the instrumentation or automation fraternities that we have to upgrade our skills. Am I right? That is what is the conclusion. Because IT/OT convergence cannot be stopped. That is what all the leaders said, I think, in a unified voice. So this is our job as the leaders to ensure that the engineers are trained not only in the hardware, but in the software also. And we have to promote this in the colleges, I think. Because if you don't promote in the colleges, people are not opting for the disciplines. So I think this is the message to all, by all the leaders. So now as we are moving around in the cybersecurity, and everybody said about the AI. So AI is also a hot topic nowadays. Even the management asks, Upendra, what is the AI, what you are going to implement in the project? So AI is there. Nowadays, ChatGPT can give you straight away coding if you feed the parameters. So in instrumentation world or the control systems world, what is the role of AI? Anyone can take.
All right, so I think, a lot has been happening on the AI space itself, and a lot of, people have become much more focused, more application-centric, more domain-centric. A lot of progress has been made, and this is possibly the biggest, I would say, factor for adding to the company's bottom line. That's one. Second one is making the processes much more safer, efficient, overall, and finally also secure, because there's this cyber element also. Now you want integrated cyber systems and stuff like that. So it's very, I would say, going to get very optimistic going forward, going to grow much more aggressively. Even at this point of time, even your companies like yours, they have been utilizing some of these technologies. I think asset management is going to be really critical, because you're looking at large capital-intensive assets, and then within that, rotating equipments possibly makes the biggest sense. How do you optimize the process? That again is a very critical element, and it also makes your whole efficiency to a very, very big level, very higher level, so to say. So beyond that, then you integrate these cyber security systems. There are smaller use cases, that could be deployed in certain applications. Now there are a lot of startups, working on small applications which could be big productivity gainers, and efficiency gainers. So a lot has been happening on the process side, using AI technologies and then expanding that. So it's going to be a game changer, as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks. Anyone?
So, a couple of things. I think before we talk about AI, let's talk about the need for something which AI is going to occupy. If there's no need, it's not going to come through. So let's try and analyze what's the need. Need really is, in my view, process industries, it's a complex business, as it is, right? It's complex. We're going to explore the area of, the relevance, how technology is impacting in hazardous areas and so forth. It is a complex business. It's getting even more complex. Regulations are evolving. There are ESG considerations. We are already talking about skills shortages. So where are the trained people who already know intuitively how to respond? There's a paucity over there. It's a complex lay of the land, and yet the demands of management are always going to increase because their stakeholders' demands are also increasing. So in this you have to find a way to cut through complexity and change this paradigm, right? And that's where AI makes itself relevant. Technology always gives us the answer, right? And this time the answer is coming in the form of AI. It helps us cut through the complexity. And we can talk about variety of use cases, which are very relevant to our setting and our context, right? So I think, and I tend to agree, AI, you talk about it in the design stages, you talk about it in the engineering stages, you talk about it in the operation stages, maintenance stages, anywhere across the entire continuum of the enterprise value chain. There are areas where it can help you either do things better or safer or cheaper, right? And that, in doing so, it is serving a lot of purpose. You have to be cautious, though, because what can be done in an enterprise setting cannot straight away be done in a setting where you're really playing with fire, right? So AI has to be robust, reliable, trustworthy before it can be allowed to be used in a production setting, right? But is the need there? I would absolutely endorse yes.
Yeah. So I'll just add, both gentlemen have said really valid things. I think AI ML, it is going to come and it is continued to expand. And as rightly said, in a plant environment, it is not like an enterprise environment. You can afford to make a mistake. It's okay, some data, but here you're playing with human life. So obviously, the safety side of it, to ensure that it is tested, is very, very relevant. But I want to just change this topic to slightly your earlier question and say that how AI ML also will be driven by instrumentation engineers in that field. It is not that only IT where you need the expertise. So to everybody listening to hear that, don't feel that if I'm an instrumentation engineer, I cannot do AI ML as an IT purpose work. So the way things are evolving, if you go to any of these consultants, Bain, Dell, you'll find the instrumentation engineers who have done some MBA are actually driving those partnerships. So I would say that AI ML definitely is going to come. It has to be done in a very safe and secure way. But at the same time, the team, the young generation has to embrace it. It is going to be the way forward for automation and the process industry. There is no other. I can talk about maybe so many use cases now, but between bar dekho, I don't want to come in between, so I'll stop here.
Good one. But still, we are going to continue till 8 p.m.
Okay, so my perspective, I think AI is no more a technological, curiosity. It's something which is getting embraced by all the industries because we interact with I think in the oil and gas domain, with the end user customers. So everybody is embracing it for not only competitiveness, but also for safety. And for an example, we did a project recently with IOCL Gujarat where we implemented the AI module on the AMADAS. You were asking about the AMS. So we already implemented an AI module on the AMADAS, which is now validating the measurement data which is coming out of a GC or from the analyzer, monitoring the data which has been measured and validating it, and then in the future, keeping a backup to be able to tell that where is it going wrong. Maybe it can be given an early signal of a failure, or also predicting some kind of sensor spoofing which can possibly happen. Leakages, for example, can be predicted beforehand. So this is where the world is going. So it's a necessity now, and it's not only for the process applications, but also for the environment. And then this brings another classic example, reaffirming what Mr. Bhatia just now said, that it's going to be us, the instrumentation people, who will be leading this journey, not just the IT people, because the example is for example, ADNOC. Right now, we are implementing a project with ADNOC in Abu Dhabi. So, ADNOC has 2.44 million barrels of oil production per day, that kind of production, I think the target they have. So they have a huge amount of efficiency improvement and various kinds. So what we are working upon with them is a predictive emission monitoring system. So this is something which is going to be in the future. They do not have to have a typical or conventional CEMS, for example, with a lot of manual calibrations, manual people involved. All that can be minimize, you can still have similar kind of reading available through a predictive emission monitoring system. And this is purely driven by a AI module. And the interesting part of it, exactly what Mr. Bhatia said, this is a project which is not done by Google, is not done by Red Hat, is done by us. And we are the analytics people, we are the automation people, and we are driving it. We are the people who are implementing it because it's not a, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a one size fits everyone. It's an application-specific device. You have to know the process, you have to know the analyzers, you have to know the automation system, and then only you can build up an AI module to help them support this. So there is a journey which will finally evolve based on AI, but the people who will be leading this journey are us, the automation people.
Yeah, I think this is a very good example of AI what he implemented. So I think when we spoke last time, Dilip ji, you had a lot of development in AI, right? So can you give any specific example that you have implemented AI in petrochemical or refinery?
For a change, I'll give you a much more simpler example.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, simpler example so that everyone can relate to it. One of the most ubiquitous assets that you have in process industry or any industry is a motor driven by a variable frequency drive. What do you use the drive for? To control the motor, right? Fan and pump applications or any kind of application, right? Now, that's what for 4-6 decades drives have been used for. In this age, today, your drive, which produces very valuable industrial data, which was till now going unutilized, untapped, right? It is producing all the data. It's coming in because it's a digital asset, right? All this data is coming in, and what it is allowing you to do already is it allows you to look at, drive is capable of doing its own maintenance. It can always, it's been telling you for 10 years, I'm good or I need attention, right? So let's fix that, right? It is that data and the analysis of that data, which by the way happens inside of that drive because it's embedded, right? It's giving you an opportunity to see through the drive the entire chain that is attached to it, the gearbox and the load that it is driving. And it is able to predict the health of that load, not the drive, the load itself. What's happening to that? If there are anomalous behavior, to be able to catch that and to be able to flag it off without any new instrumentation being done on the load. And this is not science fiction. This is already implemented in the field. And this is happening because of the very same things that we've been talking about, right? Sophisticated algos which now have the ability to be, you spoke about the edge. This is happening at the edge. Actually, it is embedded inside an industrial asset, which is your drive, right? And it runs over there. It's in our parlance, we call it the guardian, right? It's called the guardian AI. And it is protecting not only itself, but the asset that it is driving, right? This is just to cite one example, right? Now, I want to extend it back to could IT implement it? Maybe. Without IT, it could not have been developed. But to implement it, you really need the people who are familiar with the OT setting.
Yeah, good one. Anyone would like to take any example of AI implementation in petrochemical or refinery?
See, I think predictive analytics is a very good example, right? So we're talking of a big use case because you're looking at very large assets. If you are able to predict failure using AI, ML technologies, and also a good combination of domain expertise, so you can predict failure much ahead of the time, a few months ahead of the time. And that's a big, not only operation cost saved, running availability and production lost, situation avoided, but also you can plan your inventory, you can plan your assets in a way where you can operate and maintain them at a very nice pace over a long period of time. So I think these are more like value for money kind of examples, where you can use in this kind of industry.
Thanks.
See, I'll just have one more example now. Of course, predictive analytics is very big, but on the production side as well, if you see in the past, we'll have advanced process control, and then we'll use simulation to kind of work on the set point. Now we have this co-pilot, along with an operator, and imagine the operator has a, intelligent co-pilot with you, where operator can then ask, okay, what can be the recommendation of set points, and then that you get from the co-pilot who has already studied and learned the data, and that helps a lot. So again, these things are also coming a lot in production side as well. Of course, predictive analytics is a very big use case, and we are using it in many real time in all across, across the globe, wherever in Emerson at least.
So I think we all agree that AI is definitely going to come. In fact, it is already coming. And a lot of used cases have been explained by the leaders. So one more question. In the PID control in a plant, will AI be implemented in future, that you will have an autonomous plant running, or there will be operators required for the manual setting? Anyone? Because I have been asked this question, can you make autonomous operation?
It's a possibility, it's again, I think AI is the answer possibly. Machine learning again, then you kind of do it remotely. And also we are seeing more and more products that did not exist before. They're becoming much more intelligent, smarter. You can remotely operate them. You can manage those assets in the field, sitting somewhere else. So I don't think that's a possibility that can be ruled out.
Great. Okay. Anyone has any view?
So in my view, I think autonomy is already upon us. We are just moving in that direction for sure, right? Why so? Already, some of the most, we're talking about hazardous areas and such. I was speaking with someone just this week itself about some mining use cases. Some of the most high-value assets, mobile assets, equipments that operate there in the mines, are already autonomous vehicles. We talk about autonomous vehicles, and we think about Tesla cars and all of that, right? Mining industry has been using autonomous vehicles for a period of time now, right? And then the other thing is, you talk about really sensitive areas where you cannot put a human.
Yeah,
What is
like
the answer?
nuclear plants. Yeah.
Exactly. You really have to rely on autonomy. So we already are relying over there. The pace at which technology and the costs are crashing down, right? And the form factor which they occupy, right? I mean, we're talking about cloud and things which are coming down right to the edge now, right? These capabilities are going to be making the edge much more capable, not just smarter, right? So I would say that, there is a clear case for you to take repetitive tasks and farm them out to machines, right? So that you can free up the humans to do, really the thing which humans are really good at, which is take decisions in ambiguous settings, right? Equipping them with the right information, right? The right insights at the right time, right? I think the human-machine collaboration is an area which requires a lot more greater sort of deliberations and scrutiny, because there's a lot of possibility out there. But would some tasks really get, autonomous? I believe so.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, anyone?
I think maybe when we talk about hazardous applications, maybe we have more use cases or more advantages to talk about. But I like that point he mentioned about. So the question about whether the PID control in a DC or something can be done like autonomous. Imagine there was a case which was reported, one car in a garage of someone in San Diego. The gentleman was not paying for the EMIs to the bank, and the bank called back the Tesla car, left the San Diego garage, could go to drive through all the San Francisco highway, which is normally very busy, and go to this bank in San Jose. And so driving all the almost, who has traveled between San Diego and San Jose, 75, 80 kilometers or miles, it just went on its own and got parked near the bank. So if this can be possible, then I'm sure any kind of automation is possible.
I will just conclude one thing. I feel, yes, all this is good, but a process plant running like a driverless Tesla, I feel we are long away from that. There'll be some aspects of autonomous coming, but still It will be never be a full autopilot. Pilots will be there because we are playing with human life there. So I feel, of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but it's a long time away before plants become full autonomous.
I fully agree with you because to make the complete petrochemical plant fully autonomous, I think it's a far-fetched reality. I don't think
you have to decide when do you reach that point at any level where you have enough trust on the system to take the human out of the loop. Right?
See,
and
we
that
have got
trust has
advanced
to be,
process licenses.
Yeah. No, I think we have to see for simple tasks, maybe it is easy to take the human out of the loop, but there are going to be many tasks where you cannot. You have to keep the human in the loop, provide the right insights, and let the human decide, right? Yes. And I think it will gradually evolve.
Yeah. I think fully agreed because it's very difficult to control everything autonomously. Yes, driving a car maybe, yes, fine.
No, I think we are getting the point wrong. So it's not something like a AI, like a transformer controlling the plant. It's also with the human who will be feeding the data and controlling and teaching the AI model what's slow. Maybe the control or the actual control can be autonomous, maybe much more efficient, but it's run by a human sitting next to it or teaching the model. So, and the human, which is also knows about the process and different applications, are the one who will be regulating at what level this is going to happen. So it's not something you suddenly find a petrochemical complex completely running without people. It's never going to be like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be, it just reminds us, like 30 years back, people used to say, oh, computers will take away all the jobs, there will no people will be working. So it's just the reverse thing happened. Computers generate so much. So AI and running a plant autonomously is something which is, I'm sure, going to happen. But it will be regulated by human, will be teaching the model how much to regulate, how much to go, so what to do. So it's not going to be, it's going to be a nice collaboration between a human and also the AI models, which is only for an efficacy and advantages.
Yeah, I think, but again, still, I will agree with Bhatiaji that yes, car industry and the process industry is a little bit different. Yes, you can have a driverless car, but you cannot have a operatorless plant. Yes, what Abhijit said rightly that yes, there will be a human sitting nearby. Already we have got advanced process control, which is giving automatic set points. Yeah. So that set points are already decided by the AI model, but the feeding will be done by the human being only. So I think this is what we can conclude that yes, AI will be definitely taking over in few years, but still the engineers will be required for analyzing the data and feeding it the models, AI models correctly. So I think we all agree on this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally.
So,
Absolutely.
so now next and the last, IIoT. Everybody talks about IIoT. But whenever we ask any vendor, what is it implemented in a hazardous area? We do not get any answer. Trust me, we have been asking several vendors. Unfortunately, we have not met you for that. But when we go for the continuous emission monitoring or any other things, if it's a safe area, yes, everybody has got a solution. But when you talk about the hazardous area, has anyone implemented IIoT, wireless technology, in a hazardous area where statutory approvals are required, or maybe non-statutory measurements, but IIoT is implemented in a hazardous area? So anyone can take?
Okay, so I would like to take that question. This is something which is not, maybe in India we are not, have not implemented, particularly talking about the emissions you mentioned. So this is something, as per the regulatory authorities of India, it's not probably allowed, but it's a big thing. You know, today, for example, ADNOC is already doing it in a big way. Aramco is also going for it. SABIC is, for example, going for it. It's also getting popular in the US. So this is something, if you look at it from the hazardous area perspective, three things are happening, very, very important. That if you have an analyzer or a device or a sensor in the field, and then you need a manual intervention in a very high-risk kind of zone for validating or calibrations and all, manual intervention is no more required. And will not be even, it will get better from here. So you can have the human safety who doesn't have to actively participate in this, can be done remotely. Secondly, very interestingly, also it gives a huge amount of cost benefits. Imagine a device, or analyzer, or a sensor which is well hid on a remote drilling site. So for checking it or verifying it, you have to send the people, the practices, people go maybe in a helicopter or a chopper to look at it. That's something which will get replaced. So it's inherently benefiting a lot in the cost and also for saving the energy. You need to fly to that location. And thirdly, and probably most importantly, the plant safety. Imagine everybody's talking, and we all know this is nothing new, the digital twin. So you are also running a process, very complex process, and building up a kind of model which is exactly digital twin. And by this, now if we know that you can predict exactly beforehand what's going to be the nature, possibly also forecast a kind of leakage or kind of explosion, which will also contribute heavily towards the plant safety. So particularly for hazardous area application, I think, yes, this is something which is going to be enormous benefits.
I think I will rephrase my question. Equipments which are for the IIoT, are they certified for the hazardous area? Are they PESO certified? That's the question. I will rephrase it again. So, because I could not came across anybody who has got a product which is Industry 4, but certified by PESO or suitable for the hazardous area. These are all safe area certifications. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, so I will just add, our wireless gateways, like which we have.
That's fine.
There
That's
we have.
fine.
So what happens, if let's say Emerson, we have all the products which will be measuring in an hazardous area. That you agree, without a doubt. Now the question is how to put the data from the field to the control room, right? And that is where when you have a wireless device, which is for hazardous, then that device can give data to the control room in a wireless way, and then implementing IoT is not an issue.
Bhatia ji, we have got 3,000 of Emerson devices connected on the wireless network.
Yes.
Done.
Yes.
But when people talk about IIoT, it's on 5G or something or different protocols, and they are talking about IIoT. If you read the standard of Industry 4, it's suitable for the certified area, not suitable for the certified area, it's for the safe area. So has anybody implemented IIoT Industry 4 in a hazardous area equipments?
If you would allow me to take the liberty of expanding your question into the need. Why are we wanting to take IIoT into a complex environment? Why? Like Abhijit was saying, hard to put a human over there. It's either risky or it's expensive and all of that. Now, what are the kind of problems you're trying to solve? Trying to solve problems relating to leaks, spillages. You're trying to solve problems of unsafe movements, such kinds of things, right? What IIoT opens up is the possibility of solving the problems in a different manner. How? See, stuff that we've been talking about last, several minutes is basically about how these new age technologies are transforming the way we are looking at problem solving, right? AI and all of these new age technologies are creating a convergence of a different sort, right? Now you're converging, these models are multimodal models already. They're taking vision in, they're taking, visual inputs and being able to decipher without any programming being necessary if anything has deviated from what was the norm, right? So a spill can be detected through a camera, which is safe for a hazardous area, right? I think we need to look at, because it's opened up a possibility that did not exist earlier. So we need to start looking at the problems themselves through a different lens. That would be my point of view.
Fully agreed, sir.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, that are you implementing IIoT Industry 4 on a control loop, which is going to control your plant?
Yeah.
Because whatever I have seen, what Bechtel, Fleur Daniel, or McKinsey, or all people are saying, that this is for the monitoring, or not for the critical alarms, not for the trip applications. So again, I'm rephrasing the question.
Correct.
Is anyone implementing IIoT Industry 4 on a critical loop, on a trip application? Has anyone got such solutions?
So your question is more about the implementation, right?
Product certifications also.
Yeah, which comes, I would put it in the category of, is this getting implemented in that manner, right? I am aware, and I think someone a little bit more technically deep should answer that question, but I am aware that that a whole lot of possibilities that are enabled by Industry 4.0, using the algos that we are talking about, using the edge capabilities, the edge compute capabilities, are actually getting done in applications which exist in safe and unsafe areas.
I think I got your question now. You're talking about control.
Yeah.
That you're right. Still now control is not done on a wireless or on an IIoT platform. Yet it is still measurement, prediction and diagnostics.
See, that everybody explained.
Yes,
Diagnostic,
control is
predictive
not.
maintenance,
I
everything
agree
is
with you.
done.
Control is still not been implemented on a wireless way.
See, I will ask another question. Even the Facebook stops for 1 minute, 2 minutes, nothing is going to happen. But if a wireless technology, even if you put a 1 second scan rate, and if it doesn't scan, and it's in the control application, is the leaders going to accept that yes, for 1 minute your plant will be blank, or for several seconds? So I think from that perspective, as an end user, it's my question that what is your vision or what your company is developing into it, or it's a far-fetched?
Well, first of all, I think whatever seems far, we are getting there a lot sooner.
Yeah, that's agreed.
Right, than whatever human mind is trained to think about. So the future is coming to us at a much faster pace than we are prepared for. But the thing which I would like to say is, unless and until architecturally we are able to convince ourselves, no matter which side of the table we sit on, right, the supplier side or the user side, right, unless and until we are confident that the system is going to perform reliably in all operating conditions, you can't take that next step because the stakes are too high, right? And I believe some use cases are enabled. It is also my understanding that it is getting into the realm of controls, but which ones those are, I think we'll need to explore.
So I think it's going to catch up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone wants to take in?
I was trying to avoid answer to this question, but it's again, it depends upon the readiness of the devices there. It depends upon how the technology evolves, etc. I don't see technically a reason why it should not be, provided we solve the problem that we want to solve and we ensure all the controls are in place and you don't have any mishaps happening because of that. So it's a little bit unpredictable, but I don't think it's a possibility that would not exist.
Okay, great.
I'm not at least aware of any such applications, but I guess there could be a commercial reason also for that. The application, it's like possibly that could be one of the reasons, but
see, you can switch on a AC, fan remotely, but I don't think that we are going to switch on a motor remotely. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but just thinking loudly. Yeah.
I think, remotely switching on motors, you are right. I mean, but I feel personally it is going to be a reality. Timing has to be seen, but all this will happen. What will happen remotely means you will commit first one signal wireless to somewhere in the field. From there, it will be wired to start the motor. So still, it will happen. It will happen, but completely starting a motor, current motor remotely, not going to be possible, but there are ways and means which will be utilized, and that is why you have these gateways which will then control in the field many devices. So it is going to be a reality. Implementation may depend upon what kind of device, an instrument or a wall or a motor, but I think it is coming our way for sure.
I think technology is going to speed up.
Yes.
And as you rightly said that whatever we think of future, it is coming very faster. Yes. So Abhijit, your take?
I think you got a very valid point about having a device ready with for hazardous area applications, which is already having an ICX or a PESO certifications. So, we are talking about a development in the upper level system with the AI, which is writing the control algorithm and all. At the same time, you have very reliable devices from everyone, for example, from Emerson, from Rockwell, and from everyone. So you have a very reliable device which is capable of giving a lot of information. You also have on the upper level system a kind of AI-based model which can do wonders in terms of accepting the data and giving a kind of like a predictive like analysis and input. But at the same time, there is a link between what I understand what you mean the link about whether you can trust the device which is sending out the data to the upper level system and the signal which is coming back from there. So there, I think we still have a long way to go. We still have a lot of developments which has to happen in between this meet phase, between the devices, the sensors which we are part of, and also the automation system and the AI on which we are working. Maybe this one, the link between these has to be much more, has to be lot of ways to work upon, make them much more robust and reliable with certifications and all. I think you got a very valid point. Unless that is something which is available, you really cannot trust upon it and make it totally autonomous.
Yeah. So I hope I have not asked any awkward questions. I hope so.
I think you asked rather very, very relevant questions.
Yes. Very relevant. Yes.
So I think I will not come in between the bar dekho and everything. So just to wrap up, I think now what all leaders say, that instrumentation field, we have to upgrade our skills. That's, I think, unanimously agreed by all, that we have to upgrade our skills for the coding, because AI is going to come in future, which everybody says. And as Dilipji rightly said, that future is coming very fast. So all instrumentation engineers sitting in this forum, I think we have to upgrade our skills. That's the first wrap-up I will say. Cybersecurity, IT and OT convergence is bound to happen. It may be within months or maybe within a span of 1 year or 1.5 years. So if we all have to ensure that IT doesn't engross our department, we have to upgrade our skills. So two things, IT-OT convergence is definitely, AI is definitely going to come. Okay, it may come in a limited way, but it is definitely going to come in very fast. And the third thing, what we talked about, the IIoT for hazardous area, that yes, everybody agreed that yes, solutions are available. But as far as PESO or the Government of India certifications are required, industry has to get developed for this. I think as all fraternity here, that this can be developed, not very fast, but definitely it is going to come. Presently, IIoT is being worked out for all the non-critical applications. Already, everybody has got enormous applications. I think we have also got more than 5,000 applications running on the IIoT. So I think just to wrap up, I think these are the 3 points we said. Anyone would like to add for the wrap-up?
No, I think very relevant. You covered the most hot buttons, I would say, hot topics. And I'm sure, the team in this room will be taking this to the next level in the future. So I think no other additions. Really appreciate very, very insightful discussion, Dr. Upendra, and also very interactive. So thanks for that.
We could have continued for another 1 hour. But yeah, I know. I'm in between.
Yeah.
So once again, I would like to thank all the leaders, Abhijit, Anilji, Arvindji and Dilipji. Thanks for sparing time, because I know you have got to catch a flight, because Vishnu was pressing me hard that he has to leave by 8 because he have got a flight. So I really appreciate each and every one of you for sparing time. I think Abhijit has come from Goa, which is we feel honored, because for this event he has traveled so long. I think Arvindji has traveled from Gurgaon. So we really appreciate spending time for ISA. And ISA is really honored to welcome you on the dais. And we hope that such interactive sessions will happen in future. Maybe 1.5 hours next time. I think this was the first time, so we said, okay, let us try. So maybe next year we can develop on other topics, or you can suggest topics, or we can make a forum and discuss the topics. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, let us have a big round of applause for all the leaders for spending time. And now I think I am only 1 minute late between the bar and everyone. So let's enjoy the bar and networking. Thank you all. Thank you all, guys.